can't read 1 through 5.
This is true.
Welcome, for those of you tuning in from live around the world here to Orlando Kart Center for the opening weekend final day of action of the 2022 U.S. Pro Kart Series. Stop here at Orlando Kart Center. My name's Xander Clements. Alongside me in the booth this weekend, Caleb Smock. Caleb, one full day of action in, and as you know, as crazy as this format that we've got makes it where we're action-packed on Friday with qualifying, at least it means when we get on the air here Saturday and Sunday, we go straight into racing.
Absolutely. It's nice how the setup is where you get 2 days of qualifying, get it out of the way. You don't have to deal with qualifying on Saturday and Sunday. That way, when it comes time to racing, we can just get straight to it, the pre-finals, before we go to LCQs, which yesterday, they were crazy. I know today they're going to be even crazier. A lot of guys don't have to be on track until later on in the year, so I don't think anyone's going to be able to hold it back when they're out on track. Currently, if you're watching the broadcast, Keelan Harvick is who we're watching, just now going into the carousel. If you recall back to yesterday, if you're just now tuning into us, that little chicane leading to the carousel has been kind of a problematic area. As you can see, I'm now going to turn number 10. Right here is one of the best passing points on track. It narrows down one of the tightest hairpins we've seen here all afternoon. Following right behind, I believe, that is Weldon right behind, Oliver Weldon. And then they're making their way around the final corner. That is not Oliver Weldon. Let me get on my race hero.
It's Kai Johnson, I believe, and then Tyler Roberts right there. Here's Carson Weinberg. He had a good day as well yesterday up until through the final corner, and things got a little bit hairy to end out the mini-main event. We've got one driver stuck in the wall over here at the exit of turn number 10, and I think that's Alexander Procuna, who has just had a weekend that has been rough, to say the least, for the 166.
Definitely. They didn't really have the best weekend. Now we're going to switch back over again. Here's Keelan Harvick, and then, like you were talking about before, Kai Johnson making their way into the chicane. Something we've seen here earlier today, too, when it came to that turn 5, something that I think is kind of interesting is it's a big old sweeper. It's kind of one lane. We saw people toying with the idea of trying to go too wide through there. Maybe it would have been a dive bomb and he had to sweep out to the outside line. Maybe it was them trying to hold the inside line and just got swept out. Some guys tried to center on the outside, so that's one thing to look forward to. But right now, this is wrapping up warm-ups right now, like we were talking about before. Swift is out on track, mini Swift that is. They're out for the last-minute warm-ups. Not anyone's going to be pushing it hard. They're just trying to shake the cart down, make sure everything is A-OK, maybe make some minor adjustments here or there. A lot of times, if you have to make adjustments during warm-up on Sunday, it's not really the best situation to be in. But right now, Kiddo's out on track, making sure it still feels how it did yesterday. Maybe some changes. No rain last night or humidity, which usually messes up the track layout. For grip, that is. Looking out on track, trying to see who are watching. All sorts of kiddos making their way out on track. If you guys just now tuning in, we're underway right now with our warm-up for this morning. Still got a handful of classes yet to go. And once they get done with warm-up, we'll get going with our pre-finals layout for this afternoon, as we have pre-finals for every single class. Classes that have over 40 cart counts is going to get pushed into an LCQ. So if you don't finish in the top 18, you then get put into an LCQ, or last chance qualifier. From there, the top 4 transfer out and they go on to the feature. So if you don't finish that top 18 in the pre-final, you got a lot more racing to go, and you also have a lot more tire management, because that's 8 extra laps you have to put on your tires and your chassis, your engine, wear and tear, etc. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you come to national racing like this, you need everything to be at tip-top level before you go out for your feature. As I was saying before, top 4 transfer out of the LCQ, go on to the features. We'll then do our features later this afternoon. If you think you want to watch the features and you haven't yet, go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube Premium. From there, you can watch all of the final action this afternoon. If not, you're going to have to wait a couple couple days, maybe even a week before you have a chance to get it up on the interweb. If you don't, as we said before, we will be showing pre-finals, LCQs. Will be shown here this afternoon. Obviously, we're live right now for warm-up. Not a whole lot of track action. All these kiddos are out on track right now, making sure everything is tuned up how they want, maybe some minor adjustments. The last thing you want as a mechanic is for your driver to come off and say, something doesn't feel right after warm-up, because you got a short amount of time to crank out whatever changes you need before you put them back out for the pre-final, and hope that you hit it right, because if not, you may go backwards and have to be in the LCQ. No one ever wants to be in the last chance qualifier, but for you viewers back at home, it is going to create more excitement. Checkered flag is out right now for your mini Swifts. As I said before, no one's going to be pushing it too hard. A lot of times guys take it a little bit easier because they know what happens if you put it on the wall during the morning warm-up. Currently right now, top three, Carson Weinberg was the fastest out on track, followed by Sarah Bradley in P number 2. Tyler Roberts is the third fastest here for your morning warm-up for your mini Swift. We're going to roll on with the morning warm-up after that. As I said before, we get into the pre-finals, so those should be action-packed, especially around the bubble spot. That's 17, 18, and 19. 18 and 17 transfer out, 19 goes to LCQ. So usually those three spots gets a little hectic. 17 trying to pull away from 18, 18 just trying to hold on to their spot, and 19 obviously wanting to make it into the show. X30 Pro Senior now making the way out on track for their warm-up. Not a whole lot of action, just a little bit of scrub in your tires, make sure everything's running right. Maybe if you made a gear change last night, double check and make sure that's the right way to go. Seen some interesting different changes when it came to gears. Some guys prefer the higher end. Other guys prefer to have more bottom end to get more pull out of these hairpins. Top end guys usually pull in the last probably 3/4 of a straightaway to make a dive bomb pass. Problem is that with that higher or lower gear ratio, as soon as you make that dive bomb pass, you're just a sitting duck for someone who's behind you, maybe have a little bit extra teeth on the rear. X30 Seniors now making the way out. Here's Weinberg making his way into turn number 2. Beautiful track here at Atlanta Karting Center. Big old sweeping corners, made for some good racing yesterday. Obviously beautiful backdrop. You can see some armored vehicles up on the stanchions for us to see. And as we now switch over, you can see turns number 7, 8, and then followed by 9, which is off the left-hand side of the screen. That's the notorious carousel before you get on that long back straightaway heading into turn 10. Looking at turn 10 now, you can see the junkyard in the background. And right here, they're going through the final chicane. One of the biggest passing points we've seen here when it came down the start-finish line. Drivers trying to get good runs out of it to go for some side-by-side finishes. Not a whole lot of side-by-side finishes yesterday. Saw a couple.
So Group 1 on the racetrack for morning warm-up. As you can see, everyone just kind of finding a place in line. A lot of drivers running together in packs. And Caleb, we covered this a good bit yesterday. It's important to kind of figure out your gear ratio a little bit racing-wise. And while they've already had one full day of action, they may have made a few overnight changes. Everybody chasing the national #1, Ryan Norberg, our reigning series champ, who came away victorious yesterday. A couple big names here in this group, of course, that are looking for some redemption. Tyler McIntyre is one of them. The 338 Motaz Sport Barrel driver just crossed the line. Here is one of his teammates. They're coming into view there. That's Noah Rosser. McIntyre headed into the infield and then down the back straightaway. You want to talk about a guy who probably should have been inside the top 15 yesterday. He didn't even make the main event. Got collected in a crash in the LCQ. Had an issue that sent him there. He's got a lot of pace in that Barrel Art machine, and we'll see if he can find a little bit of that here this afternoon. I think he's got a lot of guys that have picked him in the fantasy league. He's on his sophomore senior season and is looking to find just a little bit more here to get himself up, and a little more luck, really, more than anything else. On the screen there, we've got one of the Ursuline Racing Tony Karts leading. I believe that's Mateus Garcia in the 327, if I'm not mistaken. And then he's followed by rookie Noah Rosser, who just came up one spot shy of making it through to the main event yesterday. Josh Campbell runs there right in that group as well, so that's all kind of on your screen, headed in and through the final corner. Now top of the boards as we've got a couple laps in. Cameron Weinberg, your quickest driver. He was impressive yesterday. Caleb picked up 14 spots on that CRG, helping bring that brand back to life again. That's been the story of the last month or two, is Cameron Weinberg and Speed Concepts Racing finding a lot of pace on a color that not a lot of people have thought would go fast in a single speed category.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people thought it'd go fast in single speed. Not only, I don't think a lot of people thought it was going to come back. They kind of moved most of their attention over to the rental kart side. They've done a great job. Obviously, if you go to any rental kart track in the U.S., typically it's a CRG or SOTI, two names we saw a whole lot of back in the early 2000s and late 90s. Went away, and as you said before, talk of the paddock. If you go down and talk to anyone, you mention the word Weinberg, you hear, oh, that's CRG guy. And so I think they're starting to make a name for themselves. On board with him now as he's making a way out of the final couple of corners. Trying to see if we can get some other drivers here, guys. They're going down into turn number 1. You can see up at the top of the screen there's a speed indicator at the top. If you see those numbers, that's not the lap times. That is the speed they're doing across the start-finish line. Now, I'm not sure if the Department of Transportation is going to say that that is 100% accurate, but it is something that's kind of cool, give you a ballpark of how fast these go-karts are going. Again, these are sitting about an inch off the ground, doing about 65 miles an hour. Makes you feel like you're doing a whole lot faster, especially when you're packing about 5 or 6 like we're seeing right now. All these drivers making their way around. I believe in that mix, if I'm not mistaken, let me go through the sheets here. Jake French may be up in that mix. Jake French had
He's on KA100 Sr this weekend. Close,
Never mind. Never mind. Checkered flag is out for the X30 Pro Senior, sponsored by Franklin Motorsports. They're just now making their way across the start-finish line. They got to do about a quarter of a lap for making their way into the pits. Rest of the drivers still coming across. Again, this is just warm-up. This does not dictate anything as far as it goes for the pre-final LCQ or feature this afternoon. Top 3 goes as follows. Cameron Weinberg, fastest out on track. Dante Yu coming across P number 2, and Jake Jeffers in P number 3. P number 4 goes to Frankie Mossman, and P5 is Timothy Carl.
So again, that's just our first of 2 groups here. So the overall we'll see, but the 301 topping at a 54.28. Again, Cameron Weinberg on the CRG, a 10th and a quarter on Dante Yu and Jack Jeffers, as mentioned. But we've still got the fast group to come. Again, that had quite a few drivers that were pretty quick throughout yesterday, and then, of course, they'll re-rack them all into the heat races to get set for Pre-Final A and Pre-Final B. But right now, your quickest driver so far in group number 1 before the second group heads on the racetrack is, again, Cameron Weinberg.
This group out on track right now is the X30 Fast group. Looking down now, there's cart number 1, Ryan Nornberg, the talk of the paddock. Didn't have a good qualifying run. He was visually frustrated with how he did. Comes out yesterday and wins by over a second on the field. He was able to hold off the likes of DeTulio, trying to chase him down in P number 2. Nathan Cicero, who came across in P number 3, and all the pack of Rollin Performances group that followed. He was able to hold on, trying to get that 6th championship when it comes to 125cc single speed racing. Looking at now, you can see Jeremy Fletcher, that Tony Kart making his way around the backstretch. He's following the 2 Cosmic RPG Rollison Performance Group's carts as they make their way down into that final hairpin. And right behind, there's cart number 1, Nornberg, right behind Fletcher. You got the passing of the torch. You got the one who held on the championship for a long time. They got the newcomer coming in, shaking up the upper field. As he has definitely put a good name for himself if he made his way out of the junior category, put himself right up into the senior. He's already started to run that front pack. Looking down now, there's a static shot of that chicane heading into the final carousel. I saw Bailiff go by, Finnegan Bailiff. He was running up towards the top 10 yesterday. There's Fletcher and Nornberg.
Gavin Bailiff, actually.
Gavin Bailiff. I'm going to screw that one up every single day.
It's the easier part is, of course, that they're running 2 separate classes here this weekend. Finnegan taking the reins over in KA100 Sr. Gavin over here competing in X30 Pro. On your screen, that's the 302, Marian Kremers. We spoke to him at the end of the yesterday. He had brake fade problems, as we've got one other driver that's pulled off on the inside of the front stretch, and that is Gavin Bailiff. So commentators curse. The Trinity Karting Group driver seems to have had a mechanical failure here, coming across towards the start-finish line, and will try to make his way over to a safe spot and out of harm's way. Here's Zachary Hollingsen. He had kind of a midday yesterday. Made it in 15th, one of the final transfer spots in the pre-final. Picked up 15 spots, went from 30th to 15th in the main event. Donovan Bonilla, they're going by there in the 328. And then there's Alessandro DeTulio leading the train. And we talked about how impressive it was, not only, of course, his performance yesterday, which he was pretty hard on himself, felt like he could have been a little bit better anyway, but just the simple fact that he's doing all this work here, all this hard work with no teammates, no one else to compare data or to see if anyone else has a different line. I mean, he is just feeling it out on his own. You could say the same. Marian Kremers kind of is the highest running PSL karting driver by a decent margin, but at least he has a handful of teammates they can try some stuff with, and the Motaz Sports satellite team that they've got here in the U.S. as well. You've got guys like Thomas Neveau with a couple of Kart Republics that he can compare data, not necessarily inside the tent with, but compare some setup stuff with the likes of Victor Franzoni over with the PK Sports on the Alonso kart. You had Aiden Fox, who had a good run throughout qualifying. And, of course, qualifying is the big shakeup for this class, especially along with a handful of others. There's so much talent here in X30 Pro Senior. A lot of the drivers you got to see up front yesterday had dismal qualifying runs in the first batch for Sunday. They'll be starting maybe further back in the field. Ryan Norberg, one of the few ones that's very consistent. Here's one guy who has a lot of expectations for himself and arguably had a lot of fans picking him this weekend. That's the 305 of A.J. Myers. The Magic Kart driver, not really an ideal day yesterday. Again, he qualified pretty deep, had to come forward, didn't really have a ton of pace, and then got involved in an early wreck in the main event. So he's got some work to do, some retribution for sure here today as he climbs back into his 125cc shifter kart for next week's Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. For now, he's going to look for a little more speed in that X30 package. Here's a few former open-wheel drivers, Victor Franzoni, Zachary Clayman DeMello, that have climbed up the road to IndyCar and still sharpen their skills and get behind the wheel of a kart whenever they possibly can. Clayman DeMello, we talked to him yesterday, he said, you know what, his words specifically, I think Ryan's got more horsepower than the rest of us, but I think we can try and find a little bit of something, maybe get a little bit closer here today. So he's following his teammate, Diego Ramos, as they head into the infield. Ramos, another guy looking for retribution, didn't even make the final, qualified overall sixth for Saturday, started third, wrecked in his pre-final, and wrecked coming to the field in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of luck yesterday. It was always heartbreaking to see, especially when he pulled in the first time. Second time when he got taken out, you could just see he was visually, I don't want to say over it, but he was definitely fed up with something. Hopefully he can make his way into the feature this afternoon. Hopefully doesn't have to go back into the LCQ. Checkered flag is out for your X30 Pro. Group number 2, again, this is considered the fast group. Going down the order right now, Ryan Nornberg, Alessandro D'Attilio. We've seen this all before yesterday, finishing 1-2 previously in the feature. P number 3 is going to go to Aaron Benoit, hometown hero from Orlando. Calls this place his home track. Aiden Fox comes across P number 4, and Jeremy Fletcher is going to round out the top 5.
Well, Ryan Norberg again topping in morning warm-up, much to the same of what we saw on Saturday with D'Attilio closest to him. Again, Benoit, Fox, Fletcher, Cicero, Oliver Hodgson, Marian Kremers, Paulie Massimino. Cameron Weinberg from that first group, 10th overall in terms of pace. Everybody chasing the number 1. The reigning champ for Rollison Performance Group tops it at a 53.93. Again, 300s up on Parolins Alessandro D'Attilio. 2 drivers that we expect to once again, of course, be at the forefront today. We are going to send it to commercial break. When we do come back, we've got to go over the race format, the track map, and, of course, get ready to go pre-final racing here with Timmy Tech KA100 Jr. Stick with us. The U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend. Final day of action, live from Orlando.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. Beautiful day for racing action. Beautiful day to get things started. Caleb and I here in the booth, we want to break it down for you and give you an idea of what's to come. First of all, let's go over this track here at Orlando Kart Center. 14 corners in total. That front stretch here, a good passing zone headed down to turn number 1, and obviously we've seen a lot of chaos already into the first corner. Then you come out of turns 1 and 2, slight braking zone and a good passing opportunity down at the end of the front stretch. Go through a quick kink over there at turn number 3. We've seen a few guys definitely get pushed off into the dirt there, and then that long bend, turn number 4, into that tight turn 5 hairpin, which becomes arguably the best passing zone and a really good place to race. Second passing zone on the racetrack. We've seen quite a few passes in turn number 6, honestly more than I think we expected this weekend. You could consider it passing zone number 3. Then from there, we've seen some close corners action through that long sweeping corner, turn number 7. And then we go through the quick left and right, 8 and 9, one of the tightest starts of the racetrack and definitely one of the more technical parts of the circuit. You'll see a few drivers grabbing curb in that right-handed kink, turn 8, and then a little bit as well over on the setup in turn 7. So the curb, turn number 8, that's on the left side, turn 7, finishing off that increasing radius right-hander. You'll see them hit curbs on either side and a bit of varying lines from that overhead shot that we have. Then it's that good passing zone, turn number 9, before the long back straightaway here, almost as long as the entire front stretch that heads all the way over to turn number 10. And while the track map's just a little bit off, that hairpin actually goes a little bit further down till turn number 10. We've got the rental card layout on your screen. Comes back over here to turns 11, 12, 13, and 14. A quick left-right, left chicane and onto the front straightaway. And let's go over as well what the race format will be here for this class and a number of others here today. We don't have them all on the racetrack at the same time until the final session of the afternoon. First up, 2 pre-finals here, Pre-Final A and Pre-Final B. They qualified on Friday for both Saturday and Sunday. In fact, Sunday was the initial qualifying session. Then if you qualified first, third, fifth, and so on, the odd numbered results, you're going to be in this first pre-final here, Pre-Final A. Top 18 out of 20 or 25 or so will transfer automatically to the main event. If you qualified second, fourth, sixth, eighth, or 10th, you go to Pre-Final B. And then again, same thing, top 18 transfer. Pre-Final A and Pre-Final B, those will line the first 18 rows, with Pre-Final A lining the inside lane for the main event and Pre-Final B lining the outside. So if you win Pre-Final B, you still start on the outside of the front row in second. The bottom finishers, if you don't finish in the top 18 for either Pre-Final, you start 19th or you finish 19th or further back. You go into a combined last chance qualifier. So again, 19th on back in Pre-Final A sets the inside lane for the LCQ. 19th on back for Pre-Final B sets the outside lane for the LCQ. And in that last chance qualifier, the top 4 get the final 4 spots into the main event, 37th, 38th, 39th, and 40th. And that's how we get our 40-car main event grid for KA100 Junior, KA100 Sr, Mini Swift, and of course X30 Pro. We've got the KA100 Seniors rounding the final corner. They're coming to take the green flag here. 12 laps on the board. Caleb Gaffera, Stephen Miller, the front row. Oliver Piatek and Cooper Shipman, row 2. Parker DeLong and Adam Breckley, row 3. Lucas Zabo, Mateo Naranjo, row 4. George Fagali, Christian Quijano, round your top 10. And here we go. They're on the power early today, and we are going to make it through turn number 1. Gaffera with a nice jump. He'll get to the lead as they rocket through turn number 3. And we've got one turned around, and I believe that is Trinity's Mateo Naranjo that just got spun in turn number 3. No, Naranjo's still going. That's a different TKG driver. Might have been Adam Breckley. We'll confirm as they come on by. Here we go. Gaffera leads them into the sweeper for the first time. Miller in line behind him. And then it's going to be Cooper Shipman. Oliver Piatek is 4th. As Gaffera blocks a little bit through 9, he'll take them down the backstretch to turn number 10. Caleb
Gaffera out in front. Stephen Miller, who we didn't see a whole lot of yesterday, he was up towards that front pack during the feature, but during the pre-final when he was running here with Caleb Gaffera, didn't really show up, and now he is on the back bumper of Gaffera. Gaffera, we talked about before, coming from a rib injury. He's trying to avoid the curbs, just how much they shake the cart, and then also the seat that his ribs are in. But now it looks like it's going to be side-by-side with Miller and Shipman as they make their way across the line.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman challenged a little bit here as we watch the back half of the group come across the start-finish line. It is a 3-driver breakaway just to start this first pre-final of the morning. Caleb Gaffera, here comes Shipman, looking for second. He'll take it. Stephen Miller back to third. Oliver Piatek fading a little bit. Then it's Parker DeLong. Brickley is good. Naranjo is good. The driver that got turned, that was Christian Quijano in the 824, I believe, down 12 spots. Ryan Miller, Ryan Miller in the 838 was the driver that got spun. started deep in the field, and now he's got a lot farther to go as Cooper Shipman takes over the lead. That was a slick move, Caleb, and now the Iron Rock Tony Kart driver takes him to 10.
Yeah, Shipman is now up in front, did a beautiful slide job pass when they went into turn number 5. Now making the way over in the chicane. Caleb Fair falls back into second. P number 3 now. That is going to be that's not Cooper Shipman. That is Stephen Miller, who is in the 3rd spot. Making the way out of the final corner. Caleb Gaffera and Aiden Grada put on an awesome show. Pulled away from the pack during this feature race yesterday, but now it looks like Gaffera, I don't know if the rest of the field may have caught back up or if he's taking it easy and saving his tires, but he is kind of struggling right now because he is under attack from Stephen Miller as Miller's trying to make his way up into the 2nd spot.
Yeah, it's funny to say struggling when you're in 2nd. I mean, it's not like he's having a bad day whatsoever. He's just getting started. Relatively speaking, Caleb Gaffera has had an unbelievable weekend. He crossed the line first in every session he's run. The only reason he didn't end up with double hardware yesterday was of a penalty for a last lap incident with himself and Elio Meza. Other than that, he's been flawless. And as we look back now, here's this 2nd group. Adam Brickley leads it in 4th. Then Oliver Piatek's got Parker DeLong, and a little bit of pushing and shoving there with Lucas Zabo and George Fagali. Then it's Mateo Naranjo. Cameron Reed's up 4 spots here to start this pre-final. She's into 10th. And while the leaders, again, are kind of just following Cooper Shipman, let's look at where the bubble spot is and keep following further back down the order. So it's Ava Dobson in 11th. Emma Kate Scarborough is 12th. Anthony Rivera is 13th. Cash Perkins, 12th. Dobson down to 14th. Austin Olds is 15th. Gabrielle DaCosta, as we see Parker DeLong taking a line down the inside on Oliver Piatek. All battling here deep outside the top, or just inside the top 10. DeLong, that'll give him 5th. So he's up into the top 5, leads that group there. But the bubble spot currently held by Walter Jenkins. He was 2/10 up on Christian Quijano. We got one in the wall. That is the 888.
Andy Anderson, who was in the bubble spot.
And beached into the wall there too, Caleb. He's going to have to get out. He's definitely going to the LCQ now. Stuck, probably going to lose about 10 seconds. Unfortunate.
It looked like he was getting out of the cart, so hopefully he can get it back. Oh, he is out of the cart. Unfortunately, he is out, so that means he's automatically into the LCQ. Very unfortunate to see. As we talked about, that bubble spot gets very hectic. No one wants to go in the LCQ. You want the guaranteed lock position. You don't want to put the extra wear and tear in your equipment and or tires. As we're looking back over, there are your leaders. Now going down into turns 4, followed by turn 5, side by side for the lead. And I believe that is going to now be Shipman up in front with Miller going into P2, Gaffera in P3. Almost seems to be trailing the leaders now. We got Shipman out in front, Miller in P2, close on the back bumper. Still 7 more laps to go at the line. Anything can happen in the top 3. Maybe Gaffera's holding back and going to get him towards the end.
Yeah, good little bit of shuffling there for the lead as the field will pick them back up down the backstretch, still with a nice and healthy gap for them. So now with Indy Anderson taken out of this one, that promotes Nathan DePoy into the final transfer spot. He's got about a second cushion back to Quentin Macpherson, so that's just giving you the update on that and where they are. We look back there, there's the 879, that's Macpherson. I think that Macpherson on the bumper of DePoy. It looked like it was a much bigger gap as of last time by. But Quentin Macpherson, here's your bubble spot. Contact. And they're still stuck together, and they're going to crash in the infield.
Oh, that is a shakeup in the bubble spot, and I think that's now going to promote, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Miller is now going to go up because both DePoy and Macpherson are taken out. Let's see, they're obviously not going to be happy with each other. This race is over. They're back in the carts. They're going to get underway, but now they're going to have all sorts of time loss. No chance to catch back up to that 18th position.
Yeah, that was a unfortunate deal there for them. So now the bubble spot completely changes again. Ryan Miller, who got turned around at the start and spun in turn number 3, is now on the bubble ahead of Walter Jenkins by 0.7 of a second. Then it's Lavisa Landon a little ways further back. But meanwhile, your leaders coming to the final corner. We'll pick them up here more as we see Indy Anderson, unfortunately, walking off to the side. Cooper Shipman is halfway in. 6 in, 6 to go. He continues to show the way with a nice and healthy gap back. Here is that group on the bubble. So here's your new bubble battle. It is Ryan Miller at 18th. Again, Lavisa Landon at the end of that group there. In the middle is the 843 of Walter Jenkins. So these 3 battling for that final spot to go into the main event. Cross flags given, 6 in, 6 to go. We'll keep you posted there as here comes out of turn 6 and into 7 and 8. Your leading group with Stephen Miller now taking back over the helm.
And that's also Gaffera up into the second spot. Miller out in front. P number 3 means it's going to go to Cooper Shipman as they're making their way down the backstretch, heading down to turn number 10. Gaffera able to close the gap back up. He is now starting to put the pressure on Miller. Or sorry, that is Miller. He's making their way down the backstretch once more. As you can see this pan shot, you can see mid-pack now making their way through. We're about to get to the bubble spot here shortly. As we were talking about before, the two that are trying to catch back up to the bubble leader of Ryan Miller is Walter Jenkins and Lavisa Landon. You can see now it looks like Landon was able to get around Jenkins. Now she is trying to run down Ryan Miller. Again, 18th goes automatically to the final. Everyone else goes to the LCQ where 4 carts transfer out, where they combine them with this group and the odds group, which is yet to run after this. So now you can see the 3 on the bubble for the transfer. There's your bubble leader, Ryan Miller making his way down to turn 1, Lavisa Landon in that orange helmet making the way out of turn number 2, and not too far behind, Walter Jenkins running with the white helmet. White helmet, white nose, making the way to turn number 4, and here's Lavisa Landon, closed up the gap on the back bumper of Miller. Miller now is going to be under pressure, making the way out of turn number 6, heading into the sweeper of turn 7. I don't think Landon's close enough to make a move going to the sweeper. She's not, but maybe we'll see a dive bomb move as they make their way into turn number 10.
Yeah, headed to 10 there. Not going to go by that time by. Still plenty of time left to battle for the bubble spot. And again, we saw a couple drivers that finished outside the transfer positions but get in yesterday due to penalties. So you don't necessarily want to throw your life away trying to get one more position because you might end up getting it getting it regardless. But we'll see as they work their way through the final sector. 4 to go for this group here battling for the final position to get into the big dance. Ryan Miller, Lavisa Landon, and again, right behind him, Walter Jenkins.
And now we're switched over to the battle for the lead, and I believe that is now going to be Stephen Miller now up in front. Gaffera's falling back. Here's Shipman now side by side with your leader of Miller as they make their way into turn number 10. They're now 3 wide into turn 10, but we're going to cut back over to the battle for the for the bubble spot. Lavisa Landon is now in, and I believe that is going to be Walter Jenkins who followed her through, which is now going to push Ryan Miller, who was in the bubble, back in the 20th spot. As we now switch over to leaders once more, and now we're going to cut back over for the battle for the bubble. Landon now trying to pull away from Walter Jenkins, who is now in the 19th position. Landon in the bubble, leading that 3-pack, but right behind Jenkins is going to be Ryan Miller. So Miller may be trying to work with Jenkins to catch back up to Landon. Both of them's best shot is to not pass each other, try to catch back up, let the race come to you, as Xander was saying yesterday. Just run your race, let it come to you, and hope you guys can battle it out towards the end, because we still have 3 laps to go, 2 to go next time by, plenty of racing still to come. As we watch him now going into turn number 5, followed by 6, Landon out in front. Jenkins running in 19th, Ryan Miller in 20th. So the bubble spot now goes to Landon. These 2 drivers behind of Jenkins and Miller. Going to have to try to be patient, let it come to them, and hope that they can get just that one more spot to transfer into the final.
Yeah, Lavisa Landon, nice drive back through after kind of fading off the start. We'll keep an eye on them at the moment, but she seems to be the quickest of the 3, so that might settle out and put Lavisa into the show. Let's see what's happening up front. Stephen Miller starting to go a little defensive, and that's allowed the rest of the pack to kind of close on in. So it's Miller, Gaffera, followed by Cooper Shipman, 3 to 4 car lengths back to Parker DeLong, then Adam Brickley, and Lucas Szabo coming along for the ride as well. Less than 2 seconds for the top group. Then we go back down the order. Here comes another pack. That's at the edge of the top 10. Austin Olds, Mateo Naranjo, Cameron Reed.
As we switch back over once more, here's the bubble spot. Landon out in front. Jenkins running in P number 2. Shipman running in, P19 and Shipman running in 20. So it looks like Landon's kind of got this wrapped up, although it almost looks like Jenkins maybe trying to make a late run back up as we're approaching the white flag. One more lap to go as leaders cross the line now.
Yeah, white flag in the air here. Here we go. 6-driver breakaway up at the front. We're going to focus on this as much as we can because the bubble spot seems to be somewhat in order. Who is going to punch their ticket to the pole? Again, these guys battling for 6 rows. The first 6 rows, every position made or lost is an entire 2 spots in the final. Now, Cooper Shipman getting by Caleb Gaffera. He'll take him to the inside. That's great news for Stephen Miller. It'll give him a 2-car length cushion headed to turn 8.
Steve Miller Band out in front, Shipman up into P2, Gaffera all over the back bumper, losing for just a second. They're making the way out of the carousel, now making the way down the backstretch. Gaffera in 3rd, and it looks like that's now Shipman up in front, Miller in P2, making the way down to the hairpin. Bunch of drivers going on to defensive. All the pack is now caught up. It's a 6-car battle as the 2 leaders go into the chicane for the final time.
Shipman trying to defend into the final corner. Everybody does the same. Parker DeLong opens up, crossover. Great move by DeLong.
Major
He'll
move.
get 2 out of it. Cooper, Shipman wins the pre-final. Then it'll be Miller, DeLong, Gaffera, and Brickley, the top 5. Where's our final spot? Oh, it's tight. Lavisa Landon defending. Final position to get into the big show. Walter Jenkins trying to get by. He got underneath her. Slides out. Side by side out of the corner. Walter Jenkins, a Florida local. It'll be a photo finish. Who gets in? Jenkins. Nice job, Walter Jenkins. Final lap. Fireworks for the lead. And for the final spot to get in, Lavisa Landon loses out. She'll go to the LCQ. And let's take them through the top 10 here, Caleb.
Yeah, top 10 goes as follows. So I was looking at the championship spots. Cooper Shipman also took the lead. Took the win. Stephen Miller comes across in P2. Parker DeLong comes across the 3rd spot. Caleb Graffar, who is up in that lead pack, finishes 4th. Adam Brickley rounds out the top 5. Lucas Zabo finishes in 6th. Anthony Rivera finishes in P number 7. George Fagal finishes in 8th. Cash Perkins 9th. And Austin Olds, who struggled yesterday, didn't get into the features straight from the back, rounds out the top 10.
Couple impressive drives there. Cash Perkins picks up 8 spots to get up to 9th. Anthony Rivera picks up 6 to get into 7th. And so again, here we'll pull that race format up again just so you guys can understand what we've got and what we're working on here in Orlando. So 1 pre-final done. We've still got the other one to run here for your KA100 juniors. As again, beautiful day here in Orlando, Florida. Let's pull it up and we'll show you what the breakdown looks like for our race formats here. As we've got half the field that just ran for KA100 Junior, the other half getting set to run here in just a moment. And that will be the even-numbered group that lines the outside lane for the main event. First up, it'll be the first 18 out of it, and then the bottom half will end up having to go to an LCQ to join the likes of Lavisa Landon, Ryan Miller, Quentin Macpherson, Nathan DuPoy, and Indy Anderson. At the moment, they are all destined to go to the last chance qualifier as well. We'll give you more updates on that here and more to come all together as we get set to bring you more of the action here. So again, one more look to that race format. We just finished pre-final A. We got our first 18 on the inside of the first 18 rows with Cooper Shipman lining up first for the main event, Stephen Miller third, Parker DeLong fifth. We've got the other half of the racetrack to line now with the other pre-final to go. And if you finish outside the top 18, if you don't make that initial transfer, you'll join Lavisa Landon, Ryan Miller, and company in a last chance qualifier later on today where the top 4 will make it out to make the final 4 spots of the main event. That pre-final B is now getting lined up on the grid, so let's take you through the starting lineup for the even pre-final here on Sunday in Timmy Tank KA100 Jr. Elio Meza, again, fireworks yesterday, didn't end up exactly where he wanted, unfortunately. Had to watch the last bit of the race from the infield. He lines up at the inside of row 1 alongside Max Garcia, yesterday's eventual winner after the dust settled. Max Taylor in the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris Kart lines up third alongside Ivana Richards in fourth. Then it's Graham Tremmel in the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic to the inside of Diego Guillo in the 848 Tony Kart from Shenandoah, Texas. Row 4 finds another Texan, Oscar Iliff, to the inside of Floridian Luke Welcome. And rounding the top 10, we Landon Skinner and John Antonino. Moving back to row 6, Ava Hansen and Joey Friend. Row 7, Victor De Alencar and Henry Wheeler. Row 8, Shea Aldrich and Austin Roy. Row 9, Reagan Seville and Mason Walters. Row 10, Michael Levitt and Ethan Ayers. Row 11, Jake James and Zachary Hitchcock. And starting shotgun on the field, Makai Winfrey, and one driver I've got my eye on to make his way forward, Santiago Duran in the 874. I think we'll see some firework out of the League City, Texas driver. 24 on the ticket here. 6, unfortunately, will not transfer. The top 18 will. Caleb, Elio Meza obviously looking for some redemption after yesterday.
I think someone else is looking for redemption is Max Garcia, going to be starting on the outside of road number 1. He was up with that main battle with both Meza and Caleb Graffera, who we just saw put on a show in the last one, coming up in 4th. Garcia was right behind those two battling, kind of like bridge the gap between the two out in front. I think they may have gone to work on that car. I think he just might have something for him here today on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see if Max Garcia, you know, he said he doesn't like to win them that way, but he'll take them any way he can get them. He wants to go and get a real win, be the first one to the checkered flag. He's got a good shot at it here in today's pre-final to do that by starting on the outside of the front row. They'll form up here with the beautiful American flag inside at another gorgeous day here in Orlando, Florida at Orlando Kart Center, the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend, welcoming over 325 drivers here to Central Florida to kick off a 4-round national championship that begins here in Orlando. In a month and a half, it picks up over at Gopher Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina, then goes north all the way up to Wisconsin to Road America at Elkhart Lake, and then finishes off in Newcastle, Indiana, just about an hour outside of Indianapolis. We're in the tram lines. We're looking good. Elio Meza's got the field under control, and we're green. Down to turn 1. Good start for Meza and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Let's see if the field can cleanly make it through. We lost 1 or 2 at the start of the pre-final A. Pre-final B looking a little bit better. They'll come through out of 5, fanning out side by side all the way through, and everybody makes it to 6.
And now up into P number 2, Max Garcia had a little bit of a good start in the outside row, almost lost position, but now he is going to hold on to P2 as watch the rest of the field go by. There's your leader, Elio Meza, Max Garcia P2, rest of the field following out. A little bit of, pass in the chicane. We haven't seen a whole lot of that. That took a little bit of gutsy moves. I think that was back in the 18th spot by the bubble, but now down into turn number 10. One of the best passing points here is Elio Meza out in front of about 2 or 3 kart lengths over Max Garcia in P number 2.
So as they come on out at turn number 10, you can see all the way back to the field, tightly packed and a big gaggle here for a number of drivers. John Antonino, not a good start there from 10th. He got shuffled all the way outside the transfer spot. That's the bright white Race Factory entry. Here we go across the line. There's Max Taylor leading a group of about 5 deep. It's Taylor, Ivana Richards, Diego Guillo, Ava Hansen, Landon Skinner, Graham Tremmel at the end of the group, I believe. And then we've got Henry Wheeler's pack as well. They're side by side. There is Ava Hansen trying to make a move, going to lose a spot in the process. Wanted to get by Diego Guillo, instead loses a position to Landon Skinner. And I think somewhere in the mix, Ivana Richards. They're all shuffling there. There's Luke Welcome. Middle of a group behind Wheeler and Graham Tremmel. That's from 9th all the way back to about 15th on the racetrack, headed through turn number 9. Meanwhile, your leader, Elio Meza, not knowing any of it here. He'll see him coming at him as he goes back on the other straightaway, headed at 11. 2 laps complete this time. 2-driver breakaway, another 2-driver pair with Taylor and Richards kind of getting themselves into the safe zone.
Elio Meza and Max Garcia, 2 drivers who have a lot of experience, especially when it comes to juniors. Usually the 2 most mature drivers as well. I don't think we're going to see back and forth battling. They both know that they're locked in. Maybe you'll see Garcia make a move forward if the opportunity presents itself, but not any unnecessarily risks. Meanwhile, they're starting to pull away from the rest of the field, as we were saying before. Max Taylor running in P3, Ivana Richards running in P number 4, and Diego Guillo, who's in the pack, in P number 5. Rest of the field is starting to snake around. I was taking an eye and a quick little bit of a peek at the transfer spots. Currently right now, Mason Walters is in P18. Michael Levette is running in 19. And John Antonino, who's back 10 positions, running in 20th in a 3-pack as they're trying to battle it out for the transfer. Not too far ahead is Joey Friend and Oscar Iliff. And someone else keep an eye on, as Suzanne was talking about before. Santiago Duran is currently 3 positions up in the 21st position. So we might see a very intense battle for the transfer as we're now watching the leaders making their way out of turn numbers 12 heading into 13 as they're not coming across the start-finish line now. Max Garcia on the back bumper of Elio Meza into turn number 1.
So Garcia closing up here. I think we'll probably see him push for quite a bit. Let's look at the battle for the transfer spot. That's down a little bit further. You can see, I think we've got Oscar Iliff right there. Where is he currently at? He's all the way down in 18th. So he also, I think, had a rough start, trying to fight his way forward. There's my Lando Norris cart just around him. I think that might be Joey Friend in the 803. No, my mistake there. That's a different one that we've got as they're all battling on through. John Antonino again outside looking in. So Antonino and Iliff must have gotten together off the start. Those are 2 drivers trying to carve their way forward as they go down towards turn number 10. Again, that's the battle for 18th, more or less. We'll update you where they're at. I think Iliff fell further back, so he's now outside the transfer into the main event. Leading that group there, that's going to go all the way up just ahead. That is the 816 of Mason Walters, in the Lando Norris cart for MDR. So Walters, 17th. They're battling for 18th behind as the leaders head through 5. No worries for them. Here's the battle behind them as well. Ava Hansen was just going into 5th. So good move back forward to get around Diego Guillo. She's up a number of spots. And then look at this again, still fighting. Walters at the helm of it, trying to get clear of that group and pull away. Here's Oscar Iliff outside looking in for the 807. He's hopping in the seat, trying to dig deep, get a little bit closer, and back up as he's 20th right now behind Antonino and Santiago Duran.
Antonino, who obviously fell off the pace on the start, probably a little bit of a collision there, and he is now up into the 9th position, 1 away from the transfer. Santiago Duran, who started back in dead last in 24th, now up in the last card in the transfer in the 18th position. He is up 8 spots. You can see now there is running in the 19th position, John Antonino in the race factory. You can see him going to town, that back wheel. And then there's the 2 out in front. One more position ahead is the transfer spot of Santiago Duran, Ethan Aver. Oh, looks like we got to drop through the field. Oscar Iliff looks like he is back in the 20th position. And Zachary Hitchcock also running in the 23rd. So I'm not sure what happened. Huge mix-up in the field as we switch back over. And we got a new leader. That is going to be Max Garcia out in front in the WPK Will Power Cart, leading the way with P number 2 of Elia Meza trailing in the distance. Almost looks like Meza is starting to fall off the pace there as he was running in the 2nd spot. We're looking down through the field, looking for the transfer spot. You can see just off in the distance there, the bottom of the screen was John Antonino in the race factory. Again, running in the 18th position now. Last car in the transfer. Now, Ethan Ayars running at 19th is 1 position out. Oscar Iliff is now running in P20. So those are the 2 carts going to try to run down your leaders. As you can see now in the middle of the screen, John Antonino, last car in the bubble.
So that's what you're seeing. Antonino there, he's pulled away, clear and safe. Ethan Ayers back behind him. Oscar Iliff has faded back. Makai Winfrey's now on his tail, so Iliff may have some damage from that incident because, again, that's a driver who started 14 spots higher than where he's at now. He's now behind Makai Winfrey as he came across the line, so I think possibly an issue for one of the top 10 talents in the field here for KA Junior, Oscar Iliff. Again, he's looking at a potential LCQ run, while John Antonino, granted a rough start, has now gone by Walters and is closing up to the 803. That's Joey Friend in the Iron Rock Tony Kart. He's battling with Santiago Duran, who just got by him for 15th. All the while, back up front, nice and easy going Sunday morning for Max Garcia and Elio Meza. Garcia now leads the way with Meza going purple as of last time by. And the MPG Motorsports Will Power Kart and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, both no strangers to the front in this class. They are just kind of logging some laps here, feeling each other out, feeling the racetrack out, seeing if they've got a piece they think they can win with. Obviously, Meza there climbing over the curve. He wants to make sure he's got a good shot. We got problems for one, I think, slow in there that just came through turn 5 as Landon Skinner gets another spot. Henry Wheeler was slow coming out. And Wheeler, I think, losing some ground more so. So he's back in the 8th position. Hopefully nothing major for Henry. But 2 drivers out front coming into view now. Garcia and Meza, 2 car lengths between them. About 2 seconds back to Max Taylor and Ivana Richards. 4 to go this time here, Caleb. And again, for those in these 2 pairings, while yes, it's important to... Oh, we got problems in the back. 2 drivers together. That is going to shake up the transfer spot. That was one of them was Victor Day Allen car. He was in 12th, and I think the other one might have been Reagan Seville in the 829. Seville is now battling with Oscar Iliff. That is going to be the new battle for the transfer spot. Iliff up to 18th, I think, and so Oscar Iliff is back in the show.
Oscar Iliff, we thought maybe all hope was lost at one point. They are now up into the bubble. John Antonino, though, is going to really like this part because he is now up into P17 locked in. Ethan also running in P16. So, yeah, talk of the moment right now. Oscar Iliff, last car on the transfer. As you can see that group coming around now side by side for the moment. Iliff is going to hold on to P18 for the transfer. Reagan Saval in 19th and Zachary Hitchcock not too far behind in 20th. So there's an intense battle for the 18th position. Again, if you finish 19th or back, you're not going straight to the feature. So everyone wants to see if they can make sure that they're locked in for the final. As we see the mid-pack coming around now, about to get the battle for 18th. Crowd up here starting to go crazy as the drivers are going side by side down the backstretch, trying to see if we can get a shot on the camera. There it is now, Oscar Iliff in the 18th position. So far has it locked down. As we switch back over to your leaders, it is now going to be Elio Meza back up on front, fastest card on track. P2 was Max Garcia. As we switch over now, here's the battle for the 18th position. Side by side, oh, looks like a little bit of a hand gesture, not too happy.
That's the 874. I don't know if that's not all the way back there. That was back for 13th. Yeah, that was Santiago Duran.
That was my bad.
Here is the driver in 18th. Oscar Eilef's pulled away now. I think Reagan Seville's damaged Burrell art has cost him some time. So we might be good on the bubble spot, barring any other issues. Coming to the C this time, the double sticks. Elio Meza's taken over the lead. He takes a little fade into the inside just to show Garcia he knows that he's there and he wants to protect the top spot here in this pre-final, as we've got a big gap back for them to second or to third and fourth. It's nearly 4 seconds. So Meza's got plenty of time to defend and burn before they get any worries of losing the top 2 positions. Garcia going to work, seeing where he can find a hole. Here they go into 8.
Max Garcia now is trailing right behind Meza. These two have been nose to tail most of the race, transferring spots back and forth. Obviously now it is going to be Meza out in front. Meza now may go on the defensive here down into turn 10. Looks like they're going to hold the outside line. Out of turn 10, it looks like Garcia had to look to the inside. He is now on the back bumper, making the way down the chicane. Meza defending the inside line. Garcia has looked to the outside, looked for a crossover move on the exit, possibly going down the straightaway. It is going to be the white flag this time by. 1 lap to go. Again, no need for these guys to make major risks. You're both locked in. It's just a battle of who's going to start in P2 and who is going to start in the 4th position. Out of turns 1 and 2, now making the way down towards turn 3 and 4. Now into turn 4, Garcia to the outside. That is going to be Meza defending on the inside. Garcia tries for the crossover. Garcia is now on the outside line as we pan back over 3rd and 4th. Let's see if we can't get back to the leaders here as they make their way into turn number 7.
Yeah, we'll try and stay on the leaders all the way through the final lap. Garcia, little love tap there to Meza in the sweeper. Not going to get him through 9, just off screen. Here they come down the back straightaway. He's got a nose to the inside as Meza defended. Cost him some momentum. Here comes Garcia. He's got the job done. Meza trying to cross him up, and he will. Meza back to the lead. Final time to the chicane. Meza covers the inside nicely. Doesn't have to overdo it. Elio Meza, nicely done all together. He'll win pre-final B for KA Junior. Garcia second. And we'll give you the updated order here. Let's pick up where that final transfer spot now sits. I believe it should be safe and sound in the hands of this kid, Oscar Eilef. And up and down pre-final. He's got some pace and some work to do, but at least the good news is he has plenty of time to do it because he will not need to go to the LCQ. The 807 transfers as the final spot into the main event. Zachary Hitchcock, Reagan Seville, Victor De Alencar, Michael Levitt, Mackay Winfrey, and Jake James all will be going to the LCQ. And let's run through the top 10 here. Elio Meza, again, your winner over Garcia. Max Taylor holds off Ivana Richards for 3rd. Richards 4th. Luke Welcome ends 5th, up a couple positions after kind of a slow start for the 800. Landon Skinner 6th. Diego Guillo 7th. Graham Tremmel 8th. Ava Hansen 9th. And Henry Wheeler rounding your top 10. Santiago Duran 12 spots improved from 24th up to 12th. So he is safely into the big show. We're going to send it to commercial break. We come back, the micros are going to be on track here. All 40 of them transfer to their main event, which means all 40 are on track together for the pre-final. Stick with us from Orlando.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
No. Welcome back here live from Orlando. The Micro Swifts presented by Team Ferris Racing have made their way onto the racetrack. Benja Fernandez for Trinity Karting Group helped TKG complete a weekend sweep of the pole awards, and Edward Kennedy got it yesterday. Kennedy rolls off a little bit deeper down the order. He starts in 9th. While his teammate again, Benja, will lead his first U.S. Pro Kart Series main event to the green flag. He's got him nice and slow, forming up here down the backstretch. They'll make their way out of turn number 10, and we'll go through the starting lineup here for a 40-driver Micro Swift pre-final. Benja Fernandez again, Drew Waltz in the 19 will start to the outside on board the Burrell. Then it'll be Cameron Marcia rolling P3 on the Nitro Kart to the inside of Rocco Simone, who had a fantastic performance in both the pre-final and main event yesterday. Arguably the best racecraft, I could say, out of this entire group. He was very aggressive when he needed to be, wasn't dirty in any way, but you can tell the 95 was thinking 3 to 4 corners ahead. He rolls off 4th. To the inside of row 3, it'll be Troy Ferguson, one of the fastest drivers in the field here in the Bennick, number 43. Declan DeHonoron to the outside of him aboard the Goodwood Kartways Esprit. Then it'll be William Kim in the number 5 to the inside of row 4 on the outside. At Nitro Karts Ashton Woon, the number, Nitro Karts Ashton Woon in the number 89. Then it's Edward Kennedy, as mentioned. Marco Samut, yesterday's winner, rolls off on the outside of row 5 in 10th. And the rest of the field here, 40 drivers strong, 7 to 10 years old, going 50 miles an hour at the green, and they're underway down to turn number 1.
Side by side out in front. It looks like it's going to be an early lead from the inside. I believe that's Benjamin Fernandez, who is now out in front, making the way out of turn at number 3, heading into the first good passing point, and already a break in the field. top two. Well, I say that. We're starting to pull away, and the rest of the field now starting to close back up. We got two karts together off screen. Here they are. Kart number 6. Looks like a Bennett kart. Trying to see if I can get a name for that one.
Oh, and we got a couple together over in 5. 4 drivers together. Austin Taylor's involved. The 80 of Liam Nachawati is involved. They're all stuck together. The 63 as well got turned Massimo LaRusso. He was started 28th, and one more just out of frame.
It's like a parking lot there on the exit of turn number 4.
And the number 9 of Jake Manalio there as well. So they're trying to get them all unhooked and cleared. Benja Fernandez, meanwhile, leads over Troy Ferguson in 2nd. Rocco Simone in 3rd. Marcia 4th. Waltz back to 5th. 1 lap complete. Oh, we got another spun back in 10.
It's like everyone's starting to spin out. I think that they might have been involved. No, they were not involved in the incident with the 2 that got together, but they are now underway. As you said before, Benjamin Fernandez now out in front. You can see him at the bottom of your screen, now making the way into turn number 3. Pass for the 2nd spot. Rocco Simone moves up 1 more position, and it looks like he is going to cost Ferguson maybe 2 or 3 as he is now falling back through the field. Looks like he's going to slot it into the 4th spot.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward hip check there. Kind of got into him, so he'll drop to 5th behind Drew Waltz and allowing Cameron Marcia to get through as well. So Troy Ferguson back to P5 as the field comes through turn number 9, and they'll rock it down the backstretch towards 10.
Down into turn 10, you can see the gap that the leader has already. It looks like equal spacing out there for Fernandez and then Rocco Simone, who is up into P2. Rest of the field, as they're packed up into turn 10, it's a mid-pack battle. Looks like they're now going to try to go 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide. Oh, contact to the back.
Oh, I think that might have been Edward Kennedy all the way back there, who's just gotten beaten and eaten alive. I think they got turned sideways in front of Maxwell Macha. As we watch this gaggle here coming down the front straightaway, all chasing the number 11 of Jackson Gibson. He was a front runner yesterday, up 3 spots so far to 14th. Other big mover here, Nick Orbezo, up 11 spots to 12th. There's a battle for inside the top 5. That's the number 4 of Julian Rivera. He gets by Drew Waltz. Move Rivera up into the top 5. 6 spots gained for Julian. And the Kart Republic looks like he might get another. Now almost close enough there to get Troy Ferguson into 9. He thought better of it.
Now making the way down into turn number 10. Here's a battle. I believe that is now for the 3rd spot. Drew Walls and Troy Ferguson making the way into the hairpin. Actually, it's a little bit farther back. 2 more positions back. Rivera and William Kim, if I believe, as they're now gotten themselves sorted out. Here's a battle for the lead at the bottom of the screen. You can see your leader of Benjamin Fernandez and Rocco Simone on the back bumper now. He's probably the closest he's been in a while. Simone went purple last lap, so means it's the fastest kart. Grant only 2 laps in. More yet to change. Fernandez now goes purple, but down into turn 1, it looks like maybe a slight push there from Rocco Simone on the exit of 2 as they go nose to tail through turn 3.
Yeah, Simone right now just pushing on Benja Fernandez. He's taking his time, pass back behind him. That was P3, it looked like. Troy Ferguson, I think, got by Cameron Marcia. So Ferguson able to get by the blacked out number 14 as the leaders head into the sweeper. A bigger gap now. It was 1.2 seconds at the line, probably about 1.5. Marcia having Julian Rivera all over him headed through turn 9 as well. So let's pick him up. The top 2 pulling away. Fernandez, Simone, and they are loving this shuffle in here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as now Rivera takes the 4th spot from Marcia. Waltz wants to get 5th. He will. Marcia to 6th. Ashton Woon lurking there in 7th. And then it'll be William Kim. So I think, not Ashton Woon. That is William Kim in the number 5 Nitro kart. So Kim in 7th. Woon's back in 9th, but he did go purple that time. And they'll kind of string out. Here's Kim. He poked out. Poked back in on Cameron Marcia. But that shuffling still going on as the leaders head into 5. Kim was looking for a position back for 6th or 7th. At least the leaders here, we're seeing a lot of what we normally see. 3 wide. Oh, that's not something we normally see. I was going to say we normally see the leaders starting to work together and the race getting tame, but Jackson Gibson, that was a full-on send down the inside in turn 5, Caleb.
You lick the stamp, first class sent it up on the inside as we're now going to watch them make their way through. Already starting to pull away from the pack that he was trying to battle with. Making the way through the chicane, you can see the distance between himself and the leaders side by side as they go for the lead. That is now going to be Rocco Simone up 1 more position to the front. Benjamin Fernandez falls back into P2. He doesn't lose any time, though. Goes straight to the back bumper. Making the way through the chicane, he's going to swing wide. Loses a little bit of time. That's the difference of lines that we've seen here. Some guys prefer to take the outside and then inside. coming out of the last carousel, making the way down into turn 1, you can see it's now going to be Rocco Simone with purple last lap, is now going to work his way and try to pull away from Benjamin Fernandez.
Yeah, so where Caleb's referencing the difference in lines, it's not a massive change. It's not like you'll see NASCAR back at Auto Club Speedway last weekend where they were running from the high side up by the wall all the way down by the inside of the corner. The differences in lines here on the road course is you'll see maybe about a half car length to half car width to full car width difference. For example, this section right here, it looks like a lot of them in the micro class are running pretty similar as we've got one off. The number 12, AJ Stoner, who was running inside the top 20, is now off the racetrack in the number 12. But back to what I was saying, you'll see even in this section too, where maybe some of them they'll get more of the inside curb, some will get less as they go in, and some will go a little bit of a later apex and a narrower exit, and then vice versa. I think also Simone that time was defending slightly. We've seen a change for third while we've been focused up for the lead. Julian Rivera, who was purple the lap before, goes purple again. That it means he's the fastest driver on the racetrack, just set the fastest overall time at a 1:02.115, so he picked up 2/10 on the race leader. And Troy Ferguson should be able to lock in behind him. He was pretty close in pace for that final half lap after getting past. That is third and fourth. Back to Drew Waltz in fifth, and then it's a big gap back till we find Travis Pettit up 9 positions into sixth here. Big mover up the field. Nick Orbezo, we mentioned, up 10 spots. Edward Kennedy, deep fall down the order. 15 spots lost so far here, Caleb, and I think a lot of it was in the early few laps.
I would agree with that. And I'll also say, too, something we've seen here before time and time again, top two pull away. But if these two start battling back and forth, Rocco Simone out in front and Fernandez in P2, that is, we may see a 4-kart battle for the lead. Rivera and Ferguson are nose to tail for the third spot. They're not too far behind the two leaders out in front. Looking down the timesheets, roughly about 1.6 seconds is the difference. So if something were to happen to slow down the momentum of Simone and Fernandez, we might see a 4-kart battle for the lead, and that then adds more karts. The more you have battling, the slower they get. The more karts that are running off in the distance, maybe by themselves, trailing just a little bit, slowly start to close up to that pack. It's almost like a magnet effect. As soon as you have two come together, more want to come together because there's just a stronger magnet. And now we can see that running in the third and fourth spot, Rivera and Ferguson. Nose to tail. Looked like Ferguson went a little wide heading into turn number 7 before the chicane of 8 and 9. Rest of the field following through as we have a beautiful candid shot of all the karts snaking the way around that first chicane, making the way through the carousel. Looks like we're side by side for the lead, and it is now going to be a new leader of Fernandez getting around Simone, making the way to the second set of chicane.
Good call there, Caleb. Benja Fernandez into the top spot again. What a train we've got here behind the number 5 of William Kim. That is 8th on to about 13th or 14th here with 4 laps to go for the race leaders. This group on the outside edge of the top 10, they've been trading spots all race long. You see Cameron Marsh is all the way down in that group. He's down in 11th. At one point was running as high as 3rd and inside the top 5. Troy Ferguson up the road here. He's trailing Julian Rivera, and Drew Waltz gained on them a little bit here, it looks like this time. He's closing up to this group for P3, so we might see a battle for the final, or for the inside of the second row. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get to the top 2. They're about 2 seconds back. They've at least got a big gap back to this group here, led by William Kim and Travis Pettit in the, Ashton Woon, and Travis Pettit. Mixing up Kim and Woon quite a bit here through this one. That was Ashton Woon up to 6th, so he's dug forward after fading backwards.
We're looking now the battle for P number 3, Rivera out in front of Ferguson as they make their way into that final little carousel before the kink of the quick right-hander, or dog leg as some might say. Making their way on the front stretch, you can see the gap they have from themselves to the leaders as Rocco Simone goes purple, 1:02.0, so he is now the fastest kart, but he is trailing right behind Benjamin Fernandez. And then you can see there the battle for third spot right behind 1 and 2. As they make their way out of turns number 4, heading into turn 5 again. Oh, we got around goes Benjamin Fernandez. Dipped a wheel on the outside, and it spun the kart around.
Oh, man, he'll try and get going. Here comes Ashton Woon. That's 6th on the racetrack, so he'll slot in there. And out of the lead, Benja Fernandez drops all the way down outside the top 5. Heck of a recovery here for the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver. But Benja will get back going well inside the top 10. Needs to shake that off. shrug it off, not worry about it. The leaders here coming into the final chicane. Rocco Simone now, healthy gap back to Julian Rivera, who has now taken over second. Ferguson third, Waltz in fourth, three-guard group for 2, 3, 4, and then Ashton Woon up into the top 5.
So now it's the leader out by themselves. Rocco Simone has no competition from behind or in front. And then we have a three-cart battle for second. Julian Rivera, Troy Ferguson, Drew Walls. Walls went purple, and I believe down onto the inside went Troy Ferguson on to Rivera as they now make their way into turn number 5. So three-cart battle for second. This is going to allow Rocco Simone to pull away even more from this pack that's battling for P number 2.
Yeah, good stuff from Ferguson. He goes by with the 2 to go signal, so a lap and a half to go. We'll stay close on the battle for second. Ashton Woon that time hit his best lap of the session. He's got 2 seconds up on Benja Fernandez as of last time by across the stripe. In fact, Fernandez, he's going to have to fight here. I think that group behind is probably going to reel him in, and they have just at the top of the screen there. So here comes 2, 3, 4 into the final corner. White flag coming for the race leader, Rocco Simone. Battle is on for second, Ferguson, Rivera, Waltz. And then we'll wait for Fernandez to come by and give you the update of where he's at. Here comes the leaders out of 2. Simone, your leader, into 5, and then the group for second.
Group for second. Let's see if there's any passes. Defending down to the inside for a little bit there was Julian Rivera, but it looks like he is not going to make a move. He might try to make it now. I don't know if he's trying to go on the defensive or if he's trying to possibly stick his nose in on Troy Ferguson, as he is now going to defend going into turn number 7, holding the inside line. It looks like second, third, and fourth are all trying to space themselves out. I shouldn't say trying. They are spacing themselves out, making the way out of turn number 9. Let's see if there's a dive bomb possibly by Drew Walls on Rivera going into turn number 10.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a little bit too far back here to pull it off. Not close enough in 10. Down the road, Rocco Simone's lead did get eaten up a little bit, although a bobble from Rivera brings him close. So Waltz might get him into the final turn. Let's see Rocco Simone take it across the line. Simone will win. Waltz was not able to get him. Simone wins the pre-final. Second to Ferguson across the line. Rivera hangs on over Drew Waltz. Then it'll be Ashton Woon, and Benja Fernandez hangs on over hard-charging Jackson Gibson, who goes up 10 spots by the time the dust settles into 7th. Travis Pettit finishes 8th. Declan Dionarine 9th. Marco Samut, yesterday's winner, goes forward, ends up back in 10th once again. And Nicholas Orbezo, 12 spots gained, hangs in that group, ends 11th. William Kinn, big loser there at the end. Unfortunately, Will got shuffled all the way down to the 12th spot when they came across the line. And Cameron Marsha, who started 3rd, just kind of had a rough run in the second half, fades back to 13th. That does it for Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. We'll go to commercial again when we come back. Back-to-back pre-finals for the KA100 Senior class, presented by Mike Doty Racing.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Orlando. We've got the KA100 Sr Pre Final A on the racetrack, and we've got the race format as well for you guys. So let's go on through, and we'll let them warm the tires up and remind you again what today's breakdown looks like. Pre-Final A and Pre-Final B action. for the laps on the boards here. Let's get ready to go for KA100 Sr. Let's go through the starting lineup here. Brandon Lemke starts on the pole. Alex Stanfield will roll off in second. Caleb, take us through on rest here with Jake French and Aaron Benoit starting in row 2.
Aaron Benoit is going to start in the 4th position. Aiden Rudolph starting in P number 5 next to Race Liberante in the 6th position. Aiden Levy is going to start in 7th next to Jake Walker starting in P number 8. Aiden Hatcher is going to start next to Keelan Bosch, rounding out the top 10. Finnegan Bailiff is going to start in 11th next to Rocco Pascarella in the 12th position. Drivers keep an eye on Race Liberante. Had a good feature race yesterday towards the start. Started to slowly fade away, had a little bit of contact in midfield. Jake French has had horrible luck all weekend long in the KA100. Has always been quick, but something always went wrong for him for both the pre-final and the LCQ. Heat number 1 about to get underway as we are now lined up. Eyes on the starter, 2 by 2 in the tram line. Let's see if the green is out. And it is. We are green rolling into turn number 1 as they're going to go 2 by 2 through the first couple of corners. And it looks like it is going to be the SKUs of Supernats winner, Brandon Lemke out in front with a little bit of hustling and tussling. Here goes Race Liberante on the outside line trying to hold on to P number 4.
Yeah, Liberante able to get down in line behind Jake French just ahead of Aiden Rudolph. Got 2 together in the back. Nick DeAndrea in the 951 and the 942 of Alex Feldstein get together. That'll almost automatically send them to the LCQ, and it's unfortunate, but that'll make it 2 drivers safer here for the rest of the field. 29 in total for KA Senior, a lot more than KA Junior, which means a lot more unfortunate drivers as Liberante is going to go by on French for 3rd. He'll take that spot away, and it's a veteran-heavy front pack here with Brandon Lemke, again, your 2015 U.S. Pro Kart Series X30 Pro Division champ. You've got Alex Stanfield, a sophomore in the senior class. He's the young gun up there. And then Liberante and French, both about 26 years of age in 3rd and 4th. Pro drivers here, of course. Liberante's got his own racing brand now and his own chassis manufactured. He's sporting in the Race Factory Group. And Jake French, the PSL karting factory pilot. Typically, we see him in a gearbox 125 shifter package. He finds himself in the KA class here to help support the 100cc program at the U.S. Pro Kart Series and for the team while they've got Marian Kremers waving the flag in X30. Big gap on back through as the field shakes on up. You can see that bubble spot somewhere in the middle there. It's right now held as of last time by Josh Holtz in the 982. He's not having the best of weekends. A driver who again's been a contender for podiums and race wins for a number of seasons in the 100cc class. Holtz again outside the top 15 across the line on that final transfer spot at 18th. And I think he might have made up a position. There's Rocco Pascarella going by on, I think, Lydia Small. So Lydia Small might now be outside looking in. Let's see where we find them all. Or no, that would be, maybe that was Colin Hayes going by across. I think I may have miscalled that. Colin Hayes in the 992. Holtz now going to get another one here. All watching the midfield battle because they haven't changed too much up front. Will Robusto just ahead of Keegan Bosch now. All of this on the verge. Andrew Wilson 18th. Kendall Hedge up 9 spots off the green. Our KC pit reporter just about to get into the final transfer position here in KA Senior.
We are now watching a little pan shot of all the carts going down the back stretch. You can see more battling up towards the midfield. Leaders just went by on the left-hand side of your screen. And here's the battle for the transfer. It is a madhouse right now. Big contenders in the transfer spot. Josh Holtz, last lap was in 15th. Colin Haynes. Lyda Small is the 17th. Drew Wilson is on the bubble. Hedge right now in 19th position. I think Hedge had got up a couple 20th. Positions.
No, she's faded back. Grayson
faded
Redson,
back, wrong way.
Able to get up to 19th. Lydia Small, 18th, still in the bubble position. Here come the leaders. Let's pick them up once again. Brandon Lemke leads them into the sweeper over Alex Stanfield and Race Liberante. And it's pretty tame here. I think everybody in KA Senior is kind of tired, at least at the front, of the chaotic racing that they've been seeing weekend after weekend and day after day. So you've got 3 drivers up front, all kind of playing nice with each other. Alex Stanfield, Brandon Lemke, and Race Liberante. Jake French kind of in no man's land right now in the 4th spot. Here's that group back on the bubble. Hedge to the outside of Will Robusto, who defends, drives into her, and that allows him to hold on to the spot. So Hedge tried to go around the outside, and Robusto defended, and then they made contact. And now one driver's gone by Hedge. I think that might be Garrett Davis into the 20th position. So Will Robusto now back to either 18th or 19th. Here comes one on the inside. I think he's got some kind of an issue here, and he's going to put the bumper again, this time now to Davis, who is getting into Robusto in 3, and it's a madhouse here. Does Hedge give it back to Robusto? She'll follow him through. Now gets put on the outside into 6. Crossover as Robusto hangs on. He was 19th. This is all one spot out of the transfer position. Hedge down the inside. Finally gets by Robusto into turn 7.
Hedge is in front of Robusto going into turn 9, but how much is going to hold? Honestly, seeing this mid-pack in a KA is like watching a toddler with a firecracker. You're seeing it, just waiting for something to go off, as we're now switching back up to the leaders. There is Liberante out in front. He has gotten around the previous winner of Lemke, as we now switch back over. Hedge gets shuffled back, now back to the 20th or 21st position as they make their way over the chicane for one more time. It is going to be 6 laps to go at the line. Still plenty of racing, but it's just now heating up when we get back in that transfer spot.
Well, let's see if we can get back up to the lead here. We'll pick up where our top drivers are. Liberante again shows the way out of turn number 6. Brandon Lemke second. Alex Stanfield third. Jake French, he has had a kind of slow start, but he's been hanging on by a thread here to the group and maybe coming into his own a little bit now. Last time by was even on pace with Liberante.
Back over now, we're watching the battle for the transfer spot. Looks like they're now starting to spread themselves out one more time. And now we're switching back over. There's Race Liberante out in front. Lemke has fallen back into third. Stainfield up into P number 2. And here comes Jake French. Like you said before, was off in no man's land. Not quite sure what happened because we were watching the battle for the 18th position. He is now in the 4th spot on the back bumper of Lemke as they make their way down into turn number 2.
Yeah, 3-driver group there. Aiden Rudolph in the 5th position. Here comes that group near the end of the pack. And it's still Beckett Andrew way up the road from them with all the battling they've been having. Nikolay Dukov now getting through on Garrett Davis for 19th. And we've got, while we're keeping an eye on everything going on here in KA Senior, the winner from the Micro Swift Pre-Final, Rocco Simone, down here with our very own Matteo Giuliano. Matteo?
Pro Swift winner, Rocco Simone. What a race that was, buddy. What were you thinking when Ben just spun there? It seemed like pretty clear sailing. You guys were battling all really, really hard at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, when Ben just spun, I was just thinking with the last 2 laps to get away so nobody could pass me on the last lap.
That's really fun. You're in a really good position later, buddy. Who do you got to thank to get here today?
The Parallel Racing team, Yannick, my mom, and Dad.
You got a lot of supporters, buddy. Good luck later. Rocco Simone, your Micro Swift winner. Xander?
Thanks for the update there, Matteo. Here we'll take it back on through as they come out of turn at number 9 and down the back straightaway. Liberante, Lemke, Stanfield, French. The top 4 laps to go. You're not missing all too much here on the transfer position. Beckett Andrew still holding on about 1.5 seconds up the road from Nikolay Dukov. So that's why we're focused on the top 4. Liberante, again, looking for some retribution after yesterday. We talked to a lot of drivers looking for retribution. He especially will be looking for a cleaner Sunday afternoon, and I think right now he's well on par for it, Caleb.
Yeah, I think both him and Jake French are in the 4th spot. Kind of want to have a whole lot better of a day than they did yesterday. Liberante would love to start on pole as we see Lemke sit up on the inside. Liberante is going to switch back and go straight back to the point. And I'll tell you what, if you're Alex Stanfield, someone who's a new-ish driver, so when it comes to KA Senior, you got a lot of experience around. You got Brandon Lemke, who's been running 100cc for a while. Liberante has been around the sport for a while. And then right behind you, you got Jake French. So a whole lot of experience. Right now, we've seen some very good gentleman-like racing. I think it's going to keep up as we are now watching again. Liberante leading down into turn 10. But I think Lemke really wants to start in that pole position. He doesn't want to start on the inside in turn 3 because a lot of times they get kind of shunted towards the start.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, every position is one row. Brandon Lemke, P3, again, lining up for the final right now. Alex Stanfield, P5. That's still pretty good, though. I mean, lining on the inside lane either way, all these guys are in pretty good shape. but they're feeling each other out. It's a little bit of a statement made if you can beat the other guy and not totally show your hand as French starts to fade once again. Josh Oates, good drive forward here. He's up to 8th if you're watching the leaderboard down behind us as Liberante starts to get a little bit defensive into 6th here with the final stages coming up. 3 laps to go. Liberante, Lemke, Stanfield, French, Aiden Rudolph. We've seen some fireworks out of him over the last couple months and his hot start to his rookie season in senior. And Rudolph right now P5, kind of 2 seconds between the pack of 4 up front, and then another pack led behind by Finnegan Bailiff, who's in the 6th position. Bailiff with a little gap, then at Aiden Levy, then Josh Oates as Lemke. Little love tap to Liberante, and he closes him off there out of the final corner. I think that gentleman racing's out the window here, Caleb.
I would say so, and I think Liberante may have some help from a... Liberante got turned sideways. Gentleman racing is definitely out the windows. Now we see Jake French caught up to the back bumper of him. These two got a lot of experience, and I think they both know that that typically doesn't fly when it comes to 100cc racing as they continue to go battling it out. Liberante not too happy with what he's seeing right now. Sorry, that's not Jake French behind him. I think that may be Aiden Rudolph.
So that's Rudolph. Yeah, that's Rudolph behind Liberante. He's going to go by. They're going to get wheel to wheel there. And Liberante, basically what happened, Alex Stanfield went to defend into turn number 1. And Liberante, I think he just got it a little too hot and didn't expect Stanfield to back up the corner as much as he did, which he was going to have to, going in narrow. And so he popped his own front bumper right off the rear of Stanfield. Hopefully didn't knock the bumper in. If it did, he's got a time penalty coming. But there they go. So now, 3-driver battle for the win, 3-driver battle for 4th here with Rudolph, Liberante, and Finnegan Bailiff. White flag in the air. Brandon Lemke leads. No challenge yet. Then there's Aiden Levy. He's running just a quiet race in 7th. No controversy for the number 990 as Lemke defends through 5. Stanfield can't get by. French able to go wide. Oh, battle back behind them. That's for 4th. Again, looked like Rudolph was defending from Liberante, and they got side by side as the leaders come through the sweeper.
Yeah, it's going to be Lemke leading with Stanfield running in 2nd. P number 3, Jake French. But I'm really curious to see this battle for the 3rd spot. Liberante back around Rudolph. As we switch back over there, the leaders. It looks like Lemke defending on the inside. French is the only driver on the outside. Here comes Stanfield trying to get back in the 2nd spot. French is going to try to do the undercut as they're making their way down towards the chicane. I really want to see that battle. Oh, we got a cart off into the barriers.
Problems for Kendall Hedge there on the final lap as Brandon Lemke takes them wide out of the final corner. He'll win the pre-final here comfortably. Nice defending. Lemke wins. Stanfield, French. Where does the rest of the field come by? Liberante pulled something off there, was able to get Finnegan Bailiff and on by as well, and Aiden Rudolph. So Rudolph's defending, ends up with him down in 6th. Levy 7th, Josh Oates 8th, PJ Lyda, nice rebound from yesterday into 9th, and then there comes more drivers across the line. At the bubble spot, Andrew Wilson was safe, so we didn't have to worry about it. He still had about a 1.5 seconds to Nikolay Dukov, who will be the first one at the moment to go through to the LCQ, although there was a lot of contact in that one. Good drive for Grayson Redson. He makes it up 8 spots from outside to inside the transfer window. Again, I mentioned 10 up for PJ Lyda, 5 up for Colin Hayes. And Hayes rounds the top 10. But Brandon Lemke, nice performance here for pre-final A for the KA100 seniors. As we work our way through the day here, we talked to a number of drivers in the X30 Pro class throughout the weekend, and we talked to a lot of them back on Thursday for some tips on how they thought the weekend would go and some interesting parts of the racetrack. Talked, of course, with a driver who's dominated, Ryan Norberg, national number 1 with Relison Performance Group. Let's see what he had to say back earlier this weekend before, of course, he was able to get that big win as the weekend went on.
I'm here with our defending champion, Ryan Norberg. Ryan, this is your home track. How does it feel to be at home this weekend?
It's really nice. Yeah. The biggest difficulty, though, is we haven't really raced here in a long time. Yeah. I haven't raced at this racetrack in probably 6 years. So relearning everything again, relearning the setups that work. Karts have changed a lot since the last time I raced here. So it's a big curveball, and everybody's just kind of trying to figure it out right now. But it's nice to go home and sleep in my own bed.
Yeah, for sure. You are currently the highest picked person in our KC Fantasy League. Are you feeling the pressure?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that's going on. I have family coming this weekend. I got a lot of stuff that's happening. Everybody's like, obviously, you're the hometown kid, so everybody assumes you'll do well. But, I mean, I don't know. I hope everybody thinks I can win. That's kind of the whole deal. So it's not super surprising, but it doesn't change a lot for me. I just still got to go out there and win the race.
What are you hoping for this weekend especially?
Just consistent, strong finishes, but obviously the win. I mean, I want to take home $5,000. I mean, this is the part of the season where the money is on the table, and for me, that's a big deal. So I need the money. I got some bills to pay, so I need that money. So yeah, I need to come home with the 5G, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, well, you've got a lot of people rooting for you behind you. Thank you so much, Ryan. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
We're back here live from Orlando Kart Center here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Orlando, Florida. The first stop of the 2022 season, and you can see smiles all around. Lots of fun here being had with over 320 plus drivers here. You got friends and family and spectators all checking out the national pro scene and the top level of kart racing action in North America. Of course, there are races going on all around the world, all around the weekend here. It's finally starting to heat back up in the United States. Club racing getting going. There was a lot of club racing going on last week, a lot of good testing here in Orlando, a lot of practicing, and then the rest of this month, it looks like everywhere else across the northern United States where a lot of these drivers are from, will finally get back underway. So for many that are using this race to kind of get warmed back up, it's really a warm-up as well for the rest of their season and the first race they may have all year.
Absolutely, and some of these guys, like you said before, are coming around from maybe down north when you're coming down here, trying to break the rust off. We saw them a little bit yesterday along with today. Now we're looking at our Group B for KA100. Obviously, we had the last race that we had. I can't talk right now. The last race we had was a fantastic one. This one now should be just as good. Jeremy Fletcher, who you can see out in front, purple helmet, running in the Tony Kart, is going to be starting in pole position next to Peyton Phillips in P number 2. Chase Hand is going to start in P3 next to John Burke in 4th. Nicholas Terlecki, whose teammate had a good run when he was running with Group A, that is going to start in 5th position. Connor Ferris is going to start in P6. P7 is going to go to Alex DeConcho. P number 8, Colin Lloyd, and number 9 is going to go to Ian Quinn. Rounding out the top 10 is going to be Gia Cicero.
And we'll go on back forward here. Joey Botting, Kingston Himes will make up row 6. Trevor Watson, James Bird, row 7. Bird, of course, with a long way to go here. He's just barely inside the transfer window for a guy who finished inside the top 5 yesterday. Drew James, Josh Campbell, Cameron Cass, Abby Adams, Nikita Panaris, Adam Maxwell rounds the top 20. Then it's Cameron Steller, Grace Emmerd, Brooke Berry, Matthew Mockabee, Mason Surgener, Alex Dalbon, Alexander Dalbon, Travis Varney, and Brooke Nachtman, who made it through, I believe, to the show yesterday. Starts 29th. Shotgun on the field here for Brooke. P29 needs to get at least 11 to get into the main event without the LCQ. Who's going to go through? Who's going to win Pre-Final B? We're about to find out as we're underway. Jeremy Fletcher gets a good start. Peyton Phillips gets shuffled 3 wide. He drops into about 5th, in line over the curbing through 3, and down at turn number 5. It's Fletcher, followed by Nick Terlecki with a good start from P5. The rest of the pack makes it through turn 5, turn 6. We're clean to the sweeper with Fletcher leading over Terlecki in hand.
Hand right behind Terlecki. Terlecki now is trying to roll that outside line going through turn number 7 as they make their way around the chicane. You can see the field funneling their way through. It looked like 2 wide. Oh, we got a cart turned around into the carousel of turn 9. Can't quite get a cart number on that one, but they are now back underway. So we're going to pan over now. You can see the 2 leaders out in front. Terlecki on the back bumper of Fletcher. Not too far behind. Chase Hand down on the inside goes Terlecki. Fletcher tries for the crossover move. Fletcher now gets back on point. Terlecki goes to P2. And already there's a 3-cart pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, nice little gap building here for the top 3. Further back here, other updates on the first lap. We mentioned Phillips. He slotted into 5th. That's where he crossed the line at the end of lap number 1. Any other big movers forward or backward? Gia Cicero up 3, Ian Quinn up 3. Much better day for Ian Quinn in the 986. John Burke stayed in 4th there, didn't gain, didn't lose. in the bubble spot. As of the first lap, Grace Hemmerd over Adam Maxwell, 18th and 19th. And look at that large train. That goes all the way back through to the bubble spot for about 7th. So nearly 15 cars in line. And we've got 3 together in turn 9. Ian Quinn was one of them. 2 more collected. I think one's might be James Bird. So 3 drivers, James Bird, Alex Doncho, and I believe as well, Ian Quinn, were in that group in 9 and get collected. And now they've got a long way to fight back forward. That'll shake up the field here, Caleb.
Yeah, Bird was up in the 13th spot. Probably going to fall back well along the transfer at 18 as we now get an update.
Bird was good. Sorry, my mistake. It's Doncho and Joey Botting.
That they are now falling back through the field. I'm telling you what, if you were running in Matthew Maccabee or Adam Maxwell, who is down by the transfer, that's music to your ears. Maxwell now is up into 16th, Maccabee now into 17th, and Brooke Berry is on the bubble in the 18th position. You were talking about before, there's a long line of karts, and I think it's only going to get more intense, especially in the backfield, as we are now looking on. I believe that's a battle for the 4th spot, making the way around turn number 7, heading to the chicane.
That's 19th right there, just at the edge of our frame. Abby Adams just got passed by Cameron Steller. Here's your leaders coming through: Nick Terlecki, Chase Hand. Then there's John Burke at the edge of the frame. He's a little ways back at the moment, was about a 1/10 of a second off the group that time by. John Burke again, X30 Pro Senior rookie from last year. I talked to him this weekend. He dropped into the 100cc class. He'd love to get back to the 125 power plants, but he's just happy to be back behind the wheel still. The Super Tune USA Tony Kart driver, again, P4, trying to close to the top 3, needs a little bit more passing up front that really is not happening. Jeremy Fletcher setting a nice pace. Nick Terlecki, of course, the 2 of them, hard fought battle yesterday, and it seemed like, well, they might not have been best of friends by the way the driving and the interviews went for both of them, but they're at least right now playing nice so far, headed down the back straightaway to turn number 10.
As you alluded to yesterday, what we heard for Terlecki in the interview, you say you forgive, but you don't forget. Let's see if he's going to forget about what happened yesterday, as Fletcher still in front of Terlecki, as you were talking about before. Chase Hand now in P3. He may be seeing what happened in front of him. Remember what happened yesterday is he sends it up on the inside of Terlecki. Doesn't have enough to get it done. Maintains that 3rd spot. As I was saying before, Chase Hand might be just waiting back and seeing if these 2 are going to decide to pull what they did yesterday. Not too far behind him, Gia Cicero is going to be running in 5th spot right behind Burke.
2 more together
and we got
here.
2 turned around.
That was Grace Hemmerd. She was 17th. I'm not sure who was the other driver with her, but the 958 now falls outside the transfer window. So Grace Hemmerd drops down, and Alex Doncho, no. Doncho's still good. I don't know who got collected.
No, I think
Hemmerd.
Doncho did get. He's all the way down in 27th.
Yeah, but he'd already been back there. That wasn't Doncho. That was a different Lando Norris, Mike Doty racing card. I think, I don't want to say for sure. I'm not who we just lost there along with Hemmerd. Doncho was involved in the incident with Joey Botting and Ian Quinn. Quinn's back to 22nd. So now Brooke Berry is safely in. Cameron Steller moves to the bump spot, and Brooke Nachtman right behind on the outside, 10 spots up, looking for more. That's the transfer spot you're watching right now. It is the 926 of Josh Campbell, just ahead of Steller, and then Nachtman. So Campbell's fallen down 7 spots here this lap alone. Don't know what happened to the 926.
Intense stuff when it comes to the mid-package. Oh, we got another cart turned around. That is the 920.
That's Travis Varney. I think that was the driver that was involved in the incident with Hemmerd.
So bad luck for them. They're going to have to go to the LCQ for sure now after losing all sorts of time. You can see the leaders went by as they're now making their way around the carousel heading down the backstretch. Fletcher's still out in front. Terlecki has fallen off just a little bit as he is now back into the 3rd spot. Hand now up into P number 2. John Burke still in that 4th spot, went purple last lap. He is now the fastest kart on track, but he is not close to the top 3. Well, he's probably within about 3 or 4 kart lengths. If the top 3 continues to go back and forth, we may see 4 kart battle for the lead as we are approaching 6 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, John Burke that time by again goes purple. He's now into the toes, so he'll go even faster, and he will get there as now we've got the update. Look at this. Oh, man, Josh Campbell just got on top of Brooke Nachtman for a second. Nachtman now on following the 936 of Colin Lloyd, who defends into 1. They'll cross over. Campbell back into the main event. Nachtman back to 19th, but it's far from over. Lloyd is under heavy fire. He opens the door. 2 go by, and now Colin Lloyd to the outside looking in as Nachtman gets back in the show. And Ian Quinn passes to get the transfer spot behind the transfer spot as the leaders head to 10. And you'll see again that pack becoming 4 very quickly. John Burke, fastest driver on the racetrack in the last 3 circuits around. He's closed up and also passed for second just off screen. Chase Hand was able to get by. So we're keeping a close eye on this group for the transfer position. Josh Campbell, 17th. Brooke Knoxman, 18th. Ian Quinn, 19th. Here comes Quinn. Not going to go in the last corner.
Intense stuff, the mid-pack battle. As we were talking about before, it just only heats up when you get all these karts close together. This 100cc class makes for great pack racing. As you alluded to before, Campbell in 17th. Brooke Notchman running in P18th on the bubble. Quinn down 10 positions from where they started is now trying to battle to put it in the show. Leaders going by on the screen. You can see how much of a gap that there is between the leaders and the rest of the field. There they are in the backstretch going down now. We're going to pan over and see the mid-pack battle going into 7 as they are still nose to tail. I don't think that's going away anytime soon as we're approaching 4 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, that's about 14th and 15th. Drew James there on your screen and Cameron Stellar. Here's the leaders, though. Let's pick the leaders back up if we can because they're fighting. Nick Terlecki just went through to the lead as they go down the straight here to turn at number 1. Terlecki leads over Burke. 4 laps to go. We will also listen in here because our Matteo Giuliano has caught up with Josh Holtz, who had a heck of a drive through the field in pre-final A to make sure he had a good spot here in the main event. Matteo?
Here with Josh Holtz, gained 12 spots to come back. You are safe. You're in a good position for later. Run me through. It seemed like you had a lot of speed in practice. Tell me what happened qualifying, what you had to do to fight back today.
Honestly, not sure what happened in qualifying. Maybe missed the setup. Maybe I just overdrove a little bit. We knew the kart was fast. I was top 10 in pretty much every practice session. So I just knew I had to keep the nose clean and keep digging, keep going forward.
Fantastic overtakes. Go get this battle, Xander.
Here we go. We'll pick it back up here. Thanks, Matteo. Let's make sure we stay clued in on the leaders because it's going to get gnarly up front for the lead. It's already good here at the transfer spot. There's Quinn, Knoxman, all of them battling. Pick up the lead here. Down to turn number 1. We've got the final 3 laps underway. John Burke leads them. 4-driver grouping. Burke has run them down this entire pre-final to get there. Now he goes on the defensive from Nick Terlecki. Jeremy Fletcher back in 3rd. Chase Hand in 4th. Single file to turn number 6 as they come on out and head for the sweeper.
It's about 3 laps to go, like you said before, but the people are already going on the defensive as they make their way into turn 7. Now over through the chicane. Like you said before, Burke drove down from 4th with about a half a second deficit all the way up to the front. Fletcher now got shuffled back into the 3rd position. P2 goes to Terlecki, making their way down to turn 10 once more. There is your leader, John Burke, leading the train on the caboose. Chase Hand in the 4th spot. And now it looks like John Burke slowly might be starting to pull away as Fletcher has now made his way back up into the 2nd spot. Terlecki holding on to the 3rd position. And we may see John Burke start to pull away here in the final 2 laps as they are now 2 laps to go across the line as they make their way out of turn number 2. Rest of the field nowhere close to him, but we got to switch back over. I think that battle for the 18th position is still as intense as it was before.
Out of turn number 5, down the inside to 6 here. Burke, Fletcher, Terlecki, 1, 2, 3. Hand went wide to try and get a good run coming out. It really didn't pan out too well. They'll head through the sweeper. No move there. Into 8 and 9 here, working a lap and a half to go. A little bit of defending from Fletcher. He can't open up too much because then he'll get past. So down to turn 10. Burke on the bottom. Fletcher about mid-track. Terlecki way wide. Good run for Terlecki out, but he can't do anything with it. He opens up into the chicane, and Fletcher puts the bumper to Burke. Burke gets wide. Fletcher tries to close it from 4th to 1st. Chase Hand to the lead, and we got the white flag coming, 1 to go.
Chase Hand's on point, Terlecki P2, and now here we're going to see Chase Hand's out in front. John Burke, who is now into the 3rd spot. Jeremy Fletcher all over his back bumper, gave him, I don't know if it was a shunt or a little love tap going into the final couple of corners, but now we see these two start battling it out for 2nd. We're about to see two kart battles for the lead as Fletcher now, trying for the 3rd spot, settles back into 4th.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher trying to get by. John Burke defending heavily here for 3rd. That'll allow the leaders to get further and further away. Here's a look again back where the transfer spot was. Last time by, Trevor Watson had it. He's a little ways back from Knockman. Knockman and Stellar, they're safe right now. 16th and 17th. The leaders headed, we had the leaders over in 10. Let's get the leaders here coming to the final corner. Chase Hand, Nick Terlecki, first and second, side by side for third. Burke and Fletcher. Fletcher not able to get it as they bang wheels. Burke will hang on to P3. So across the line, Chase Hand wins the pre-final B. Look at this gaggle for the transfer spot. Who is going to get it across through into the final corner? No big sends. Trevor Watson, though, gets run wide by the 950. That is Cameron Cass, and that might have been with Abby Adams going to 18th. Adams, final transfer spot to the big show.
That was intense racing in the mid-pack, and then all the way through the lead. I'm not sure what happened there. It looked almost like John Burke and Jeremy Fletcher fell way off the pace. I'm not sure if they just went back and forth the entire time.
Well, they were just defending right there. Burke was low-lining for that entire last lap to hold off Fletcher. That's what backed them up.
I'm talking about like the middle. Oh, yeah, that could have been it. But
that's what opened that gap for the last lap and a half, them kind of going lower, and that opened it up. But I will say Chase Hand was very impressive the last lap and a half because he pulled a good gap over Terlecki.
Absolutely. I'd be curious to see what conversation John Burke and Jeremy Fletcher have. I mean, it looked like hard racing, but when you're out on track, different things obviously happen. So congratulations to Chase Hand. Made a 3-for-1 pass in the final corner with 2 laps to go, able to hold on to it. As that wraps up Group B for the KA100, we still have more racing yet to come.
Yeah, once again here, let's pull the race format up if we can, and we'll show you guys, again, a little idea of what these drivers have been dealing with here all weekend and what the format and how we get our top 40 for the big show. So again here, we started with qualifying on Friday for Saturday and Sunday. Then from there, we moved on to have 2 separate groups, pre-final A for the odd numbers, pre-final B for the even numbered results. Take the top 18 out of what we just saw. Obviously, KA100 Sr just wrapped up. The bottom half will all go to the last chance qualifier. That's why we're focusing on that 18th spot battle. That's the drivers that don't have to go to the last chance race. The last chance race combined from the bottom half of both pre-finals, the top 4 out of that join our top 36 to make a 40-driver main event. We've got the X30 Pro Juniors making their way on the racetrack right now. Caleb, take us through our starting lineup.
Yep, wait for my device to update. Caleb Gaffera is going to start in pole position next to Aiden Grana. Max Garcia, Teddy Musella is going to complete row number 2. Leonardo Scorpione and Cooper Baisley is going to start in the 5th and 6th spot, respectively. Diego Ardelis is going to start next to Parker DeLong.
Ernesto Rivera and Christian Miles will then make up row number 5. Sebastian Weldon and Max Taylor, row 6. Jensen Burnett and Julian DaCosta, row 7. Jacob Kolar, G3 Argyros, row 8. Beckham Jasir and Steven Miller will make up row 9. Then Michael Costello and Fernando Luque round the top 20. And the X30 Pro Junior class presented by Rollison Performance Group is a division that did not have enough drivers initially on the entry list to warrant a last chance qualifier with that race format. So they've got a straightforward all 44 in the pre-final, all 44 directly to the final. No last chance qualifier needed. Outside the top 20, it's Chase Buscaglia and Jorge Ortiz. Then it'll be Caleb Campbell and Christian Cameron, Alex Mercado and Aiden Lorenco, then Gavin Witt and Cameron Brinkman, Tom Shoecraft, and Enzo Vidmontien. This will start in 29th and 30th. Oliver Piatek rolls off P30 first. Alexander Chartier, 32nd. Christian Meyer and Isaac Canto, 33rd and 34th. Cooper Auclair and Ethan Goulart make up row 18. Mayor Dion Ryan starts to the inside of Ricardo Dominguez. That's row 19. Then it's Yash Rampal and Frederick Lemieux, rounding out 40 drivers. In the final 2 rows here with Hudson Schwartz, Anthony Martella, Max Raymer, and Alfonso Lombardo. Everybody chasing Caleb Gaffera and Aiden Ingrata. They pulled away yesterday. Can they do the same thing here today? The 2 that have been the head of the class in X30 Pro Junior. A great final lap battle between them. They're coming to see the green flag here this time. As we get set to go green here, we'll go green, go 1 lap in, and then we'll send it down to Matteo Giuliano, green flag. Oh, no green that time. We'll send him around here, so we've got a chance while they take another warm-up lap to send it on down because Matteo Giuliano's caught up with pre-final B winner, Chase Hand. Matteo?
Here with Chase Hand, that was your first KA100 Senior win. You went from fourth to first in turn 13, and it was an unbelievable overtake. You are a man chasing opportunity. How does this one feel, Chase?
Feels great. Just saw him block the inside, took the opportunity, and just got under all 4 of them, or all 3 of them.
How determined are you to seal the deal this afternoon?
had a rough one yesterday, so looking forward to go fast this afternoon.
Heck yeah, Chase Hand, first KA100 Senior win.
Chase Hand here, his first pre-final victory here, and a rookie that's looking to be very impressive in 2022. Again, he lines up on the outside of row number 1 for the KA100 Senior, presented by Mike Doty Racing Division later on today. We've got the field making their way out of turn number 10 now here. Caleb getting set to go, and Caleb Gaffera, a fellow Caleb, has had a pretty good weekend so far.
He has, and Aiden Ingrata and Caleb Gaffera have been the talking points all weekend long. They're starting on the front row. I think Ingrata may be at the disadvantage, obviously starting from the outside line. We see some poor starts going into 1 and 2. They had to get sent around one more time. Let's see if we have a better run now. Max Garcia in the 3rd spot had a good run in the KA in his heat race. Let's see if he can make it 2 for 2 as they are now coming out of the final corner. Heading down the main straight, Gaffera and Ingrata are going to take him to the green. Looking down, you can see him pointing at the acceleration cone. Green flag is out into turn number 1. Here we go. Ingrata is going to roll the outside line. Probably some of the best starts we've seen, but he is going to almost lose a spot to Garcia. Max Garcia now on the back bumper of Ingrata. Ingrata is going to defend on the inside. Caleb Gaffera now has the point heading into turn 4.
Yeah, good run for Gaffera, and he'll be able to open up into 6th, and that allows a gap to open as Ingrata had to go on the defense. So Ingrata's gap to Gaffera about 3 car lengths. Maybe a car length back to Max Garcia. They'll exit turn number 9 and head down the back straightaway here. Caleb Gaffera still your leader, and a big gaggle here through the midfield. Up front, battle for 3rd. Max Garcia defends on Teddy Musella. Then it's Leo Escorpione. Jorge Ortiz with a good start is up to 6th. So he slots in line right behind them. Then we've got the likes of Cooper Beasley, Parker DeLong, 7th and 8th. Christian Miles just inside the top 10. And behind Miles, it'll be the 724 of Ernesto Rivera, who lost 1 spot off the start.
Lap 1 in the books. Gaffera out in front, opening up a fairly decent lead over 2nd placement of Ingrata. Not too far behind is Max Garcia, followed by Musella. As there are, you can see the entire field snaking the way around. Yellow flag is out. 2 carts up on top of each other. That is 787. Looked like a speed sport.
Oh, that is Michael Costello, who had them both around.
723 Costello both out.
Yeah, he is done. So Michael Costello going to go all the way to the tail end of the field. That'll be 44th on the grid.
I'm not even sure if we'll be able to roll that cart. That back bumper looks like a U as it's dug into both back tires. Meanwhile, we're going to pan over, and you can see the leaders making their way through the final chicane. Gaffera out in front. Ingrata slowly starting to close that gap up, it appears. There could be a difference in timesheets. Obviously, everything could be a little distorted for us looking off the TV screen. Ingrata did go purple that last lap, nearly about a 10th faster than your leader of Gaffera. Max Garcia is off in the distance, not too far behind. Following him is Leonardo Escorpione, moving up into the 4th spot as he is able to get around Teddy Musella, snaking their way into turn 7. Leaders 1 and 2. Garcia off on an island of his own in 3rd. Through the chicane, rest of the field stacked up, single file. Not a whole lot of excitement. I think they got it most out of the way on the start. Still 10 laps to go, 9 to go this time by.
9 laps to go this time around here. Caleb Gaffera showing the way over Aiden Ingrata. That gap back to Max Garcia was 6/10 last time by. He was 1.1 back from the lead. I think it's gotten the lead even a little bit bigger this time. Let's see where the laps fall. 3 laps in, 55.81 for Ingrata, so he goes a 2/10 advantage over Gaffera. Look at this group here deep in the pack, all the way down to the 705, which that was down in the mid-20s, I believe, that came across the line. Meanwhile, Garcia's group with Escorpione and Musella, 3rd and 5th. Pretty tame right now as they head through the long sweeping corner in Sector 2. They were about a 10th off, if not even, to Caleb Gaffera last time around. They were 2/10 off the pace of Aiden Ingrata. Behind Musella, again, as you mentioned, Diego Ardiles, who's had a solid weekend, P6 here off the start, made up 1 spot. Not a lot of big movers so far. I mistook him for Jorge Ortiz. Ortiz with a rough qualifying for Sunday, but he started 22nd. He's already up to 15th, so 7 spots gained. And another lap complete. 4 down, 8 to go.
Leaders now out of turn 3. There it is. Ingrata and Garfera out in front. Now we see the battle for third. Here on the inside goes Leonardo Scorpioni getting around Max Garcia. Garcia is now going to have to try to pass back, and Scorpioni defended going into turn 5, and now it is now a new third placement. Leonardo Scorpioni. Max Garcia running in 4th. Teddy Musella not too far behind of Garcia in P5. They're the two leaders going off in the distance on the backstretch. Now here's the battle for third. Garcia and a Scorpioni. Scorpioni up into third. Garcia now trying to work the draft on the back bumper, going through the chicane. And that is going to allow Teddy Musella to slowly close back up. Now within about a half a cart length of Max Garcia running in P4. Leaders now going into turn 1. You can see the gap between Garfera and Ingrata and a Scorpioni is 1.6 seconds. So they have slowly pulled away from the field. They're now making their way into turn 3. And there are the 3-cart battle for 4th place. Scorpioni into 3rd, Garcia 4th, Musella trying to crack his way into the top 3.
Pass back at the edge of the top 10 there. That looked to be, I believe, Diego Ardiles battling back and forth with,
contact!
The 724 of Ernesto Rivera, who ends up banging wheels and going sideways in front of him. He gets going now, and Rivera falls all the way back behind Ortiz, and Beckham Jasir, I believe, getting by as well. He'll fall outside the top 10 near about 15th. That right there is just a classic situation of an X30 junior driver or a younger driver forcing the issue here early in a pre-final to try and fight for one spot, and unfortunately running that tight, sometimes things go awry. You lose 5 in the process.
That was definitely a risky move, and you can see it didn't pay off for him. Panning back over, battle for the 3rd spot. The Scorpioni up in P3, Max Garcia running in the WPK Will Power Cart, right behind the Tony Cart, followed by Teddy Musella in the Cosmic. Leaders now making their way into turn 7. There's the battle for 3rd. Garcia may be under attack here pretty quickly from Teddy Musella running in the 5th position. Rest of the field snaking the way through the chicane. They're the leaders. Ingrata maybe starting to slowly turn it back up. Size up Garfera, figure out where is his weakest point that I can make my move as they're making their way down into the chicane. Rest of the field falling out of turn 10. There was a pass by Musella on Garcia. Garcia is now falling back into the 5th spot. Musella up into 4th. Down across the line, scoreboard has now updated. Scorpioni still in 3rd. Sorry, Garcia hold on to 4th. Musella made a move to try to get around to get in the 4th position. You can see now Garcia actually did fall back. Musella up into 4th, right behind Scorpioni in 3rd.
Christian Miles on the move here, 4 spots gained so far. He's gotten going, and Caleb Garfera and Aiden Ingrata looks like they finally traded positions for the lead. So we've got a new leader as the group isn't focused further back down the order. Caleb Garfera now finds himself back in 2nd, and Ingrata, big gap actually, about half a second. I don't know if they fought more this lap, but we'll stay closer to him here. All the shuffling's allowing Leo Scorpioni to close in. Yesterday's main event, Scorpioni fought hard to get into 3rd, but once he did and finally got clear, he was matching the pace of these two. So I think this Orlando, Florida-based driver, Leo Scorpioni, scored his first U.S. Pro Kart Series podium yesterday, might be able to contend with 2 of the top drivers here in the country in the division between Aiden Ingrata and Caleb Garfera.
Ingrata really pulling away, went purple a couple of laps previously with the 55.4. Garfera was off by a 10th that lap as we see more battling in the mid-pack. And I think that you're exactly right, Xander. We're talking about a Scorpioni. As soon as he was able to get out of the cluster, that was the battle for the 3rd position. He started to pull away and match the pace with the leaders. So now, coming out of the pre-final, going into the feature, if it stays just the way it is, it'll be very exciting to see how closely he can hang with them as it comes time for the feature. Still side-by-side battling. Kart's going to push way out wide coming out of turn 4, heading into turn 5.
Garfera will watch Ingrata continue to pull away here if he can't find any extra gearing, because right now, 3 laps to go. Ingrata running an unmatched pace at the line. 55.6 for Ingrata, 55.7 for Garfera, and a 7 as well for a Scorpioni. So even though a Scorpioni got clear, he's not any bit quicker than the leader. He's only a 10th off, puts him on pace with Garfera in 2nd. But the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed hooked up and pulling a gap now to 9/10 of a second, nearly a full second with 2.5 to go.
2.5 to go. Scorpioni is running the same time as Grafera. I don't think he'll have enough time to catch by any means with 2 laps to go. But he is doing a good job of pulling away from both Teddy Musella and Max Garcia. Garcia seems to be struggling, was running in the 3rd position, got passed by both the Scorpioni and Musella, finds himself in P5. Here's a beautiful shot of our leader, Aiden Ingrata, going into the final corner, and they can see 2 and 3 of Grafera and Scorpioni coming up to receive the, 2 to go this time by. It'll be the white flag next time by.
Yeah, 2 to go, big gap the top 3. Here's a big group battling Julian DaCosta. He's got, that was the 724 of Ernesto Rivera who got involved in the incident earlier. And as the leaders come through turn number 5, here goes Musella and Garcia, no change. Miles and DeLong, they are running some pretty good lap times. Christian Miles especially. Christian Miles, that time by, was as fast as the leaders. We go back further. Here's Sebastian Weldon, Cooper Beasley. Weldon up 3 spots here from his starting position, so he's inside the top 10 comfortably in 8th. Beasley 9th. Jorge Ortiz up 12 spots into 10th. And here comes Ingrata into the final chicane. Out of the final corner. Across the line one more time around. And a nice and comfortable pre-final win is in the works for the Speed Concepts Red Speed number 750.
Now remember, with this X30 Junior Pro class, there is no LCQ. However you finish is how you're going to start when it comes time for the feature. So as of now, it is going to be Ingrata on pole, Grafera running in 2nd, and Scorpioni is going to start the inside of row 2. If it finishes just the way it is, more battling in the mid-pack. Little hustle and tussle as the carts are coming away out of turn number 6 into 7. That is a Lando Norris cart, 707 to Christian Miles, leading the way over Parker DeLong and Sebastian Weldon, who is up into the 8th spot. We are now going to go on view. There went Max Garcia.
Here's
running
Christian
in the 4th spot.
Miles'
Christian
group,
Miles.
defending from Parker DeLong. Musella all the way behind them now. They've gotten to Musella and they got by him. Garcia's safe as Ingrata will come to take the checkered flag. He wins the pre-final. Look at this battle coming out of the final turn. Musella stuffed it on the inside of Miles. DeLong will undercut them and get them both. And Parker DeLong gets the 5th position at the end. Christian Miles' drive forward ends at 7th. Musella 6th. Cooper Beasley 8th. Sebastian Weldon 9th. And Jorge Ortiz rounds the top 10. With the Scorpioni and Garcia 3rd and 4th, Grafera 2nd, and that guy right there, Aiden Ingrata, looking for 1 spot higher today. He's got it, at least in the pre-final. He'll lead the field to the green in the main event. Very nicely done in the X30 Pro Junior class presented by Rawlison Performance Group. Once again, this class not having to do the LCQ and double pre-final format. They're done. Next up will be the X30 Masters. Before we go to them, let's talk to another one of our drivers yesterday from the X30 Pro class. How about the kid who finished 2nd, Alessandro DiTullio, 2nd year X30 Pro senior driver for Parallel USA, running on his own, no teammates. And here's what he had to say with Jenna Tommy when we caught up with him on Thursday.
I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio, who's had a really successful season so far. Ale, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
I'm feeling confident. I think I've been quite consistent this past few races. Lacked a bit of speed at Winter Series. Came back, I think, in St. Pete. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to this weekend and pretty confident.
How was your first practice day?
It was pretty good. We did a lot of tests, tested different chassis as well, so we got to test different things. And yeah, we're just trying to develop the chassis as much as possible. I think it's going pretty positive so far.
Yeah, that's great. One more question. Xander totally snobbed you on his pick previews on Happy Hour. What do you have to say to him?
I told him to get on the rentals with me.
Oh.
Because I wanted to, never mind.
I wanted to, never mind. Thank you so much, Ali. We appreciate it.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. My name is Xander Clements alongside Caleb Smock in the booth, bringing you the action as we get set for round number 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series to come to a close here in Orlando Kart Center. Halfway through the pre-finals so far. We've still got last chance qualifiers to run and then main events later on this afternoon. We do have the X30 Master Pre Final set to go green here, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Danilo Romalo will line up on the pole. Rob Mayer in second, Scott Roberts in third. Evan Batt is fourth, Laurentiu Mardan fifth, Danny Robertson sixth, Miguel Myers seventh, Mario Barrios eighth, Scott Carapolati ninth, Ruben Cherez in 10th. Then it'll be Pete Vetter, Paul Mice, Gordon Cameron, Greg Leahy, Jeff Rice, Mark Pavon, John Robichaux, Scott Kopp, Christian Beaumier, Paul Montepoli, and starting shotgun on the field will be Kim Carapolati here. Orlando Kart Center, there's a shot of the scale line as they make their way on in. After each session, they have to go and make sure they meet or exceed the minimum weight for each class. While the weight for the X30 Masters, the old guys, they get a few extra pounds to play with, don't they, Caleb?
Yeah, and if you're a bigger guy like me, you never had to worry about being underweight. You always just went across the scales, saw your weight, or for me it was my phone number, and I just kept going because I knew there was no problem at all. But now these older guys are out on track, making the way around. Like you were talking about before, some little bit of interesting combinations that we've seen here. Evan Batt starting farther up than he did previously yesterday when he did for the Saturday final. Now we're on to Sunday. Obviously they did 2 qualifying sessions on Friday and shakes things up just a little bit. Typically not a whole lot, but there is a little bit of shakeups like that.
Yeah, not a ton, but 12 laps here could still shake things up and go back the other way. 12-lap pre-finals here for the majority of the classes against Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters. Similar to the X30 Pro Junior, they were under the cap, so they get all drivers transferring directly into the main event. Only 21 entries, which doesn't sound like a lot, but the Masters classes across the country are typically harder sells, so impressive that they have as many as they do here this weekend, especially for a class that really doesn't have a lot in Florida in general. As they make their way out of turn at number 10, they'll form up nice and slow, and Brazilian Danilo Romalo, after winning yesterday, rolling off on the pole again today here, he has yet to be stopped in this division. He had some close competition for a little bit. Rob Mayer, Mario Barrios, and a handful of others have all been decent in speed where they could challenge him, but ultimately Romalo has been a league of his own here this weekend. We'll see what today looks like. Another night of sleep and another morning of warm-up sessions to continue to tune on the car and try and close the gap to the REM Cosmic. They'll round the final corner here and get set to go into the tram lines, Caleb.
And they're making the way around. Keep an eye on Mario Barrios starting in the 8th position. We saw him battling it up, and I think he finished in the 3rd spot yesterday when it came time for the Masters event. He is going to be someone to keep an eye on, probably going to lunge his way up to the front. Someone else is already keep a good eye on is Scotty Roberts. Obviously has a lot of experience when it comes to running single speed. He is starting in the 3rd position inside of row number 2, making the way down the tram lines, coming down to a crawl. A lot slower and a lot more lined up than we've seen before. Let's see if we can make their way for a green flag start. Should be green right off the bat. No one's getting their way out of the tram lines. There it is. Green flag is out, and they're going to span out into turn 1. Oh, already Kart turned around in turn number 1. Looks to be the 521. Trying to see if I can get a cart number. It looks like that is going to be John Robuxton.
John Robichaux there gets turned coming into the first corner. Not a good start for John Robichaux, but nonetheless, the field makes it out of the turn 5, turn 6 section. Here they come through the sweeper for the first time. Danilo Romalo with a big lead. Rob Mayer under fire. Scott Roberts looking, not going to get by into turn number 9, but he'll get a good exit and maybe a good run down the backstretch here. Here he comes, Bumper looking inside for second. Roberts gets there on the brakes and gets through. Scott Roberts, the P2. Mayer back to third. Bat and Mardan, the top 5. Here they come, jumping the curbs out of the final corner. 1 lap complete. And with that, we'll send it down to Scott Roberts, Speed Concepts Racing teammate Aiden Ingrata, who after winning the pre-final has caught up with our Matteo Giuliano. Matteo?
Here with Aiden Ingrata here. Caleb Gaffaro won yesterday, and you had the fastest lap yesterday, but today you're able to beat him out, and you're going to be starting on pole for the grand final. How does it feel, and what are you going to do to keep it behind you today?
I mean, it feels really good. Car feels amazing. Speed Lab Racing engine's really good with the engine. I just have a good start, just hit my marks, and it should be good.
You're making it sound awful easy out there. You're going to have to make it happen here later, don't you?
Yeah, I'll have to make it happen for sure.
All right, back up to you guys.
All right, big thanks here to Matteo Giuliano and Aiden Ingrata. We'll take it back up from here. And as the leaders head out of turn number 10, good battle back for 5th. Mardan under fire. What a jump over the curb for Mr. Mario Barrios, Caleb.
Mr. Excitement for sure. He is already starting to work his way up to the field, up 1 position into the 7th spot. He said before he's coming off of a 3rd place from yesterday. Already excitement up towards the front. Danilo Romalo pulling away from the field. Scott Roberts running in P2, not too far behind is Robert Meyer, followed by Evan Batt, who originally started in the 4th position, is now maintaining P4. And it looks like there's going to be a close battle for P2 as you can tune in and see Scott Roberts now leading the way for that second main group. Meyer P2, Batt trailing behind in P4. So that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of Evan Batt. Leader Danilo Romalo already starting to open up a gap. 1.8 seconds he has over Scotty Roberts in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Danilo Romalo continuing to lead over Scott Roberts and Rob Mayer. No changes in the front here. We'll go side by side again because one kid who had a heck of a drive forward, Jorge Ortiz, up 12 spots in his pre-final to get to the top 10 and further. He's with Matteo Giuliano. Matteo?
Here with Jorge Ortiz, able to avoid some turn 1 trouble there, and you were definitely able to get up to P10. Very, very impressive drive. Were you expecting that, and how were you able to make the most of that?
It was a hard drive, but just had to keep pushing. I was really surprised because I thought I was going to get like P15 on how far the gap was from the other drivers. But yeah, I felt pretty happy about that.
Well, great comeback. What's your plan later? You're in a much better position, and you can even eye the podium later if you drive well. What are your plans?
Try to gain like 5 spots in the beginning of the race. Try to push the driver in front of me if the 1st and 2nd have a gap, and win.
Winning or nothing. Jorge Ortiz, your hard charger in that pre-final. Back up to you, Xander.
Thanks, Matteo. And we go back to Danilo Romalo continuing to pull away. Mario Barrios that time did go purple. He was 0.2 faster down in the 5th spot. So while your leader heads through turn number 5 with a nice healthy gap in the 518, Scott Roberts and his group have got company. Evan Batt especially defending a little through turn number 6. So Mario Barrios on the charge. Battle for P4 incoming. Does he get the move? Oh, we got one turned around. That's Gordon Cameron going for a ride in the spin cycle as we'll pick the leader up. Down the backstretch, here comes your top driver, Danilo Romalo, to 10.
Romalo out in front. Roberts still running in that 2nd spot. Rob Meyer, P3. Not on his back bumper, but he definitely is close enough. Evan Batt there in 4th is trying to hold off Mario Barrios, who went the fastest last lap. He went a 55.5. Leader for Danilo Romalo was a 55.5 as well. But Mario Barrios is only a few 1,000ths of a second faster. We're going to burn another lap as we are now working lap number 7. There's your leader going by at the bottom of your screen. Danilo Romalo, who is now in the lead. P2, Scotty Roberts, Rob Meyer in the 3rd position, trying to hold off. It looks like there's a cart slowing on the outside, I think. Went out of view, can't really get a cart number on it, but we do have one slowing towards the mid-pack. I don't know if he let a couple guys go by or what happened with that, but he is now dropping back through the field. I'm going to get a number and a cart number for you guys when they come by this next time. Bottom of your screen, you saw Mario Barrios and Evan Batt. Batt's trying to defend. Here's Barrios on the inside of Batt. He is going to take one position away. And it's going to be going back into fourth. Mario Barrios now up into fifth. And right behind Barrios follows Laurent Madran, who's trying to take up one more position as he was trying to get on the inside of Evan Batt. Making the way out of the final corner, coming down the main straightaway. We're going to burn one more lap. 6 to go this time by. Batt is going to go on the defensive. He's got 3 karts accompanied from behind. Laurent Madran followed by Danny Robertson and Miguel Meyer. Robert Meyer also falling back to the field. That was who was slowing down on the outside. He finds himself back in the 8th position, down 6 spots. Great battle here in the mid-pack. Evan Batt in the front of the screen. There's Mario Barrios in that purple Cosmic making his way into turn 7. Slowly starting to pull away from that battle for the 4th position. Batt continues to go on the defensive, trying to hold off Madran. Running in that 582 right behind Batt. There he is, white suit, red and white helmet. All drivers are trailing Barrios now. Barrios may be going under the defensive here soon. Batt looks like he's starting to close back up. There's Scotty Roberts at the bottom of the screen running in the 2nd position. Meanwhile, your leader, there he is going down on the right-hand side of your screen at turn 1. Danilo Ramallo burns one more lap. Halfway this time, we are 5 laps to go. Roberts snaking his way through the quick little snap of the S. Batt right there running in P4. Laurent Madran on his back bumper. 4 karts, nose to tail. Batt, Madran, Robertson, Meyer, and Mayer. Coming out of turn number 6, heading into 7. Rest of the field snaking their way around as well. There's a good shot of them. Through turn 7, not a whole lot happening. Nose to tail, but no one's quite close enough to make a move. There goes by the 4th place at the top of the screen, heading into turn 10. Rest of the field following from behind. There's a 3-kart battle of Scott Copperetti, Scott Kopp, and Christian Vomeyer, running in the 9th, 10th position. Leaders making the way down into turn 1. You can see at the top of your screen, there's Evan Batt. He is being trailed behind by Laurent Madran running in P number 5. Scott Roberts went by. There's the rest of the field. Very straightforward race. All nose to tail. Not a whole lot happening. Everyone just biding their time, getting through these laps, maybe taking off a position where you can, but just sit back and wait. You still have the entire feature, all 20 laps of it, to battle back and forth. No major reason in order to burn all your equipment up before you get time for that. There's the rest of the field making their way out of turn 9. Down the backstretch they go. There's Evan Batt. Looks like he is starting to possibly pull away from Laurent Madran, running in P5. And it looks like there may be a little bit more company as we look back at the battle for the 7th spot. Miguel Meyer running that 577, followed by Robert Meyer in the 8th position. As they are going nose to tail, they are following Danny Robertson and Laurent Madran, followed by Batt making the way into turn 1. Out of turn 1, let's see the rest of the field. Here it is. Into turn number 4, no passing happening. They are all still nose to tail. Batt at the top of the screen. Laurent Madran looks like they're falling back into Danny Roberts' grip. Miguel Meyer also right there in the party. 3-kart battle for the 5th position. Laurent Madran, Danny Robertson, Miguel Meyer. Running 5, 6, and 7 respectively. 3-kart battle for the 5th spot. Batt starting to pull away. Mario Barrios, fastest kart on track, still with that 55.68. Danilo Ramallo with that 55.581. That is your leader. There's the 3-kart battle for the 5th spot. Madran leading over Robertson, running in the 6th spot. Meyer in 7th. Through the final corner, it is now 3 laps to go. Last time, 2 laps to go this time into turn 1. Batt in 4th, Madran in 5th, Robertson 6th, Meyer in 7th. 3-kart battle, the closest kart battle on track currently. Everyone going, you can, Danilo Ramallo going wide out of the exit of 3, trying to get as much traction as he can. He has a great lead, currently 1.4 seconds over Scotty Roberts running in P2. Roberts in island right now. He doesn't have a lot of competition. Barrios is back. He's the fastest kart on track, but he is roughly 2.6 seconds back from second placement of Roberts. Down the backstretch. 3-kart battle quickly went down to 2. Laurent Madran is starting to pull away from Donnie Roberts, and Miguel Meyer running in 6th and 7th. Through turn 10, down a little short chute before you get in the chicane for the second to last time. It's going to be the white flag this time by. We're looking at Miguel Meyer and Danny Robertson. Battle for the 6th position. out of that small little carousel, through the little dog leg of the right-hander, down to get the white flag. There's your leader, Danilo Romalo, leading the way through turn 3 for the final time, turn 4, heading into turn 5. Out of turn 5, clean break is now opened up to a 1.5 second advantage over Scotty Roberts. You can see Roberts just now going into turn 7, through the chicane of 7 and 8, through the following of turn 9. There's a beautiful shot of your leader going down the backstretch. Roberts off in the distance. Into turn 10 for the final time for the pre-final. Danilo Romalo has only got a handful of corners to go before he's going to officially start on pole position for the feature. Into the chicane for the final time, going over the curbing. Roberts at the top of the screen running in P2. Out of the final corner and down the main straightaway for the last time. Checkered flags are out. Your pre-heat winner is going to go to Danilo Romalo. He's going to start on pole position. Scotty Roberts officially comes across in P2. Mario Barrios able to drive his way up 5 positions to finish in P3. Evan Batt is going to maintain where he started in 4th. Laurent Madran does the same, maintains that 5th position. Miguel Meyer comes across 6th. Danny Robertson finishes in 7th. Scott Kopp comes across in 8th. Sorry about that. Something happened to my timing and scoring board. I believe that is, not quite sure what happened with
back
that.
in the 9th spot. Christian Vomier rounds the top 10. And that'll close out X30 Masters Pre Final. We've got 4 more pre-finals to come. 2 for Mini Swift, 2 for X30 Pro Senior. We'll come back here after this commercial break, live from Orlando Kart Center. It's round 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And welcome back to round number 1 here of USPKS at beautiful Orlando and a beautiful Orlando Karting Complex. Joining me in the booth is Mateo as we're about to call the shots for the Mini Swift.
Going to be an unbelievable race here. So many cars coming to the green, coming through turn number 10. A very, very crucial race, so some drivers can avoid having to start too far back for the grand final later this afternoon.
Carson Weinberg and Salvador Della Vecchia is going to start on the front row next to Sarah Bradley. And Asen Dermalov, Bobby Keelan, is going to start in P number 5 next to Keelan Harvick. Asher Okasian is going to start in P number 7 next to Tristan Murphy. Gabriel Blog is going to start next to Ryan Bowman. And why don't you take down 10 to 20?
All right, Reese Bowman in the number 147 starting P number 10. Giuseppe Guerrero starting P number 11. Landon Boer, P12. Max Weiland, P13. Devin Waltz down there in the number 14 position. And then Jackson Tovo, P15. Beckham Topikov in P16. Lillian Scarborough in P17. Braden Zerves in P18. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in P19. And Ben Matnov in P20. Here we go.
Drivers now getting themselves lined up to go green here as they are now making their way onto the start-finish line. Going to get themselves worked down into the tram lines. Carson Weinberg, Salvador Della Vecchia starting on the front row. You can see everyone lined up now. A couple of drivers cranking up the wheel, trying to get some heat into the tires. Going down to turn 1, eyes on the starter. Green flag is out, rolling into turn 1. Looks like it's going to be a jump from the outside line. Salvador Della Vecchia is going to get on point. That is going to be Carson Weinberg. Sorry, Weinberg was able to get on point. Della Vecchia goes into P2, making the way out of turn 4, heading into turn 5. Looks like it's going to be Weinberg defending that inside line. Rest of the field somewhat making it through cleanly. A little bit of pushing. Some hands flying up in the air, but everyone making it through cleanly so far.
We were 3 wide in the middle of the pack there for a second as we come through the chicane, through the backstretch for the first time. Drivers starting to single file out. Pretty clean start so far, Caleb.
Yeah, they're making the way down the backstretch. There's Carson Weinberg and Della Vecchia. Nose to tail 1 and 2. Also joining the party, I believe, is going to be Sarah Bradley running that parallel car up in the 3rd position, making the way into the chicane. Nose to tail, your 2 leaders, like I said before, Weinberg and Della Vecchia into the chicane. First lap about to be in the books. We have 100% updated timing. Oh, there went Keelan Harvick trying to set it up on the inside. Not able to get it done. He's going to maintain position across the line, and we're going to send it into turn number 1. Mateo?
Salvador Della Vecchia, great start. Carson Weinberg right behind him. Keelan Harvick sitting there in P6, but as we've been seeing in this class all weekend long, we can have up to 6, 7, even 8 cars battling for the lead all the way to the end.
Out of turn 4, heading into turn 5, your 3 leaders, Della Vecchia, Weinberg, Bradley is 1, 2, and 3. Rest of the field not too far behind. Asen Dermalov running in P4. Bobby Keelan in the 5th spot. That was Keelan Harvick in P6, is in the middle of that 2nd pack. There's your 2nd group now, making the way out of turn 9. Here's your lead 3 coming down the backstretch into turn 10. On point is going to be Weinberg, able to get around Della Vecchia. P3, Sarah Bradley not too far back in that, within striking distance, I should say, out of turn 10, coming down into the chicane. Let's see if Della Vecchia has anything for Weinberg. Able to get around last time through the final corner. Now they're making the way around for the second time. They're going to burn one more lap. It's going to be 11 laps to go at the line. It is going to be Weinberg leading over Della Vecchia. Across the line, and it is still Bradley now up into P2, able to get around, go across start-finish line.
Side by side for the lead, going into turn number 1 at the front of the field, and we're going into the hairpin. And that is Carson Weinberg still in the lead. Oh, and going up to the inside, I believe that is Bobby Klein with a really nice move.
See the rest of the field coming out of turn 4 into turn 5. There's the lead 3. Weinberg out in front. Bradley up into P2. Actually, I believe there may be one more joining the party. I believe that is Bobby Klein, I should say, up in the lead 4. Weinberg out in front. Della Vecchia and Bradley continue to go back and forth. Lead 4 pack making their way down into turn 10. Weinberg on point as we are going to pan back. That is actually the 4-cart battle for the 7th, 8th, and 9th spot. I believe that is Asher O'Costin and Gabriel Balog up in the mix leading that pack as they make their way to the final corner.
As the leaders begin the battle, that will allow some of the drivers from out back begin to catch up. Still got 10 laps to go, coming to 9 laps to go next time by.
We're watching that second pack, and you can see the lead group making their way out. There's a battle for the lead. There's Weinberg losing 1 position to Della Vecchia. Della Vecchia now on point. Bradley still in the 3rd position. Della Vecchia, the fastest car on the track, went purple last lap, went a 1:01.0. Last time by, Weinberg went a 1:01.1, so not a whole lot of time difference as we see Weinberg on the back bumper of Della Vecchia. Vecchia has point. Bradley in the 3rd position, watching these two go back and forth. Trying to buy their time, and she's just waiting for the right opportunity to try to pull out and pass. Weinberg on the back bumper of Della Vecchia. These two have passed each other back and forth all race long. So far, out of the 3 laps we've currently ran, as it is still going to now be Della Vecchia out in front of Weinberg. Weinberg falls off just a little bit. And there's Sarah Bradley off in the distance, just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Salvador Della Vecchia going to really have to be smart with how they time their passes. They're going back and forth every lap, but it's only going to matter if you're leading that last lap. Carson Weinberg doing a great job trying to play some great defense here.
Weinberg on the back bumper. Now he's on the inside. He has gotten around Salvador Della Vecchia. There's Sarah Bradley. Sees the opportunity. Let's see if she sends up on the inside going into 5. No, she is going to stay right behind Della Vecchia. There's the lead 3. Weinberg out in front. Della Vecchia running in P2. Bradley in the 3rd position. Equal spacing as they come out of turn 7 to the chicane. This carousel should bunch them up. That is turn 9 as they make their way down the backstretch. Beautiful backdrop here at Orlando Karting Center. There's the lead 3 going down the backstretch. Bradley close enough to Della Vecchia. Possible move made as we watch the rest of the field making their way through the chicane, heading into turn number 9. See if we can get a shot of the lead 3 sometime. There's a good battle for the mid-pack, and there's the lead 3 going to the final corner.
Mid-pack really crazy here, going back and forth through every single corner. And it's going to be so crucial to be able to hang with the carts in front of you so that you really don't start losing some of that toe. Oh, and side by side in the middle of the pack, there's some great over-under moves happening in the turn number 13.
Yeah, crossover is one of the popular moves here. This track is awesome. It's got a mix of slow corners and fast corners, and also some mid corners, like we see in this final corner. As drivers are coming in, some of them try to set it up on the outside and hope that no one defends, and they can sweep it up on the outside line on the exit, also in turns 4 and 5. 2 great passing points, as we can see here with the micros and the minis. Lead 3 is still Weinberg, Della Vecchia, and Bradley, as we are now having a great shot. That is a mid-pack battle right now. We're looking on live. Cart number 190, if I'm not mistaken. 109. That should be Brady. No, that was 190. That is Carter Burks up in the mix with Jackson Tovo and Juan Jose Pomaro running in the 20th position. So great battle all the way through. Again, top 18 are automatically locked in to the feature. Everyone else has to then go into the LCQ and battle for the top 4 positions. And if they don't make it in, then you are no longer running the show this afternoon. So pressure is on to finish in the top 18. We're looking at the bubble position as we are now live with the top 3, as it is Weinberg, Della Vecchia, and Bradley going into turn number 5.
And as we see in the mid-pack here, that looks like that is one of the drivers looking up to the inside and back to the front. Carson Weinberg playing great defense, but Salvador had the fastest lap last time by, but their lap times are almost identical, separated by hundredths of a second. This is going to come right down to the wire.
This mid-pack battle that you're watching, I think, is the battle for the 18th position, if I'm not mistaken. That is going to be, up in that mix is Beckham Topakov, Jackson Tovo, who's currently on the bubble, and then Carter Burks in the 19th position. Everyone in that 18th area wants to transfer into the feature. So if you're on the bubble, you got to make sure that you're defending and no one else can pass you. As we're now looking for the top three, here it is down into turn one, Weinberg, Della Vecchia, and it looks like Sarah Bradley sees him within sight, but not close enough to make any moves.
Carson Weinberg still out front playing excellent defense. And while we're in the middle of the race here, we're going to be ready to send it down to Xander Clements, who's down there with one of the drivers. Xander?
Down here, thanks, Mateo. We're down here on pit lane with Zachary Hollingshead. Zach, you and I were talking the starts here. They've been pretty brutal, that's to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's scattered at the start. It's hard to make up positions, especially when you're starting in the back, trying to keep your nose clean. It's been tough.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit before. Obviously, you're the only one on a TB card here in the field, so you've kind of been really one practice is the only change you can make. Not like anyone else where you got teammates on the same chassis. Took a little bit, but you feel pretty good about the piece now?
Yeah, I mean, it took us a little bit to get there. Every session we've made, every change we've made, we've been getting faster and faster, dropping tenths off of every lap, and we're finally at the leader's pace, and hopefully we can keep our nose clean and just get through the pre-final in a good spot to set us up for the final.
That's really all it is, right? It's survival here to get through these heat races. You pick up a couple guys, that's great, but when you're rolling P12, all you're trying to do is roll the outside and get down to the bottom by 5, right?
Yeah, I mean, the inside is the fastest way around here, and you get stuck on the outside, you might get in the dirt and the marbles, so yeah, we just have to keep it clean in the inside and we'll be good.
That's the other thing we've heard that's been pretty crazy here. There's a lot of marble buildup, especially this weekend. You get offline even like a cart width, and you're really spending a whole lap to clean the tires off, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in one of the practice sessions I got caught on the outside. It took a good 2 laps to get back up to pace that we were before, so yeah, just keep it on the inside.
Well, here's Zachary Hollingshead, rolls off P12 for pre-final A for X30 Pro Senior. Good luck, Zach.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mateo.
Thank you, Xander. Fantastic to hear that. He brings up a great point, talking about not having any teammates. If you're out here, if you're either a privateer or you're on the chassis by yourself, it is crucial to get data, and it's extremely hard when you don't have anyone to bounce any information off with, so that's actually good information to know.
Awesome information to note. It's so hard being a privateer driver in this sport, and you have to really use all the resources you can to try to allocate as much performance to keep up with the bigger teams. And as we go back to the racing action, Carson Weinberg still out front, but Salvador Della Vecchia down to a 1 minute 0.5 last time by, really starting to put the pressure on Carson later in this race.
Yeah, leaders are out in front. We're looking at now is a battle for the 18th position. Again, this is the bubble spot. If you can make it in the top 18, you automatically go in. Anything outside of that, and you're unfortunately out. Carter Burks is still in the 18th position. Beckham is running up in the 17th spot, and it is an absolute madhouse from behind. Jackson Tovo, who we saw was actually running in the mid-pack yesterday when it came to this class, is now in the 19th position. Juan Jose Parmaro is running in P20, and Max Weiland in the 21st position. They are all going back and forth. We are now switching over the cameras right now. You can see the top 3 that you were talking about before. There's your leader, Carson Weinberg, out in front, battling back and forth with Della Vecchia, and Sarah Bradley in P3. Again, not close enough to make any moves, but if there's any battling happening out in front, she may soon find herself a contender.
Them two really have been pulling away, and as you said, Sarah Bradley just wanting them to battle so that they can distract themselves and allow her to reel them in, but definitely that transfer spot is still awful close, really up for grabs there, and Juan Jose Paramo going to have to really push hard to try to avoid having to get in that LCQ.
Right now we are watching nose to tail the 2 leaders. There it is, Weinberg and Della Vecchia. Della Vecchia sends it up on the inside, trying to see if they can make a move. Here's Weinberg for the counteract. Comes up, they're wheel to wheel across the line. This time by, it's going to be 2 laps to go. Oh, down to the inside. It looks like Weinberg tried to close the door just a little bit. It looks like it's going to work for him. Della Vecchia is not going to fall too far off the pace. Still on the back bumper of Weinberg as they make their way around. Weinberg defends the inside. Della Vecchia on the outside. This is just what Sarah Bradley needs. These two to battle back and forth, and pretty soon we may see a 3-car battle for the lead, but with it being the last lap, or sorry, 2 laps to go, I'm not quite sure if anything, oh, my bad, 1 lap to go, white flag is out. I'm not quite sure if there's enough time for her to catch back up.
It is really coming down to it here. Only 4 more corners to go. Coming onto the back straightaway. Leaders are really, really, really close. Salvatore Velicic looking to the outside as they come through turn number 10. Only a few more corners to go, Caleb.
Yeah, they come down the backstretch. Here it is. That is Weinberg defending off Della Vecchia. Della Vecchia now is under attack from Sarah Bradley. Here comes Bradley, gets 2 wheels up on the curve. She's trying to move up 1 more row for the feature. Gets pushed on the outside line, trying to do a cross over the inside. Not enough to get it done. So it's going to be Weinberg taking the win, Della Vecchia in second, Bradley in third. Let's see if we can pan back over to the battle for the 18th position. And I think that is your 18th placeman. That is Kart number 131, Jackson Tovo up in the mix. There's the mid-pack coming across the line. You could see that was, if I'm not mistaken, Keelan Harvick making their way up into the 5th position. But now we're going to look at the battle for 18, and I think there it is, 131. That is Jackson Tovo. No competition from behind is going to seal the deal and make the last transfer spot for the feature.
Very, very close race. As we saw, 3 wide for the top 5. That is as close as it gets. This track has been producing great finishes all weekend long as we've been seeing drivers able to make moves into turn number 13. What a race that was, Caleb.
It was a good one indeed. And up next we got the odd group that is for the Micro Swift that is up next. After that, we're going to get into the X30s, both Group 1 and Group 2. I believe Xander has some more interviews coming up. We'll make sure to get those to you. But right now, the Group Even is coming in. We're just waiting for the odds to go out. I don't think there's a whole lot of track cleanup that needs to be done, so we're going to stay tuned with you guys until then. So we're going to stay tuned here. You can see off in the distance, beautiful day here out in Orlando. Wind is blowing. You can see some palm trees down here in beautiful Florida. Spectators lining up on top of the viewing stand. You have an awesome view of everything. I believe we may send it down. I think we're going to send it down here now to our very own Xander Clements, who's got Alessandro DiTullio. Xander?
Yeah, down here on the grid with Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, yesterday, you were pretty deflated. You look a little bit in better spirits today. Talk to me. You wake up, you feel pretty good?
Yeah, yesterday was a tough one to take, especially because I knew I didn't drive at my best. So yeah, today hopefully I do better, and yeah, I'm going to give it my all for the win.
Now, warm up, you're only about 300ths off. You and Norberg about a 10th apart. We're about to get interrupted here by this guy who...
This guy's a little nervous for the race because I'm a bit closer this time. I heard he was really nervous for the start. Is that right?
No, I'm not nervous at all because I don't think he's going to be close during the race. He's still missing a couple tenths, so not worried about him. I'm just worried about the guys in front.
Well, here, come over here. Get into frame a little bit here, Marian, because you're all the way out. So let's get you in. Let's talk about you here today. How are the brakes and warm-up? Did they hold up?
Yeah, they were actually a little bit too good, so I was sandbagging a little bit with that, braking a little bit too much. So.
Why were you faster without brakes than with brakes? That's kind of interesting.
As I said, I was braking a little bit too much just to comfort you, to make you not too nervous for this start.
Well, either way here, the beef between you guys is pretty good. We got to get a shot for the broadcast here. Let's get up here. Let me Dana White myself between you. All right, go ahead, close. You know, something, get your fists up. You guys are about to fight, right? I think so. All right, there, right there. We'll close it on out. All right, good. Got the shot. We need it. All right, here. Good luck, boys. We'll send it back up to you guys here. More stuff coming live from the pit lane. We're down here in the pre-grid area, so the odd-numbered guys, they're getting set to go. That's the likes of Zach Collings, of course, Ryan Norberg, Paul Bocuse. They start off on the front row. Everybody's been pretty timid and scared of the start so far this week. It's been pretty hairy through turns 1 and 2. You saw a lot of guys get into action over in 3 where it bottlenecks before that kink, and then it opens back up in turn 5, but by then you've already lost a couple guys to the dirt. We saw Zach claiming to mellow and others get tagged in that one. The engines are coming to life here for Mini Swift, so I'll send it back up to you guys in the booth. More interviews to come here during this heat race.
Thank you, Xander. Some fantastic information and some fantastic WWKC information coming across from you guys. Some good fight night, hopefully not fight night coming along. Speaking of, we got the next group out on track. That is going to be the odds group, I believe, for the Micro Swift. They're now making their way out on track, as Xander was talking about before. Bottlenecks down in turn 1 and 2, and they got the quick little left-hander of turn 3. Got to punch the brakes. Hopefully your brakes don't fade like we've seen here before this afternoon, but for some drivers maybe it's going to be to their beneficiary, as we're now going to pan back over onto the track. Again, beautiful day here in Orlando. Sun is out. Some clouds are in the sky. I don't think you can ask for better racing down here in Florida.
Yes, indeed. And that interview was absolutely awesome. It's basically like some of these driver rivalries really, they're fun, but they're so competitive with each other. There's basically a UFC prelim here. So fun, though. They're going to be going green next time by. All the drivers really trying to warm up their tires, Fernando Alonso style. So they're ready for the start, Caleb.
Yeah, they're making their way out on track. Why don't you go ahead and read down the starting order for the top 20.
Number 199, Tyler Roberts going to lead the field to the green, followed by Kay Johnson in P number 2. Oliver Weldon has some unfinished business today. He could have won yesterday, and he definitely can do it today. Gage Horn in P number 4. Ethan Tovo in number 113 in P number 5. Gian Mateo Rousseau in P number 6. Davin Roberts in P number 7. Gage Bailey in P number 8. Lucas Palacio, one of the Northeast drivers, making his way down in P number 9. Jackson Walney in P number 10, Max Christe in P number 11, Michael Migaldi in P number 12, Fion Shi in P number 13, Alan Bonilla Espinosa in P 14, Cypress Andrus in P 15, Race Beckman in P 16 and number 105, P number 17, Martin Ramirez, P 18, Cade Yeager, number 9, in P 19, number 116, Paul Hart, one of the drivers up at Oakland Valley Race Park. And in P number 20, number 143 of Justin DeLucia.
Starting the 21st is going to go to Jackson Porter, and that's going to be Alexander Porcana starting in P22. That's going to be Antonio Petazonia starting in the 23rd position. 24th is going to go to Shane Stern. 25th, Ty Fishers. 26th, Ethan Sky Majasik. And then 27th is going to be Tyler Pagui. And then 24th is going to go to Nathan Hawley. That is going to be the 27 carts taking the green. Again, top 18 go into the feature. Everything outside goes into LCQ. Those will be done after we get done with the pre-finals. After this mini race gets underway, we still got the 2 X30 seniors. That is going to be the biggest race of the afternoon. A lot of big headline names in that field. Obviously, we got your Ryan Nornbergs. We also got the new guys like Jeremy Fletcher who are trying to make their names for themselves. These drivers, though, we got one more race beforehand. This is going to be a good one. Don't get me wrong. This is the Mini Swift making the way up to the start line. And again, no start. We're going to go one more time by.
One more time by with so many drivers. Sometimes it's hard to communicate and get them all lined up properly. So we're going to try this again here. But in the meantime, Caleb, oh my goodness, what a heck of a bunch of really good passes so far. We even saw somebody go from 4th through 1st in one corner here. Really, anything can happen. What are your predictions for this race coming up, Caleb?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a tough weekend so far to call the shots. Usually the inside lane gets a better run than the outside. Typically on the outside they lose 1, maybe 2 positions. Although earlier today we've seen it with Aiden and Grata, who are still on the outside row, made their way elbows up into P2. So it's going to be close, it's going to be tight. I think this track makes for some fantastic racing. We were talking about before. It's got some slow corners, it's got some fast corners, really good passing corners, especially when it comes down to turns 4, 5, maybe even 6 if you can go ahead and do a crossover on that, and obviously the final corner in turn 10.
Yeah, well, turns number 10 and 13 going into the kink are 2 excellent passing zones, and we've been seeing a lot of over-unders going into turn number 10. Then they run towards 12 and 13, and then that's just such a great place to where you can get under. And I'm surprised we haven't seen the bump and run used yet, and I would not be surprised if we see that used today, and we'll have to see how the race directors feel about that one. But our field getting ready to come to the green, and it really all comes down to this, Caleb. These drivers really going to want to try to avoid having to race in the LCQ and have to use that extra race time today for their karts.
Yeah, I think part of the bump and run has to do with the pushback penalties. I think it's been a good change of how they go from seconds instead of positions. No one wants a pushback, though, as these drivers do make their way out of the chicane, coming down to almost a crawl as they make their way down into the final corner. Again, that is Ty Roberts and Kai Johnson starting on the front row. Oliver Weldon, who we've seen here before, starting the 3rd spot next to Gage Korn. Gage Cornbread Racing is starting off in the 4th position. He's had some good runs here yesterday. We obviously seen him last year when they were running in the SCUSA and the Stars Series along with the USPKS, making their way out on grid. They are now on the tram lines. This looks a whole lot better than before. See him pointing at the acceleration cone. That is the spot where you can put your foot down, but you cannot leave the tram lines until the green flag comes out. Green is now out, making their way into turn number 1, side by side. Take it away, Matto.
Drivers getting boxed out towards the back of the field. The first few turns are so tight, and as drivers trying to make early moves to the inside into turn number 4.
They're all going to go nose to tail. Looks like it's going to be a fairly clean start. No one's going to get caught out to dry. Maybe a little bit of pushing and shoving, but nothing that we haven't seen before. They can see Oliver Well on the left-hand side of the screen as make their way down into turn number 1. There's your 2 front runners. That is Ty Roberts and Kai Johnson. Kai Johnson actually out in front over Roberts, making their way out of turn number 9, heading down the backstretch towards turn number 10.
Coming through the back straightaway for the first time, and then that's going to be Gage Korn maybe trying to take a look to the inside on Oliver Weldon, I believe. Not going to quite do it yet. Still going to have 11 laps to go this time goodbye. Going to be important to position yourself for the end of this one.
Yeah, making the way through the final set of corners, heading down to complete lap number 1. 11 laps to go at the line. Plenty of time for plenty of racing. Across the line, it's going to be Kai Johnson leading the way. Ty Roberts with Kai Johnson in P2 leading the way. Oliver Weldon in 3rd. And it looks like it's going to be Ethan Tovo up into 4th with Lucas Palacio running in the 6th spot. David Roberts into P7. Gage Korn actually fell back into 8th, down 4 spots. There's your leaders in the rest of the field, snaking their way through turns 5, heading into 6 now. Look at that beautiful shot coming into turn 6. All the carts see a couple of side-by-side action going into turn number 6.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. Surprisingly, very, very clean so far as we switch right over to our leaders. They're going to be coming down the back straightaway, starting to spread out a little bit, kind of making their way from the pack. Looks like you got the 3 in the front and another 3 behind them. Then the rest of the field. Tyler Roberts still looking very strong out front.
There's Oliver Weldon in the 3rd spot. Looks like they're starting to close up to Kai Johnson running in P2. Ty Roberts opened up a good lead for himself, and there's a good 3-pack from behind. That is going to be Ethan Tovo leading the way over David Roberts, followed by Lucas Palacio running in that 5th position. Down across the line, lap number 2 in the books. Roberts out in front. Johnson, Weldon is your top 3. Tovo leading that 2nd pack.
So far, so good. Tyler Roberts coming off the gates with a 101.703, looking really strong and quick up front. It's going to be very, very important for them as Oliver Weldon gets up into that 2nd spot, and he is got Tyler Roberts in his sights. He's trying not to battle too hard with Kai Johnson as he's trying to get up to P1.
Oliver Weldon did a great over-under coming out of turn 5, heading into 6. Yeah, I don't think he's close enough to make a move on Roberts. He actually is probably down by about a quarter of a straightaway at that backstretch, so he's got to go to work. Good thing is that he's got a good experienced driver like Kai Robertson behind. If those two start duking it out, we may see that 2nd pack that is led by Tovo slowly start to close back up as David Roberts running in P5 is close on his tail, so we might see here a 4-cart battle for the 2nd spot. All this would be music to the ears of your leader heading down towards the start-finish line, Ty Roberts, as they burn one more lap.
Yes, indeed, and right now, Jackson Porter is in that 18th spot. Looks like he's got a nice little gap behind him of about 7 or 8 tenths. Going to see if he can run consistent and hang right. Oh, and never mind, Martin Ramirez gets up into that 18th spot. That transfer spot can be so, so crucial to avoid getting in that LCQ.
There's your top 3 making their way out of turn 5, heading into 6. Oliver Weldon in P2. Kai Johnson in the 3rd spot. There's your leader. Roberts leading the pack. It looks like Roberts might be losing a little bit of time to 2nd placement of Oliver Weldon. Weldon went purple last lap at 101.2, so they are starting to put the pressure back onto your leader of Ty Roberts. Kai Johnson right there within striking distance of the two of them. Something were to happen, and then you have 4th placement now, David Roberts, who's leading over Palacio. They absolutely followed each other through as Ethan Tovo has now fallen back in the 6th position.
Yes, indeed. Lucas Palacio making a lot of spots, 4 spots up, and then Cade Yeager 9 spots up from where he started, and Oliver Weldon is absolutely flying as he sets another purple lap of a 101 flat. Oliver Weldon really, really on the pedal to the metal as he is only 3 tenths behind our leader, Tyler Roberts.
There it is now. There's Roberts, Weldon, followed by Johnson, making their way into turn 6, followed by 7. Rest of the field also starting to bunch back up. We may see an 8-cart battle for the lead down into turn 7. Here we go. 3 starting to battle it out. That 2nd pack led by Davine Roberts, followed by Palacio. Also, Gianmatteo Russo, just went purple with a 100.8. We got a cart pulling into the pits here.
And that is unfortunate for Jackson Porter. Looks like his front wing got completely taken off, and that happens as you got to be really careful, and you know, you got to try to avoid what's in front of you. Sometimes it is completely unavoidable. But Tyler Roberts out front. Gianmatteo Russo with the fastest lap now of 1:08. He's starting to close up as looks like Tyler Roberts starting to kind of back the field up a little bit. We got some really fast drivers in that top 10.
Top 3 making the way out of turn 2. Oliver Weldon on the back bumper of Roberts. Tyler Roberts now gets past the lead. There went Oliver Weldon. Roberts goes to the back bumper. As Roberts going to try to pass back, he is not. Kai Johnson still close enough to make a move if he decides to do so. 3-cart battle for the lead. You can see the leader there, Oliver Weldon, the Lando Norris car out in front. P number 2, Ty Roberts running in the Parolin cart, followed by Kai Johnson in the Energy. Out of turn 9, down towards the backstretch, heading towards 10. 3 are nose to tail. And then we got a little bit of a break before we get to Devine Roberts running in P4, Island of his own, followed by Palacio, Russo, and then Ethan Tovo, who fell back 2 positions, is also up in the mix.
Ty Roberts got his head down, trying to get back on Oliver Weldon, going to be coming to 6 laps to go. This time by Oliver Weldon has been slowly climbing his way up through the field this weekend. He's now leading the Mini Swift Pre Final.
Oliver Weldon out in front halfway this time by, which only means that we have 6 more laps to go out of 12. Beautiful shot. Weldon followed by Roberts. Johnson off in the distance, right there within striking distance. Then we see the break, the 2-cart battle for the 4th spot. That is between Devine Roberts and Giammatteo Russo running in P5. Tovo in 6 is trailing the 2 that are battling it out, and they can see a beautiful shot of the rest of the field. They're all making their way down into turn 7.
Giammatteo Russo in an absolute rager of a drive right now. He's now back up to P number 5, still out there with the fastest lap, trying to close his way to the leaders. Oliver Weldon still out front. 4-way battle for the lead, Caleb.
I think we're going to take it down to Xander Clements. He's got a couple drivers on grid. Xander, take it away.
Here we are just underneath some of the garage stalls, and coming to you here with Nate Cicero and Hayden Jones. You guys are rolling off P4, P5 here for the pre-final. Both your weekends, again, have been decent. It's not been bad. It's not really been, obviously, top step. Walk me through yours so far, Nate.
We had really good pace yesterday. Just didn't manage to get the podium on the last lap, which kind of sucked, but we'll get it today.
And then Hayden, what about you, man? You've been close as well.
We also had good pace. I got caught up in a turn 2 incident in the pre-final, which kind of put me back a little bit. So I was just catching up the whole race and just couldn't make up enough positions.
And we've been talking right here before we came on. Again, the story this weekend's been the starts. Like you said, it bit you yesterday. You're going to be on the outside. You're at least on the inside, so you're a little bit safer here for the pre-final. Outside of trying to get to the bottom, can you hang it around the outside in 1 and 2, or are you really trying to get down before you even get to the first corner?
Well, yesterday I had Paul next to me when I was starting second, so he was nice enough to give a little bit of space, so it worked then. But if you don't have your teammate there, it's really tough.
About how many spots? Again, same thing, Hayden, you were shaking your head. You think you really got to get down as soon as you can?
Oh, definitely. It's at least 2 spots if you can't. And I had to go through the dirt yesterday, and I got a penalty for it, but we got to overturn. So it's just like, if there's a wreck there, then you have to use the dirt. But if there's not, you're just going to get caught in a penalty.
Gotcha. Good deal on that. Now, we've got one interesting teammate here. We were talking as well before we came on camera. You guys know what I'm talking about. Paul Bocuse. I mean, that's a kid we said, you know, he's been trash talking the field when he's running like 20th. And now he's running really good here, home race, and his head is just going like this. Tell me, what's it been like to be under the tent with him? First you, Nate, and then Hayden.
You know, he's really funny. So he's distracting during data, which makes Ryan really mad, which is also funny. So, yeah, he's definitely a good character to have.
What about you, Hayden? What's it been like being his teammate?
It's just like comedy 24/7. It doesn't affect me, but he's definitely in Ryan's head, which is just funny watching them interact because he's like, I'm going to do Paul's data first, and then you're getting out of here. So it's just funny watching them too.
Well, best of luck here to both of you boys. Obviously, the pre-grid here has a lot of go-karts, a lot of drivers under it. These two guys are not going to go in that first X30 Pro heat. They'll go in the second one. Back to you guys up in the booth, Mateo and Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Fantastic information from 2 drivers down there. We're talking about Paul Bocuse, one of the most interesting characters on grid, as we're now watching Oliver Weldon, followed by Ty Roberts, and then Kai Johnson running in the 3rd spot. Last lap, Weldon went purple, 1:00.7. 2 leaders now making their way down towards turn 10. We're going to go down to the battle for the transfer spot. That is Fionn Shi, who is in the last transfer spot. Gage Bailey is secure right now in the 7th position. They have fallen down 9 spots, and that was Alexander Procagna running in the 19th position.
Oliver Weldon and Tyler Roberts have created a 1-second gap as they come to 2 to go. This time by Oliver Weldon, really holding on there, really strong. He has the fastest lap there. He's going to try to pick up his first dub of the weekend.
Yeah, that is your leaders making their way out of turn 3, now heading down towards 4 to the inside to defend when Oliver Weldon, again, these 2 drivers are secured in the feature. All they have to do is finish right now. Weldon is on track to take the outside pull, but right now it looks like Tyler Roberts may want to stir up the pot a little bit. Those two are going back and forth. Kai Johnson and P3 just sitting pretty. As we go down now to the battle for, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're at the 148. That is Fo Shi, who is running in the 18th position, the last one in the transfer. They are on the back door right now of Paul Hart in the 17th position. Alexander Pecunia running in 19th, also involved in the mix. We're going to switch back up to the leaders. There they are, coming across the line to get the white flag. Oliver Weldon out in front, and that is Tyler Roberts in P2 right behind.
Tyler Roberts going to have to try to put the pressure on, trying to take a dive to the inside as we're coming through turns number 2 and 3 now. Approaching the hairpin. Will Tyler make a dive here?
Looks like Ty Roberts is actually taking the outside line. Oliver Weldon went to the inside to defend. Side by side through 5, heading into 6, followed by 7. Weldon out in front. Roberts now is going to go to the outside line as Weldon goes to the inside to defend. Weldon's going to sweep out, going to mound the curb as they go over. You can see Kai Johnson, the other two following from behind. Down the backstretch they come. Here it is, not side by side, nose to tail. Weldon out in front. Roberts right there in P2. Roberts is going to wait to pass. Tries to roll the outside line. Look for a crossover out of 10. Quick look at the back. No one's behind you, Roberts. You got clean room, and he's going to try to center on the outside. Right on the back bumper of Weldon. Weldon defends the inside line through the final couple of corners. Looks like Roberts is not going to have enough to get it done. It is going to be Weldon taking the lead. Let's see if we can pan over to the 18th position because it is actually a close fight. Weldon takes the lead. Roberts in second. Let's see if we can find the battle for 18th position. I believe it is coming up. Here it is. In through the final couple of corners. Down towards the final chicane. Green cart right in front, 148. That is Fo Shi, who is running in 17th position. Right behind Alexander Pecunia wants to make it across the line. It is going to be Fo Shi who is going to come across the 17th position. Alexander Pecunia comes across to make it in 18th. 19th of Nathan Hawley back has to go into the LCQ.
Yes, he does, and great defense by Oliver Weldon there at the end of that one. He really played a nice line into turn number 13, took it a little wide and made sure that Tyler Roberts had no chance to try to make a run to the line.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, but again, that's the battle for the lead. I believe Xander Clements does have another interview lined up for us. Let's see if we can take it down. Xander, take it away.
Down here on the grid, thanks Caleb, here with Aaron Benoit. Aaron, pretty good run yesterday. I talked with your dad here, you know, he seemed somewhat happy with a P5 result, but he's like, this is the 10,000 lap track that you've got a lot of experience on. How are your expectations this week?
Well, X30 Senior is a really tough field. I mean, the top 10 guys are all really competitive. So I'm happy, or I'm satisfied with a P5, but I'm looking for more today, starting from P1.
Right, you start pole here in pre-final B. We're about to go green with pre-final A. Overall, this start, I'm sure you're going to feel pretty good about getting to start pole going into turn number 1. It seems like it's been a pretty big advantage at this racetrack.
Yeah, I certainly feel a lot more comfortable starting at the front. Starting mid-pack, you never know what's going to happen on the start, so I'm happy to roll off P1.
Awesome stuff here. Aaron Benoit rolls off P1 in pre-final B. Pre-final A just rolled out. Caleb and Mateo, let's take them through the starting grid.
Thank you, Xander. Have Mateo go through the starting order for Group A for your X30 Senior.
Ryan Norberg, your winner from yesterday, starting in P number 1 and P number 2, the character of the paddock, Paul Bocuse. And in P number 3, Alessandro De Tullio. In P number 3, 3 big names in them top 3 positions. Diego Ramos in P4, Zachary Clayman DeMello in P5, Wes Jocek in P6, Martin Kremers in P number 7, Nolan Allison in P8, Aiden Fox in P number 9, and Paulie Massimino in P number 10.
Starting 11th spot is going to be Justin Anacones, followed by Zachary Hollenshed, followed by Nolan Brewer. Dante Yu is going to start in the 14th position, followed by Luis Camaliato. Santiago Fernandez is going to start in the 16th spot, followed by AJ Myers in 17th. Starting on the bubble is going to be Jacob Girk in P18. Oscar Panazzoni is going to start in the 19th spot, followed by Mateus Garcia. 21st is going to go to Josh Campbell, 21st, Dalton Haynes, 23rd, James Stigman, 24th, Chris Vernio, 25, Ho-Peng Zhang, 26 is going to be Jack Kermain, and then 27th is going to be Braden Johnson as they are now lined up to go down towards the start-finish line. We got Xander Clemens back in the booth. He's going to take it away after we go to the start here, down towards the line to see if we're going green. We are. It is going to be Norberg and Paul Bocuse taking the start through turn number 1.
Side by side for second here. DeTulio able to close the door on Paul Bocuse and quickly get to second as we've got big problems back in turn number 4. Dust cloud coming through. Dante Yu got popped into the air, and I think we've lost a couple. Yu is back there, and a few more drivers taken out there in the first corner. I think A.J. Myers is involved, and Paulie Massimino as well. So A.J. Myers, Paulie Massimino, and Dante Yu still going, but heavy contact in the midfield is going to put them on the verge of not making it directly into the main event. They're at the tail end of the line now, while Norberg leads out of 10.
It's not really a good day for guys who decide to run shifter, who now run the single sludge speed, but now we have Norberg out in front, and that is going to be DeTulio up into P2. They're going to go nose to tail, but I'm interested to see, after I come across, is how that 18th position is going to shake up. Down into turn 1 goes Norberg and DeTulio, and that is going to be Ramos, I believe, in P3.
So here come your leaders through turn number 4. Paul Bocuse under heavy fire here to start this one. Zach Clayman DeMello right there in 4th. Marian Kremer's 5th. Battle for 6th. Nolan Allison, rookie, gets up a spot there. He gets ahead of Diego Ramos. And so that'll change the positions for 6th and 7th while the top 2 get further and further away. Again, driver breakaway here. Norberg still the leader as they head out of turn number 9. There's another good shot at the quick left-right section headed down the backstretch. Here comes Clayman DeMello to the bumper of Paul Bocuse. He'll stay in line for 3rd. No change. Up front, Alessandro DeTulio closing in on your race leader here to complete lap number 2.
Yeah, DeTulio didn't have enough to get it done during the feature. I'm wondering if he just wants to get it over with and start in the pull. He is on the back bumper of Ryan Norberg. Paul Bocuse up into P3, the character of the grid, as he is now trying to hold off Zachary Clayman DeMello running in P4.
Yeah, Zach Clayman DeMello, P4, right behind Bocuse. Norberg defending a little bit there into turn number 5, just a little bit narrow. Marian Kremer's looking pretty speedy early as well as DeMello goes purple. Kremers closes in here this time. So your top 5 tightening a little bit behind the national number 1. Your reigning series champion, yesterday's winner, Ryan Norberg, going to have a fight coming to the doorstep. Here comes a good look there at the end of the group as we see a change there for 6th. I think Diego Ramos went back around Nolan Allison. That's behind this group of 5 up front, and indeed Ramos up to 6. So Diego Ramos, driver didn't even make the main event yesterday. Qualified 6th overall, so he started 3rd in pre-final B, wrecked in turn number 2, and then wrecked in the LCQ not once but twice, ultimately ending his day. So the Brazilian looking for some better luck here today as we pick up the leaders. Here comes DeTulio, half a cart back to turn 5. And Norberg knows that he's defending. So this battle for the lead going to come here sooner rather than later. Norberg again goes low into 6. It stacks them up. Paul Bocuse on the way. Clayman DeMello, Kremers trying to get there here in the 5-driver lead pack for pre-final A.
Looking down at the bubble spot, Justin Anacones running in the 17th position. Josh Campbell right now in the bubble at 18. Paulie Massimino is not in at the moment. He's running in the 19th position.
Whoa, what a move. DeTulio from a cart length away takes over the lead in turn 10.
And we now have a 5-car battle for the lead potentially as DeTulio goes to the inside to defend. Here comes 3rd placeman. That is Paul Bocuse. Now trying to work and see if he can actually put his money where his mouth is and get around Ryan Norberg. But Norberg now has got his hands full trying to get around DeTulio.
Yeah, DeTulio quickly went on the defense mode here. He's trying to stack them up. He needs to get through to a section where he can pull away from Norberg. Turn 5 will not be it. He goes middle. Norberg defends from Bocuse. DeTulio trying to manage the gap. He does. Bocuse, big time send down the inside on his veteran teammate, and Paul Bocuse. The Orlando rookie goes up to 2nd. Norberg back to 3rd. That's what DeTulio needed. He'll get away here out front.
I'm curious to see if DeTulio is going to be able to pull away or if it's going to be Bocuse and Norberg since they are teammates working together to close back up. Norberg is a very smart and veteran driver. I think he knows if you start battling. I say that, but now we have a pass for 4th because that was Marian Kremers going down the inside of DeMello, and he is now up 1 more position.
Paul Bocuse still hunting forward here. He looks like he's gained a little bit on Alessandro DeTulio this lap. So the DeTulio thinking he finally got rid of the RPG Cosmic he was chasing. He might have another one that's even quicker trying to hunt him down. Bocuse pulled away a little bit, was a little bit slower on the time chart, but with the pass, I think he looks a little bit quicker. So definitely better in Sector 3 for Paul Bocuse. 5-driver break up front. Your update on the bubble. Dalton Haynes has worked his way up from 22nd to 12th, biggest mover so far. And it looks like Massimino has gotten himself back into the show. He's up to 16th. The next two drivers trying to get forward, AJ Myers and Dante Yu, they're further back with some damage. Here's Haynes coming through, P12. In between a lot of drivers there as Santiago Fernandez runs back in 13th. Let's pick up the leaders. They'll come out of turn number 10. There's your bubble spot. Here comes Bocuse. He signals for help. He looks to the lead. Paul Bocuse to the lead here on home turf. And the 371 leads them out of turn number 13.
Ryan Norberg thought about falling, but he backed off. He's now on the back bumper to Tullio. Now he's going to look to the inside, going down into turn 1, side by side. And it looks like it's going to be a back off by Ryan Norberg. He is going to go into the third position. DeTullio now is going to work on the back bumper. Oh, they're going to almost go 3 wide. DeTullio to the lead. Norberg's going to follow up into second.
And he fell back to third there. Norberg showed the nose not once but twice. Turn 1, turn 5. DeTullio defending was like, well, I guess I'll dive on Bocuse. And he did. And he's the leader now. DeTullio, Bocuse, Norberg, and here comes Marian Kremers. The PSL Karting Burrell Art up to P4 as they head down the backstretch. He's on Norberg's bumper looking for third.
And that is going to be Marian Kremers, like I said, on the back bumper on P4.
Oh, 3 wide for the lead. DeTullio with a bad exit. Bocuse gets through. Kremers to second, Norberg third. And a crossover move from DeTullio. They're banging tires. Norberg signals to work forward. DeMello, he pulls back in line to fifth. Again, this is what I'm talking about. What just happened right there, third, fourth, and fifth. You saw the hand signals. They do not want to let the leaders get away. They're going to work together to stay close to Bocuse. And so they'll stay single file, third, fourth, and fifth. Again, that right there, Caleb, is what I'm talking about as Kremers tries to defend. The X30 juniors, they would have fought for third, and the top two would have got away. Your seniors, they're going to wait. They'll be patient, like, all right, that's fine. Let's stay together, and let's go catch the 371, because here comes Norberg on Kremers. He'll force a little bit of defense out of the Burrell Art. Down the back, Bocuse half a second up. Here comes Norberg for P2.
Marian Kremers looked like he tried to pass on the outside of Bocuse coming out of 3, decided to back off. Oh, they're all tangled up from behind. I think that was DeTullio got pushed out. He is falling back through the field down into the 7th or 8th position. Now we have the leader of Paul Bocuse out in front. His teammate Ryan Norberg up into second. And now Marian Kremers in the 3rd position. Kremers has no help, and it looks like it may have to be Norberg to catch back up to Bocuse if they want to defend off the rest of the field.
Paul Bocuse coming through turn number 4, over to turn number 5. Nice and healthy lead back to Ryan Norberg. Marian Kremers still right there in 3rd. There's a pass from Wes Duchak. He was trying the inside of Nolan Bauer. Has to worry about Aiden Fox behind him. Then it's Zach Hollingshead at the end of the group. Then Dalton Haynes at the next pack. In the bubble spot update here, AJ Myers has now gone into the show. He's gone by Jack Tamura as Dante Yu follows him forward. They should be able to get to Jacob Gerke and Josh Campbell to put Dante Yu into the show here. There's the bubble spot. Myers on in, Gerke is out. Or Gerke, sorry, 17th. Gerke and Dante Yu looking to get in as well. My apologies. So Myers to 17th, Gerke 18th. Dante Yu trying to get there. He's 19th. This time by 3 laps to go. And guess who just is about to go purple, or at least fastest in the group? Ryan Norberg, 4/10 quicker than Paul Bocuse that time.
Yeah, Bocuse is going to have his hands full. Thankfully, it is his teammate, so maybe it'll go a little bit easier. Maybe he is in his head, and he's actually going to back off. It looks like Marian Kremers also starting to fall off the pace a little bit. That main big pack is now broken up into smaller packs, still out in front, and it's heating up in the front pack. And also the battle for the transfer, like I said before, Myers now up in the 17th position. Dante Yu in 18th. He has about about a second and so difference between himself and 19th of Jacob Gerke, so he is safely in right now, but Myers is going to have to be clean the rest of the race if he wants to stay in as well.
Here they come out of turn 10. Norberg a half cart length away from Bocuse. That'll be the battle for the lead and the pole position in the main event, which is so crucial here. It's what arguably won Norberg the main yesterday by getting to start out front and stay out front. Here he comes down the front stretch. He knows he's got his number covered. He's pulled from Kremers. Kremers was even to Norberg that time, but lost a little bit earlier. Bocuse opens up. Norberg looks inside. Clear. Ryan Norberg back to the point here in the pre-final. 2 to go, and he starts blocking instantly. Bocuse right behind him. Kremers still close. And you said there was a second. There's about a 10th at the line, but it's now opened up to a second. I think Jacob Gerke again is going to fade, so Dante Yu and AJ Myers without any issues should make it into the main. All three drivers tangled in that first lap incident.
I'm curious to see if Bocuse is going to be able to hang with Ryan Norberg, as right now Marian Kremers has now closed back up a little bit. He has just taken a chip away here and there to catch back up to the lead too. What he really needs right now is Bocuse to push the issue on Norberg, Norberg to defend, back up the field, and we may see a three-car battle for pole position.
So white flag in the air here, battling for, again, that elusive pole position in the main event. Alessandro Di Tullio hits his best lap of the race here. Bocuse struggling. Kremers went purple that time. He'll take second. So Marian Kremers goes down the inside on Bocuse. Little bobble on the exit here. He's going to have to defend, and I think that might seal the deal for Norberg. Nice and healthy gap here as Kremers gets up to P2. And Bocuse falls back to third. Half a lap to go.
Di Tullio made his way up into the, Di Tullio up into the fourth spot. Nolan Allison running in fifth. I mean, what a shakeup for Alessandro Di Tullio. He was battling for the lead at one point. Now he's just trying to battle to stay back up with the main pack. The white flag is out as we go side by side. Kremers goes down to defend. Here comes Bocuse. Bocuse trying for a crossover move. There's Di Tullio up on the inside of Bocuse. We got a three-cart battle to the finish line.
Across the line, Norberg wins the pre-final. Kremers, Bocuse, Di Tullio, 2, 3, 4. We go back further in the field. There's AJ Myers. He's gone by Josh Campbell. That's 16th. Dante Yu, final driver there, I believe, although there looks like there was an issue on the final lap. There may be one more in 18th. If I'm not mistaken, no, Dante Yu, final driver to transfer. So Yu makes it in without having to go to the LCQ, but loses 4 spots off the green. AJ Myers ends up picking up one altogether. Diego Ramos, something happened late. He fades back to 15th, and Massimino drove back up. Paulie Massimino was as fast as the leaders at the end there. He got all the way back to 11th. Unfortunately, that means he starts 21st in the main event later on. But X30 Pro Senior pre-final odd. Let's go back to the top 10. This is the inside lane starting for the final. Norberg, Kremers, Bocuse, Di Tullio, Nolan Allison, P5, Zach Clayman and Mello, P6, Zachary Hollings at P7, Wes Duchak, P8, Nolan Bauer, P9, and Aiden Fox rounding the top 10. We're going to go we'll stay green here because we've got engines, I believe, already firing up down on the grid. Now, quick announcement for those in the paddock and for those watching on the live stream, the X30 Pro Senior class was set to only have a 10-minute gap after this and then go green with our LCQs, but we've got a lot of protests that the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials are working through. So because of that, we are going to have a 40-minute break, more or less, and then we'll come back with the last chance qualifiers later on. So again, if you're tuning in right now, you'll notice, again, we were set to go based off the timetable. Green, I believe, at 12:40 or 12:50. I think 12:50 for the first LCQ. I'm going to guesstimate that'll be closer to 1:20 p.m. So that'll give the hard-working track officials, our hard-working camera people, a short 30-minute lunch break, give them time to eat some food. And again, in the meantime as well, it gives the officials some time to review some protests. So lots of penalties, lots of hard racing, Caleb. And we've got our grid line getting set to go here for your pre-final B. Led off with Aaron Benoit and Thomas Neveau on the front row. We've got a little bit of an issue on the timing monitor for the grid, so we'll get you the actual grid here as we get set to go green for X30 Pro Senior Sunday pre-final. So once again, Aaron Benoit, Thomas Neveau, again the front row, and Victor Franzoni, who had a decent run in yesterday's pre-final and a not-so-great run in yesterday's main event. He lines up P3. Hayden Jones lines up fourth. We talked to him before the green along with his teammate Nate Cicero. Rolls off P5. Donovan Bonilla, another RPG in the 328, rolls off P6. Then Jack Jeffers, P7. Justin White rolls off 8th. Jeremy Fletcher, 9th. Ryan Raffa rounds the top 10. And that's Nash Motorsports driver Ryan Vincent to the inside of row 6 alongside CRG's Tyler Wettengel. Axel Cabrera and Gavin Bailiff, row 7. Tyler McIntyre, Cameron Weinberg, Timothy Carroll, Guillermo Quintero, Oliver Hodgson, one driver to watch here to work his way through. He starts down in 19th. Rounding the top 10, Sutter Gable. Then it's Riley Ramroop, Adrian Cruz, Jacob Hoover, Sam Kate, Julia Booz, Adam Maxwell, Gabriel Cower, Alex Noiz, Frankie Mossman, Noah Rosser. 30 deep, green flag, we're racing to turn 1.
It looks like down on the inside. I think everyone's trying to fight over that real estate like you were talking about with the dirt on the inside tires. When they're trying to, if you can't make it in turn 1, you got to force it down, maybe even go through the dirt in turn 3. And it looks like they're going to fairly cleanly make it through. There's a little bit of contact there by Fletcher, and it looks like Fletcher's able to come by somewhat clean.
Yeah, Guillermo Quintero, I think, got up and over the curbing there in the 307, if I'm not mistaken. Got into a few drivers, but they're clean and green through the infield here. Fletcher under heavy fire. He's buried in the mid-pack after that start. Your leader down the back, though, nice and clean start for Aaron Benoit. He's got pressure from Thomas Neveau for the top spot. Victor Franzoni is third, and then a little gap back to fourth and fifth. Here they come. First lap to be completed. Benoit still defending, just a touch. Home track here, hometown hero, Aaron Benoit leads lap 1.
There's Thomas Neveau on the back bumper. I think he may try to make his move early. Actually, I say that. He actually may hesitate as we have Benoit out in front. Franzoni running at P2. Nathan Cicero, again, like we talked about, he's been quick but stayed under the radar as we now have a pass for the lead. There goes Neveau on the inside of Benoit, and then we have a new leader change. And it looks like Neveau's going to go in the inside to defend. Benoit gets pushed back into P2.
Aaron Benoit quickly signaling to Neveau, you know what, let's just work together. I don't want to get backwards into a dogfight as Victor Franzoni is on the way. Couple of Kart Republic manufactured machines, second and third behind the, first and third now with the Trinity Karting Group lead pilot Thomas Neveau leading. Aaron Benoit against second in the U-Race Tony Kart, sandwiched between the pair. Then we go back, we find a couple of OTKs, a trio actually. Nate Cicero, Jack Jeffers, and then we've got Donovan Bonilla in the 328. Little gap further back finds Ryan Raffa, who's had a good start. He's up two spots actually. Make it 3. Hayden Jones back a couple. He's 8th. Gavin Bailiff 9th. Fletcher 10th. And again, Thomas Neveau leading as Victor Franzoni joins the pair up front here in pre-final, the even pre-final for X30 Pro Senior.
I don't think Aaron Benoit is going to push the issue too hard. I saw him look back. He's going to see Victor Franzoni, who last lap went purple. He went a 55.064, fastest kart on field. So if those two were to possibly start battling back and forth like we were talking about earlier, the maturity of the drivers, they know not to do anything, because if they do so, there could be a 3-kart battle, which could then lead to more guys joining the party. Looking down through the order, trying to see who's on the bubble. It is going to be Tyler Wettengale in the 18th positions on the bubble. Jacob Hoover running in P19 is right there trying to crack his way in, along with Adam Maxwell in the 20th position.
We got one off there on the side of the racetrack. That was Justin White. We're going back to find the bubble spot. Right now, Tyler Wettengale has it over Julia Booz, I believe, and Adam Maxwell. Wettengale still 18th. If we cross the line, will that stay the same? Looks like a transponder issue. He's still going. That's the CRG there in the middle of your frame. So they'll update that for Tyler Wettengale. Oh, no, that's just further back in the field. My apologies. Maybe a little bit further up.
There's your leaders making their way. Oh, it looks like there's
a problem
for
Victor Franzoni. Oh, no, the chain has failed on the 321. And the PK Sports Alonso Kart driver through turn number 7. Franzoni going to pull it off to the side of the racetrack. And again, one of the most talented drivers here in the field, who has hopped in with pretty much little to no seat time or testing, went right to the front inside the top 10, battling to start inside the top 5. He's now going to have to go to the last chance qualifier.
That's going to be music to the ears of the two leaders, Benoit and Neveau, who are out in front as we go back. I think that was the transfer spot. Then we're going to switch back to leaders right now. Yes. I believe, no, that is not the transfer spot.
That's
that is
right there
Cicero.
Inside the top 10. Jack Jeffers, Nate Cicero. Jeffers has gone by. Here's Aaron Benoit, Tyler Wettengale. Again, the top 2. And then now we've got 3rd, 4th, and 5th here. With the issue for Franzoni, Jack Jeffers promoted up to the top 3. Good run in the works here for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver. He's up 4 positions.
Two leaders now going into turn 10, coming out now. Benoit, Neveau, Jeffers up into 3rd. Cicero, as I said before, stayed under the radar. Hasn't been talked about a whole lot besides a couple of interviews. And before the feature yesterday, he is looking to have a good starting spot as he is currently running in the 4th position. That is going to be on the 4th row for the feature this afternoon if he stays where he's at. As hopefully we can get back and look at the transfer spot. We were talking about before, there's a couple of transponder issues with who do you say the transponder
I thought we had
from?
a little transponder issue with Tyler Wettengale. I think that was they were just further back in the field and our cameras really missed it. So we're going to watch the leaders come out of turn number 5. Aaron Benoit back in front again, as you mentioned. Thomas Neveau, following him, happy to follow right now. Jeffers, Bonilla, Cicero, Hayden Jones. There's Noah Rosser, who should be on the edge, and he is. So Rosser up 12 spots. That was the kid who missed out on the main event yesterday by 1 position. Noah Rosser in the Motez Sport Burrell art. And so here they come into the infield. Look at this. I think Jeffers might be a little bit quicker than the leaders this time by. Down the front stretch, where does the 333 land compared to the top 2? Benoit, 54 nines. No, Jeffers, 55 flats. So the leaders are still pulling away. Little curb hop there for the 325, and the lead still in the hands of another Orlando, Florida native, Aaron Benoit.
That is Nouveau and P number 2. Those two staying fairly clean as, there's side-by-side contact off screen as they are now making their way around, coming in through turn 7. Benoit out in front. Nouveau up in P number 2. The gap there was very visual. You can see the distance between the top 2 and the rest of the field. I think also making the way up is Jeremy Fletcher up in the 8th spot. Also Gavin Bailiff off 7 positions. He is up into the 7th spot comfortably. And there's the 2 leaders going off into the distance through the final couple chicanes. You can see how much curb hopping and how much curb they actually take by the movement of the carts to make their way through.
Here's a look further back down outside the top 10. This is around 16th. Tyler McIntyre 16th. Frankie Mossman 17th. Noah Rosser 18th. Going to come under fire, Matt Mossman in 18th. He's gone by Noah Rosser as they update across the loop. So Rosser is out once again. Jeffers on the defense now with 5 laps to go. Donovan Bonilla still there. We've got a few drivers starting to queue up over here that we'll chat with our Matteo Giuliano when this race is done. And then we'll talk with a few of our drivers from the X30 Pre Final for the evens. 4.5 to go. Aaron Benoit, Jack Jeffers.
Good shot there of the field snaking the way through. You can see the leaders going down on the backstretch still. Benoit and Thomas Nouveau show.
Well, we got 4 laps to go. We've got a minute here. We can send it down. We'll go side by side. We'll send it to our Matteo Giuliano. Oh, no, here, we'll hang on. We'll hang on for a moment. Here, we'll come back to him in a little bit, so no worries. Tyler McIntyre still holding the transfer spot. P17, P18, Frankie Mossman, 19, Noah Rosser, and 20th right there. I think that is, or 19th, Timothy Carroll, 18th, Noah Rosser. So we had another one drop out. I think maybe Franzoni was late on the update. I don't know what exactly is going on a little bit with timing. A little funky for us trying to keep up, but nonetheless, Aaron Benoit still your leader as we watch him come through the carousel. Thomas Nouveau in second.
I have a feeling it's probably going to be Thomas Nouveau waiting until there's a obvious opportunity to pass. I think he's going to make sure he plays a conservative route, make sure it's in the show as we switch back over. There's a battle between 16, 17, and 18, all making their way through turn 7. Now as they make their way through the chicane one more time. Beautiful shots here at Orlando, thanks to the Kart Chaser crews, and make their way down the backstretch. Everyone's up on the wheel. Nobody wants to go into that LCQ because it is an absolute madhouse of a race we saw yesterday, especially in the X30. Now, down towards they come of the front straightaway. That is Frankie Mossman, Noah Rosser, Timothy Carl, and Tyler Wettengale, who is in the 20th position as Wettengale, but I don't think he's
Carroll
in
up
that
past
pack.
Noah Rosser now, so move Timothy Carroll into the final transfer position. Mossman still 16th, McIntyre 17th. Both of the Motez Sport Burrells going backwards a little bit. Carroll coming stronger with 3 to go. Again, this is crunch time for him. Tyler Wettengale just on the outside looking in. There's the rest of the field coming by. I want to figure out what we've got up front for the leaders here. Jack Jeffers, Donovan Bonilla, and again, Nate Cicero. And once again, update here in the paddock area for everyone listening in. We will be taking an extra lunch break. We will be going behind schedule in order to make sure we have time to review protests. So the U.S. Pro Kart Series will be under a short delay of about 40 minutes, 40 minutes, following these 2 pre-finals as we get set to go. Aaron Benoit, your leader here with 2 to go, Caleb.
Yeah, that is Nouveau running in P2, right close behind. I don't think he's going to make any moves as they're making the way down. You can see the rest of the field now. That is going to be Jack Jeffers running in the 3rd spot. Close battle there as well. That was with Jeremy Fletcher and Cameron Weinberg battling out for the 7th and 8th position. 2 leaders now coming across. Benoit and Nouveau. They've been the talk of the pre-final for B all race long, still running 1 and 2. Jack Jeffers, though, he has cranked out some very fast laps, but he does not have enough time to catch back up to your 2 leaders. 2 laps to go currently is going to be the white flag this next time by.
He was a little bit slower. The leaders in a league of their own. We're going to send it down to Matteo Giuliano in about 1 lap here. Final lap coming up White flag, Thomas Neveau right behind Aaron Benoit. We're going to watch them into turn 1, pass for the lead. Neveau takes over the top spot into turn number 1. Thomas Neveau and Aaron Benoit nose to tail. Headed to turn 5. Neveau blocks the inside into 5. Benoit not able to get by there into 6. Neveau defends again. We'll give you the bump update or the final transfer update when we get it, but we got a great battle for the lead. We need to stay on to the finish. Through the sweeper. Neveau, Benoit, nose to tail here. Into turn 9 down the backstretch. Good defense from Neveau. Into 10, Caleb, he's looking pretty good.
Benoit, I think this is the best passing point for him right now. Down to the inside goes Neveau to defend on the exit. I don't think he's going to pull it out. Thought about it.
2 more opportunities right here. Turn 10, 11, 12, 13. Neveau blocks it nicely. Benoit tries a crossover. They're going to come door to door. It'll be a photo finish across the line. Aaron Benoit will no. Thomas Neveau by 17 thousandths of a second. It looked like he might have nosed him. And now, final transfer spot battle. Tyler McIntyre, Timothy Carroll, that's 17th and 18th, and Adrian Cruz out of nowhere. Might have just missed out. Timothy Carroll, final transfer in at 18th. Cruz, 19th. Noah Rosser drops to 20th. Frankie Mossman up 13 spots overall. He gets in. Hodgson is in. Wow. What a finish to pre-final B. I thought Neveau didn't have that one. It looked like Benoit might have nosed him, but either way, we'll talk to both of them because that was a fantastic finish. In the meantime, we've got 3 of the top finishers from pre-final A down on the grid with Matteo Giuliano. Matteo, Ryan Norberg, Marian Kremers, Paul Bocuse, take it away.
I'm here with that pre-final podium. Oh my goodness. Paul, I really thought you had it with a few laps to go, but you left the door open in a corner where I really didn't think you would. Run me through how you're feeling right now about that.
You know, I really thought that me and Ryan were cool. You know, I thought we were friends. I didn't think he was going to pass me. He didn't have to pass me. I was driving under the rubber. He doesn't think I was. He thinks I was blocking, so he passed me.
Really? Do you think he really – you're going to pass him, right?
Yeah, I have to. I mean, I thought he was blocking. I didn't know that was his racing line. So I was super confused when he told me because we've talked about this over and over, and he's for some reason in the middle of the racetrack. I don't know why, but I thought he was blocking. I thought he was going to block the last 2 laps, and he left the door open, so I went for it.
Well, there you go. There's your other win. And then Kremers, that made it so that you two were battling on the last lap. What were you thinking when you saw that happen?
I was happy he was blocking, to be honest, because that would mean I could catch up. Then Ryan went in for a move because Paul just left the door wide open, and then he did the same thing with me on the last lap. He's looking back behind 3 times on the straight. He knew I was there, and then he just left the door open. So he's still young, I guess.
Paul, when I was like 9 years old, my coach told me, no matter what, do not look back. But still, it was an unbelievable battle, and you got another chance. What are you thinking? What are you going to try to do? Because you're probably going to want to really beat this guy later on.
You know, I really want to beat both of them. I got a bumper penalty, so I don't know where I'm going to start. Hopefully inside the top 10, but I'll make sure to be there for then.
Are you sure? All right, so do you think any beef is around? Like, what are the vibes right now? Run me through it.
Well, it's just high-intensity racing. It's so much fun being out there, and, like, the track just really feeds to great racing. I mean, I love this place. I'm super happy we're here because the racing's awesome, and it's going to be tight. I mean, if anybody gets out front, they're going to defend a little bit, and it's going to bring the rest of the pack right there, and it's going to be a tight race.
All right, and then the last question, the memes. Do you think the memes are going to be coming this afternoon? Kremers, what do you think about that?
Yeah, probably, and if everyone has some, I can post them for you. So, yeah, just send them my way. Even if I'm not involved in it, I'm happy to post.
You 3 are a meme just by existing. Xander, right back up to you, buddy.
Not really sure how we take that one, Matteo, but a nice interview nonetheless here with the top 3. Caleb Smock and myself, we're just enjoying the view up here in the building. We have some announcements, of course. We go back green at 1:20 p.m. We will be taking about a 40-minute 4-0 break. The KA100 Jr LCQ will kick it off. That puts us a little bit delayed. Gives time for lunch, gives time for some more protest reviews, gives time for some more drivers to debrief, and I guess Matteo to work on the meme game. Either way, stick with us here. We'll leave it with the track camera looking out here live on Orlando. We won't run too many commercials on you guys, but we will be ready with the last chance qualifiers coming up here shortly.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and/or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everyone
like that.
Sorry about that. Welcome back here to LCQs. We're about to get underway here with our KA Junior. Got a good group for you guys going out right now. Cameraman just booting up the generators to get the cameras fired, so they should all be rolling in now. And this is KA Junior. Top 4 make the main show. If you're not in the top 4, unfortunately got to pack up early. Head on back home. Front row, Ryan Miller. Actually, this is not updated yet. Once my updating timesheet updates, I'll make sure to get to you guys. We can get the top 4 lined up for you. Drivers now making the way around on track. I believe Ryan Miller is starting up on pole position. All right, so we got an update here. Ryan Miller, Victor Alencar, Walter Jenkins. That is going to be your top 3. Michael Levitt is going to start in P number 4. Quentin McPherson is going to start in P number 5. Micah Winfrey in the 6th position. Nathan DePose is going to start in P7. Reagan Savala is going to start in P8. Indy Anderson in the 9th position. Austin Roy in 10th. Jake James rounds out the field in 10th. Again, top 4 are going to make the field. Everyone else has to go home. Interesting shakeup here in the KA field. Indy Anderson, who was running in the transfer position, unfortunately got punted and ended up in the barriers and has to start in P9. Look for him to make his way up through the field. Ryan Miller also was a contender on the bubble spot and just lost out in the last couple of laps. Making the way down to the line. Let's see what we got. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out. They're going to roll it down into turn 1. Top 4 is what we're looking for. Bubble spot is in P4. Everyone making the way around so far. No one getting pushed off track. Over into turn 3. The quick little left-hander. Making their way down into turn number 2. Ryan Miller running in the Trinity Kart Republic out in front. Rest of the field slowly making their way around behind. Already there's a break in the field. Top 3 out. 4th position in a bubble of their own. I believe that is Quentin McPherson running in P4. These are shorter laps. Usually 8 laps is going to be the distance here for the LCQs. Already going side by side for the lead down into turn 1. It looks like that is going to be, I believe that is Walter Jenkins making his way down up into the 2nd spot. They're going side by side. Little tussle there in the 3rd position as they're still making their way around. Lap number 1 in the books. Ryan Miller out in front in that Kart Republic. P number 2, Walter Jenkins, the 4th. Running in car 843. Oh, we got a special guest up in the booth, and he even put on his famous work shirt. Go ahead and pull the mic down. Connor Zilich up in the booth. Connor, you've had some running in the KA class yourself. Tell us what you're thinking right now, looking out of here.
Yeah, LCQs are always fun. Well, they're fun to watch. I don't know if they're too fun to be in them, but super cool to see the fields that USPKS has been bringing in. They're an awesomely ran series, and I've always enjoyed running them. So super cool to see these LCQs and see these people battling it out for the transfer spots.
Now, you have ran KA for quite a bit of time. Obviously, ran out in Super now. It's a little bit of controversy, but we won't get into that. But tell us, if you're in this situation right now and you're running in LCQ, mentally, what are you trying to do? You're trying to get that 4th spot, or you're trying to possibly advance your position if you're in the opportunity to in order to make it to the front, but you have the risk of taking yourself out?
Yeah, in this race, you see the top 3 are kind of pulling away from the rest of the field. So if I were any of those 3s, I'd just stay in line and wait for the last few corners to make any moves. There's no point of trying to gain 1 or 2 spots because you have the chance of going backwards to the back. So if I'm one of them, I'm just trying to stay where I am and stay in line, so that way the rest of the field doesn't catch up, because that's what'll make it a really big battle. But it looks like they're starting to battle a little bit, so we'll see if the rest of the field can close in.
Yeah, let me move my chair over here. We got some more people up in the booth. Let me just go over just a little bit. Drivers still making the way around here. Go ahead and throw on a headset. Got it. We got Dante Yu up in the booth. Now, hold. Let's correct that just a little bit. So Dante Yu, we're talking about the KA field currently out on track right now, the KA juniors. You yourself have, actually I don't know, do you have any experience in the LCQs?
Yeah, I did the LCQ yesterday. I actually won that LCQ in the X30 Pro Senior division.
I should have known that, so I do apologize. So tell us mentally, we were just talking to Connor a little bit too. You got 3 guys out in front, 4th position, who is Indy Anderson. He is actually under fire right now from Austin Roy. Austin Roy able to get by. We were talking before, if for transfer, let's say you're in the 3rd spot, do you push it to try to go up to that 1st position, advance maybe 1 or 2 spots, or do you stay where you're at content?
Well, looking at this field right now, we got the top 3 kind of pulling away a little bit. So if it were me, I'd kind of sit still and let the race play out. I got good gap behind me. Nothing to worry about. Just stay calm, stay cool, run my race, finish out where I am. We're in the main. It's all good.
Now, when you went into your LCQ yesterday, did you have the same mindset, or did you just push right through?
For me, I was starting, I believe, 14th in my main event, or LCQ, or 15th actually. So I had the idea, the mindset of, push, 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 because in the heat race beforehand, I had went out with like only 1 lap in, so I had fresh tires, nice and clean. So I just head down, pushed hard, pushed forward, went up as far as I could.
Connor, would you agree that was about the same?
Yeah,
Do you have any LCQ final experiences?
I've definitely been in LCQ before, whether it's Supernats or previously to that. But yeah, the idea is to always get to a transfer spot and then kind of just calm down and make sure you don't put your bumper in, anything like that. You can kind of see there the orange helmet, his bumper might be in there, so that's something to worry about. There's not much you can do about that at that point. You just kind of got to try and get out front and try and build a gap. But it's really difficult to manage those things.
Yeah, and who you're talking about is Indy Anderson, currently running the 5th spot. That's actually the battle for the transfers. So there's about 5 carts going right now currently, and I believe that is Michael Levette currently running P5, and we were talking about Indy Anderson. He just swept out wide. Commentators, bad luck. Switching back over to Dante. Now, you're not in the LCQ today. You made it out, correct?
Yeah, just barely.
Just
last
barely.
spot.
Well, you're in the last spot now, but now you're going to have, 4 or 5 guys behind you, or
Yes.
2 guys behind you. We were talking about earlier with turn 1 here of how it's incredibly hard to pass when you're going into turn 1. It bottlenecks up. What is your strategy for going in? Do you just openly go in there and send it, or you just pray you make it out?
It's full send. Try to find any space that you can, any open space, and just pray for the best, honestly.
Yeah, I would totally agree. And something we were talking about, too, was the layout of this track, of how there's some fast parts, there's some slow parts. Obviously, the best places to pass are the hairpins, especially down in turn 10. For you, what is the best area that you found out to pass that some people may not know about?
I found my personal best spot is turn 4, because if you get a nice run out of turn 3, it's really nice and easy to bring it over into the left side, just shoot right into turn 4, and it's really easy to run narrow, turn in early. No worries there.
I understand that. Connor, from someone looking on the outside, obviously, big man in the field, running sports cars. You've retired from karting, quote unquote. Looking into this right here, how do you think some unknown passing points that people might not know about?
I definitely think the corner, I don't know what it is, over here, in the corner over there, when they swing left, you just got to open it up and go straight to the apex. What corner is that over there? Before the back straightaway? Yeah.
Turn 9, yeah.
Yeah, turn 9. I think that's a good one. You can really mess them up and get a good run down the straightaway. So I think that one's good. Same as what Dante said. I think turn 1's a good opportunity as well. You can catch someone off guard there. When they open left for the braking zone, you just got to go straight. But yeah, definitely this track has created some good racing. I've had some time to go and watch, and I've really enjoyed watching it. And part of me wishes I was out there, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad I'm just watching and I'm not tearing anything up.
Big man's got bills to pay, so we're going to go on the running order real quick. Ryan Miller out in front. He's in a 3-pack with Victor Allen Carr, followed by Walter Jenkins, the 4th. And then right now, Quentin McPherson, running in the 4th spot, is currently in the last transfer. Everyone else still tucked in from behind. So now we're going to go back to Dante. If you're running, let's say you're in Reagan Saval spot, running in the 5th position, it's coming down the line. You're not really inside of that 4th spot. Do you pray that something happens in the top 4, or do you just kind of like ease it off and save your equipment for the future races?
Race ain't over till it's over. Keep pushing, and hopefully something happens.
I would agree with that. Connor, you have any comments?
Yeah, if I'm in that last spot before I make it to the transfer, I'm doing anything I can to get up there.
Well, I think a good point, too, like you were talking about before with pushback bumpers. We don't know how many pushbacks are going to be. I don't think any of the top three are going to have any. We didn't see the start into turn 1 from the front point. Like you were talking about before, there could be an unknown pushback, which is a 6-second time difference now, which could put yourself into the show. Do you, either of you two, I'll leave it open-ended, have any stories when you unexpectedly moved up a couple positions from when, I don't know, someone decided to take someone out at Supernats in 2020?
Yeah, plenty of times. Just like, someone crashed. That's a free spot. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it happens a lot.
All right, we're looking right here. This is going to be the checkered flag, if I'm not mistaken. Ryan Miller out in front. You can see the three coming across. Ryan Miller in that Kart Republic coming across the line. Victor Allencar, you can hear the fans in the background are applauding the drivers coming across the line. Quentin McPherson is going to take the last transfer spot in the LCQ and go to the main. Unfortunately, Reagan Saval, Austin Roy, Nathan DePost, Michael Levitt, Mick Winfrey. So many people are cheering up here. Indy Anderson and Jake James are not going to make it into the show. So, Connor, seeing this right now, are you going to pull a card up for next USPKS event?
You know, part of me wants to, but at the same time, I gotta do it smart and stay out of it. Keep myself. You know, I'd love to race, obviously, but what I've got going for me right now in cars, I find is more important. So I'm really just trying to focus on that.
We need Con Bonnie back in the seat, man.
Yeah,
needs to drive.
I want to be out there. I got to give it someone that can beat Ryan. Ryan's been killing it out there.
You're not going to make like one surprise appearance, like a.
No, I'll make it out there for at least 2 races. I'm looking at Miami Grands and Supernats most likely.
You're going to take him on at Miami Grands?
Oh, for sure. I'll see you there, baby.
Oh yeah, we'll see you there.
We'll get a poll going when that time comes closer in October for who's going to make it. So right now that was KA100 Jr. That was just wrapped up. I believe we're about to get underway with our KA100 Senior. Now, you both have experience in this class, if I'm not mistaken. Who are some unexpected names that you see in here that, obviously, it's a stacked field even for LCQ. What are some names in here that caught you guys off guard that were in the LCQ?
Peyton Phillips, definitely first. He's been running at the front this weekend. He's starting at the tail end of the LCQ, so it'll be fun to watch him making his way through. Who else we got here? Yeah, that's the one I'm really going to be watching. I remember racing him at Supernats when I was coming to the field. He was one of the ones that I realized, man, he's pretty quick, and so we'll see what he can do here. Hopefully he can make it up into the top 4 and transfer to the final.
Should be an interesting field. No, I mean, I haven't been paying attention that closely to the KA100 Senior, so we'll see how this pans out. Hopefully it'll be a nice and exciting race.
I think it's going to be because we got 22 drivers going for 4 positions. So I think it's going to be a little interesting to say the least. Drivers are making their way out on track. Now, Connor, it seems like the role of every driver when they make it to the big leagues, I'm trying to prepare you for this, is that they go into the big leagues, something happens, you know, they retire, and they become a commentator. So you want to try to commentate the start for all the viewers back at home?
Let's see what I got.
You're just building your resume. They got to go one more time by.
Yeah.
We'll have Con Man taking the start to see what all can happen here. Running order right now, Garrett Davis is going to start in the front row next to Trevin Watson. Nick DeAndrea is going to start next to Mason Surgener. Larry Prigham starts at 5th spot next to Alexander DeBone. Tanner Bunny is going to start in the 7th spot next to Cameron Case. Alex Fenston is going to start in the 9th spot next to Alec Dahl-Bond. So that is the top 10 for your KA Senior, where you got to go another time around in order to get things going here. So, Connor, we don't have a lot of celebrities up in the booth. Tell us, what are your plans for cars in the year of 2022?
Yeah, this year I'm racing the Mazda MX-5 Cup and Trans Am. We've already done 2 races in the MX-5 Cup and 1 in Trans Am. It's been super exciting year. Oh yeah, look at that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but yeah, it's been a ton of fun, and I'm really enjoying it. And it's always fun to come back to the kart track, though. I always love seeing all my friends and everyone that I've hung out with throughout the past 10 years of my motorsports journey. But yeah, I always enjoy coming here and watching these races and seeing what's coming up in the sport.
Dante, you got any plans for running cars out in the future? You got a surprise IndyCar ride coming up for the 500?
No, I wish, man, I wish. But right now, I kind of just sticking to karts, you know, having fun and enjoying it and seeing how the year pans out.
I think you bring up a good point. Enjoying at the kart track. You see some people getting worked up. Now, granted, this is nationals, and there is a lot on the stake.
For sure.
Part of it has to be fun when you're out on track.
For sure, yeah.
Because if you're not having fun in person, I think you're in the right sport.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. The most important thing is having fun.
All right, so for the first time ever, Connor Zilic is going to.
We got off pole.
Oh
off
my God,
poles off
Trevor
the track.
Watson just pulled off. That is very unfortunate for him.
Righty, coming to the green here.
I don't know what happened. If he lost power, a chain came off or something.
That sucks.
All right, Connor, first time ever.
Alrighty.
Let's call the start, buddy.
And we're green into turn 1. See what we got. So far, so good. Oh, got a couple. That's half the field.
Back.
Holy cow! There's Peyton Phillips. Man, that's a lot.
I can't even see cart numbers. We got the 959. Let me look through and see who that is.
Man, that's no good.
Alexander DeBall, who is starting up in the 6th spot, so that's going to shake things up majorly in the front half. Sorry to interrupt you, Connor. Go ahead and take that.
No, you're good. Got the front of the field rolling through here through the sweeper and the tight tight complex through here, onto the back straightaway. Who's leading? I can't even see.
I think that was Garrett Davis.
Yeah,
who's now in
I
front.
believe so. Yeah, Garrett Davis on his X30. Oh, we got another one off.
Oh, that's a 970. That is Riley Pegram starting the 11th spot. Unfortunately, is out. You can see him shaking his wheel. I'm not sure if he maybe tagged a barrier or what happened. He's looking at his cart. Here's the leaders coming down the line now. Our time issue update. This is one heck. We got 6 carts out in front right now, battling for 4 spots. Garrett Davis,
Will Robusto up 15 spots on lap 1. That's pretty incredible.
He's killing it.
That's pretty incredible.
Alex Flintstone running in the 3rd spot. Joseph Botting running in P4. Mason Surgener up in the 5th spot. 1 spot out of the bubble. Lida Smalls running in 6th. And then Grayson Hernandez.
Will Robusto to the lead.
Oh, a little sideways.
Here, you guys are doing better than I am.
Got some interesting stuff going on here.
Looks like they're 2
Got the
wide
last
going
2, 5th and 6th, battling outside the transfer spot. I don't know if I'd be doing that, but got a lot going on.
Battling for 3rd here.
I think that's Mason Surgener, who's up on the inside, making his way to turn 10. Can't quite see the
There's a yellow flag here, so anyone passing.
Oh, there's another cart off.
Yeah.
Dang, they're all dropping like flies. So we got the top 4 now making the way around. Actually, I should probably say top 8. There's 2 going by right now for the lead. Pass in the backfield. I think that was Joseph Botting trying to get around Alex Flintstone. As they come across the line now, you can see Flintstone working his way out. One more down in the books. That is Robusto, Flintstone, Surgener, Botting, and Lida Smalls. So like you guys were talking about earlier, how you said once you get up into that transfer spot, you got to sit easy. Right now, there's about probably 6, maybe even 8 carts that can take you to get the top 4. If you're in that 4 spot right now, are you taking it easy or are you blocking the inside line?
No, you got to be going forward now, because as soon as you start going backwards, it snowballs and you keep going backwards. So I'm trying to keep the momentum forward and trying to work my way up. So that way, if I do lose a position, I'm still in it.
Especially looking at the top 2 here, they're kind of pulling away a little bit, getting a bit of a gap. So the guy in 2nd place maybe takes a look over his shoulder, sees the gap, settles in, starts driving his line. If the guys in 3rd place and 4th place start battling, that gap's only just going to get bigger and bigger. And they're just going to everyone's going to start panicking as the laps go down. It's only going to get crazier.
Yeah, I think what a lot of guys are panicking in a go-kart track isn't really the best situation to be in.
Pass for 3rd there. That's exactly what we were talking about.
That was Botting going around Surgener. Surgener falls back to 4th. He is now on the bubble. Lida Smalls, P5. Garrett Davis falls back. That is Graciano Renzati is going to be up into the 6th position. So yeah, there's about 6 or 7 carts going for the lead. You guys were saying before that you would just be going for it right now if you got into the 4th spot. Something I think we see a lot with the KA more than X30, we get you guys' opinion on, is how if you lose 1 spot, it seems like there's 4 or 5 other guys behind you. Is that a huge factor?
Yeah, that's obviously a big factor. I mean, obviously, if you're in the tail end of the transfer zone, then you got to be trying to get your way forward, especially in a field like this when we're all stacked up. So, yeah, if I'm that guy in 3rd or 4th, I'm trying to catch the leaders and put myself out of that risky zone. But yeah, it seems like the guy in 3rd place, that's Joseph Botting, is starting to pull away from the rest of the field. 4th is going to be a battle between these next 5.
Yeah, there's about 4 guys right now going for the 4th spot.
Yeah,
that's
got a lot of action back there.
Mason Surgener, who else? Lida Davis, we got Gressa Benzani, Garrett Davis, Grace Hermati, and then also I think Tanner Bunny is right there at the tail end of that 4-pack. But like you guys were talking about before, you said it's all about momentum. If you start falling back, you just keep going back. I think that's also a part of this too, is just the KA classes. If you have a battle, packs everyone up, I should say, and then it just tightens up. Yeah, Xander Clements is down on grid. I think he's going to maybe get a quick word here in eventually, or maybe Arjuna Tommy. We'll see if we can't get an interview going here soon. They're still setting up the camera. Switch back on the on-track action. Intense battle for 4th. Lida Smalls, Grayson Renzata, and Mason Surgener, followed by Garrett Davis, all in contingency. Here's a pass for the lead. Down on the inside goes Alex Flintstone.
This could easily bring the field back into it if they keep doing this. I don't know if I was in those top 2, I would not be doing this with 4 laps to go, because all you got to do is stay in a pack, and the last lap you can do whatever you want, but you want to maintain that gap while you're up there.
I would agree with that. And they're coming down the line. It's going to be 3 laps to go here soon. Seeing the rest of the field come by. It's going to be 2 laps to go here. Eventually, someone's grinding on something. Hopefully, it's not the chassis.
You can see his bumpers down in the RPM cart. I think that's Lydia Small, and she's running in the 4th position. So obviously, the guy in 5th doesn't know that, but that's one of the things that we're going to have to take into factor.
You got better eyes than I do. You two both. You spot the front bumpers, and all I see is just graphics out there. But there's the 4-pack going into the sweeper right now. That is the 4-pack battle for the last transfer position. think that's probably the most intense LCQs we've seen in a while. There's the top three, Robusto, Flinson, and Botting. And then, like you said before, Connor, Lida Smalls has an indentation on the front bumper. Renzani is running in the 5th spot, Mason Surgeon in 6th, and then Grace Hemery running in P7. And then, again, if I'm messing up the names, feel free to correct me. I'm notorious for that. So these guys not making the way around. 4-pack battle for the win. Where would you two want to be? Would you want to be leading that 4-pack, or would you want to be maybe in the catbird seat coming down to 2 to go?
Oh, I always want to be in the lead of the race, especially in an LCQ like this. You never know what can happen. So as long as you're leading, it's harder to wreck when you're out front. So
you want to worry about getting a punt from behind?
Nah, I think I can trust the people.
Harder.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, at this point, I'm trying to keep my nose as clean as possible and stay at the front.
Yeah, 4-pack now. Sorry, that's the lead pack making the way through turn number 7. Now we got the 4-pack battle for the 4th position. Grace Renzani moves back up into 4th. Lida Smalls falls down into 5th. Grace Ramadi in the 6th spot. Mason Surgeon running in 7th. As you can see him making the way out of turn 10 now. That's one of the best passing points. All right, so let's say you're in 4th place of Grayson's spot. Are you defending that inside line, either of you?
Right now he's got a bit of a gap, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. Maybe if they start closing in the gap, that's when I start doing something. But for now, I think I'm just going to keep my head forward and keep focusing on trying to open that gap up. As you can see, Lydia Small starting to protect her line in 5th place. I don't know if I'd be doing that. If I were her, I'd be doing everything I can to try and catch the people in front of me.
So at that point, would you let the guy behind you go in order to make things go faster?
I don't know if I'd do that either. At this point, there's not much that they can do. They're really starting to battle for that 5th spot. But anything can happen, anything at the front. So maybe that's their strategy. They think there's going to be a wreck or something at the front, and they'll be able to slide into that transfer spot out of almost pure luck. But at this point, it wouldn't be too shocking if anything like that happened with how busy these guys have been at the front.
Could be that, or maybe they're hoping for a pushback violation, which, as we know, has been a huge factor here this afternoon. Let me call this finish here real quick. Will Robusto making his way around to the final corner for the last time. Checker flag is out. Top 3 just not coming across the line. That's Will Robusto, followed by Alex Flinston and Joseph Botting, finishing the top 3. And the final transfer goes to Grayson Renzani, coming across in P4. You can correct me, Connor, anytime if I'm messing up that bad.
I'm not much better with names than you.
How would you say it?
Grayson Rizazine. I don't know.
Rizegin, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. We'll go with that.
That sounds a lot better than mine.
Yeah.
Lida Smalls comes across in 6th. Grayson Armani 7th. Mason Surgeon 8th. Rest of the field also there too. And I believe we're going to send this down to our very own Jenna Tommy, who's got some words for some X30 drivers. Jenna, take it away.
Thank you. I'm here with Victor Franzoni, who was up front in the pre-final, and then something happened. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, so I finally got everything working out. I've been outside the go-karts for a long time, like a year already I wasn't driving. So when I was getting used, the pre-final was good. I was catching the leaders. As soon as I caught them, I was in 3rd at that point. The engine blew up. But it's life. It is what it is. I can't do much about it, but at least I was going fast. That was the main thing for me, was getting back to everything. It was a brand new chassis that I never drove before, the KR, so it was good. In the end, it was good. I'm sad that blew up, but I'm happy that I was there with them.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate end. What are you feeling going into this LCQ?
A lot of stuff going on in my head in the moment, but will be fun. Will be interesting. Yeah. I hope I can qualify. If I can, it is what it is. I'll try it. As long as I don't flip, I don't hurt myself. It's all good. But I think I have a chance. I'm just gonna be aggressive and smart and see what happens.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good luck starting from the back and getting to 4th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna. We're gonna bring it back up into the booth. Up next, we do have our mini Swifts. They're about to get going underway here shortly. I think we're going to sit down to a quick commercial break as we get a word from our sponsors. When you come back, we got Mini Swift. Don't go anywhere. Still more action yet to come.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Welcome back here to Orlando. We're about to get going with our mini Swift drivers, and we have two mini Swifts up in the booth. We got Kai Johnson and Max Christie. Max Christie, tell us about how you're running today, buddy.
I'm running kind of good, not that well. I think we can do better in the final, but we'll see.
Now, yesterday you actually drove through the LCQ field all the way up to the front, chanced your way in. How did your race go once you got in yesterday?
Once I got in, it was hard and tough because I had to start last, and it was very hard.
Now, how'd you make it work for you during the race? You put your head down and drive through, or what'd you do?
Yeah.
Tell us all about it, buddy. What else did you do?
I just put my head down and just went for it. I didn't care about anything.
Didn't care anything. Now, Kai Johnson, talk to you, buddy. So you had a good run with your heat race. You were up there at the top three, battling back and forth. Kind of fell away from the leaders. Did you make any changes to your kart? Did your mechanic make any changes?
I don't think so. Maybe just a little too high on tire pressure, but overall, I think it was a good pre-final. Just fell off at the end.
Now, you guys both race with these drivers who are going out on field right now. Who are some people that you think are going to be someone we should look out for before they go out on field?
I think a really fast driver is Martin Ramirez. He's been good midfield all weekend, and he just got caught up in a wreck in the pre-final.
What about you, buddy? What do you think?
I think Lucas Palacio is going to be in front because he's been strong all weekend. He just got up.
So you think Lucas Palacio and you think Ramirez are going to be two drivers we should look out for?
Yes.
All righty, we'll keep an eye out on them. So the way the screen works, guys, is that right here is what's going to be shown on the broadcast, but then there's these other cameras. And if you guys see anything at all that you want to call out, just go ahead and look at that camera and say it right through the mic, all right? Feel free to talk over me. And I'm going to be asking you guys some questions. Just answer it the best and how you think you guys can. So personally for you two, I asked the previous drivers here that were running in X30 and obviously Connor Zillich, who ran in KA and X30. Where do you guys find the easiest places to pass here?
I think the last corner.
The last corner? What about you, buddy?
I feel like a good place to pass is turn 5. It's like you could go for a dive bomb because there's so much grip there. It feels like you could send it from 2 karts back, maybe past 3 karts on the first lap. But
are you sending 2 or 3 karts back in the last corner? Are you? Well, I don't know, man. Last corner, that's a lot of risk involved with that. How do you make it work? What do you do? Do you do a crossover? What do you do?
I just get a good exit out of the corner before and just...
In the chicane?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. So we got 2 professionals here up in the booth already. So we're going to look at Juan Jose Permano and then Nathan Holly is going to be taking the lead here down at the start finish. Like I said before, guys, right here is what we're going to be looking at live, and everything else feel free to look at. And I'll actually lower the screen out a little bit so we can see that. Here's all the live timing and results. They're just not coming across the line. green flag is out, and they're making the way down into turn number 1. It looks like it's maybe Permano rolling the outside line. 3-cart battle out in front. Now, if you two are in these guys' shoes, and let's say you're in the middle of the pack, what are you trying to do to get to the front?
I would just get a good start and then try to go slow, not that fast. So if there's a crash, you don't get caught up in it. But if you're in the front, just go for passes and make them up as fast as you can.
Now, do you try to find someone to run with, or would you just go for it?
Go for it.
What about you, buddy?
I feel like it just don't get caught up in the wreck in lap 1 and just go for it. Just put your head down and start going midfield, go, go, go. Somehow you'll find yourself in top 5 later.
Yeah, top 5 is where you want to be. We got 3 carts out in front right now. We can get the exact names when they come across. It'll pop up on here. But now there's a 3-cart battle for the 4th spot. Remember, that last position is what transfers out. Obviously, Max Christie, you have some experience when it comes from transferring out of the feature. If you're in that 3-pack, where do you want to position yourself? You want to wait for an accident in the 3rd position, or you want to be out in front?
You want to be out in front, so if your cart's good at the start, it would be better to just go, so at the end, you can just drive.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. So the top 3 out right now, we got Juan Jose Permano out in front, Nathan Hawley running up in P2, and the last of that 3-pack is going to be Antoine, how do you guys say that last name? I keep butchering all the time. You race with them.
Luminette, I think.
Luminette? All right, so we got Luminette running in P3. Beckham Tavosky is running the last transfer spot with Carter Burks, Paul Hart, and then Braden Sorlaki is not too far behind, running into that 7th position. So that's a 3-cart battle for the 4th transfer spot, or for the last transfer spot in 4th. 3 guys are out in front. Typically, like you guys said before, you like to pass going to the last corner. You say you like to pass going to turn 5. When it comes to trying to pass here, what is your indication of when you two think you should try to push for it?
I think when you get a good exit of all the corners and you see the guys in front making a mistake, just go for it, because if you stay behind them, you're just going to lose time and go backwards instead of forwards.
I would agree with that. What about you, buddy?
I feel like if you could just passing, it's good, but you have to get on the brakes so that way they don't over under you, or just get a tight exit. So even if they try to over under, they will maybe touch your bumper and you'll get a little boost off the corner.
I understand that. All right, so now we're watching here. Again, this is a battle for the 4th transfer spot right now. We're looking at Lucas Palacio, who's holding on the last one. Carter Barks running in P5, not too far behind. Now, when you guys see a 3-pack run away from the field, what do you guys do to strategize to catch back up?
I would just go do the best you can now, and then when you're in the front, just drive normally, stay consistent.
Would you wait for it to come to you?
Yeah.
What about you, buddy? Same thing?
I feel like what I would do, I would just put my head down and go, do quali laps, and when I catch up, relax a little bit, so that way, and then start getting a lot more aggressive on the final 2 laps, so that way you can make sure you get that final 4th spot.
How do you guys, again, you're thinking like professionals out here. That's very impressive for you guys to be already thinking about how to drive that far when you're running this in the younger class division. As we see right now, top 3 are out on track. That is Juan Jose and then Nathan Hawley running 1, 2, 3 spot. That is Antoine Lemeix running up in P3. Lucas Palacio in the last transfer spot. Now let's look. You guys were talking about people who we think we should look out for. You said that we should look out for Ramirez, right?
Yes.
And he's up 3 spots into 11th, and who'd you say that we should look out for?
Lucas Palacio.
Lucas Palacio. Let's see if we can find him out on track. He's in the 4th transfer spot. I should have known that. So good call on your part. He is up. You can see the top 4 making the way around right now. They're almost actually caught up nose to tail as we come down to 4 laps to go this time by. Now, when you were out in your LCQ, obviously 8 laps isn't a whole lot of time compared to what we've had before. What advice were you given before you went out from your mechanic, family members? What they tell you?
Just go forward, try your best, so you can get in the final.
Good advice. Good advice. All right, so we can see the top 4 now making the way around turn 5. The rest of the field coming up from behind. Lucas Palacio in that last transfer spot. He's actually the fastest car out on track. He is up 12 spots already. So he has had a really good run so far, moved up 12 spots in the last transfer. Carter Burks, P number 5, not too far off. Like I said before, guys, this right here is what we're looking at live. You can see what the family and the viewer members are seeing back at home. The rest of the field coming up from behind. So personally for you two, is this the first time you guys have raced here?
This is my second.
This is your second? What about you, buddy? First time?
Not my first time.
Is this one of your favorite tracks to go to?
One of my favorite tracks. I love it. It's pretty technical, but overall, it's like good drafting spot. It's a good place to learn. It's where I learned how to drive a kid kart.
Oh, yeah?
It's like my first place to drive was here.
Okay. What about you, buddy?
I like this track, and it's very technical. That's why I like it.
Now, do you like how it's technical and it's wide, or you just like how it's technical?
I like both.
You like both. What's your favorite corners here?
My favorite corner is the last corner and the chicane.
Which chicane, the first one or the second one?
The second one, the
second
last
chicane. Do you like hitting the curbs off of it?
Yeah.
Get the cart upset? What about you, buddy?
I like either turn 9 and turn 8. It's just pretty fun going over the curbs there. You have to get a good exit out of turn 9 and have the run down to turn 10. If you get a super good turn 9, you can maybe pass on the final lap, first place.
Yeah, I think that's really good answers from both of you. So now we're looking at the top 3 again. Here is Juan Jose out in front over Lucas Palacio running in P2. He has already moved up into second. He has moved up 2 extra spots. Nathan Hawley is running in third with Anton Lemex running in P4. Again, last transfer spot, Carter Burks right now in the 5th position. So you see all the line of carts are coming down the line right now, and they're going to get the 2 laps to go mark, which is the 2 sticks up in the air before you get the white flag. So for you two, when you're running in a draft like that, do you try to work with someone if you're, let's say you're in that second group right now where you're probably within about 5 or 6 cart lengths but not quite close enough to make a move on the leader? Do you try to work with the guy in front of you just to get both of you up there as like a buddy to work with, or do you just try to get around him and go up to the front and risk racing him?
If they're fast, I'll go with them, but if I know they're not that fast, I'll just pass them and I'll try my best to catch up.
What about you, Mr. Johnson?
I think like I would catch up to him, push him down the straightaway, and pass him next corner in like somewhere like turn 5 where you don't lose that much time. And if they're fast, I will.
Got 4 carts about to go 4 wide. Going down into turn, I believe that's 11. Oh! See if we can make it work through there. A little side-by-side action. Crossovers. Now that's not even for the transfer spot. That's running back in probably like the 14th or 15th spot.
I believe now it's white flag.
It is. At last lap, white flag is out. We're now looking at the top 3. There's 1, 2, 3 just going by now. And the last one, the transfer. Ooh, pass for the 5th spot. Went a little wide. We've seen a lot of guys going wide there. Is there something tricky about that where you have to go out that wide?
It's because it's so wide, you carry a lot of speed and you have to use the curb or else they'll just pull away from you.
I get that. All right, so let's see who we got here now. Leaders going down, that is Lucas Palacio out in front. He has moved up 15 spots after starting towards the back. So we kind of did what you did, plowed his way through the field all the way up to the top. Sees how making his way to the final 3 corners to see if we can see the rest of the field. There's Palacio, and then there's Juan Jose coming up right behind in second through the final corners. So there's one right now. Lucas Palacio about to take the checkered flag. He is now into the transfer. Second spot, Juan Jose coming across now. We should see Nathan Hawley in third. There he is, followed by the 4th spot of Antoine Lumex, who comes across in the 4th position. So now the race is over, about to go to commercial break. Before we let you guys go, is there anybody you want to thank for being here this weekend?
I would like to thank my team, PSL Karting, Franz, Chris, my dad for being my mechanic, and all the support from the team.
Well said. What about you, Mr. Johnson?
I would like to thank my mom for taking me out to this race, and my brother and dad supporting me at home, and I would like to thank my mechanic as well.
There you go. Well, I want to thank you two both for joining me up in the booth for this micro race. We're about to actually sit into a commercial break real quick. When we come back, we still got more racing yet to come. More drivers join us in the booth. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. More racing is yet to come.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are
you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Aaron.
Okay. I'm referring to him as
All right, we're back here at Wildland Raceway, or not. We're back here at Orlando Karting Center. We got two drivers up in the booth. Marvin Kremers is joining us to my right, and then we also got Paul Bocuse joining me to the left. We're about to watch the X30 Pro Senior make his way out on track. So you guys were kind of talking a little bit of smack when we did the pit interviews with the guys. Obviously, you had the pit Vipers, so you had to just put on the act for that. You guys obviously are not running the LCQ. Tell us about your race so far and what you think you're going to see out of this one.
I mean, Paul almost made the LCQ because he got a penalty. He's just lucky that there's no one that close behind, but he's driving really dirty.
Yeah, I was just, I almost basically pointed him by on the last lap. I didn't want any problems with Marvin, so I just let him by.
Now, there was a little bit of, you were talking about your, I don't want to say mentor, but your mechanic, Mr. Ryan Norberg. When you went by him, did you want to give him a wave?
Ryan.
Yeah, he's helping you out on the weekend, isn't he? Your driver coach?
Oh, yeah, he is my coach. Yeah, I should have waved when I passed him, but, I thought he was going to push me. I thought we were cool. I thought we were friends.
Oh. So you're not friends anymore? Speaking of not friends anymore, let's look on a track.
These guys are not friends?
Oh, gosh, they're already off the track. That is the 320 or 333.
32, I think.
Oh, sorry, 332. And that is, if I can find it on the board.
Braden Johnson?
Braden Johnson. Yeah, I think you're right. And if I say names wrong, feel free to correct me. That's been the name of the game the entire time I've been working here. So the field now making the way around. Wettingale obviously sat on the front row next to Jack Tremont, who is running up front. Jacob Craig running in P3. So now Kiddos, by the way, set the benchmark for you guys. They did an excellent job, so you guys got to step it up a little bit and show that you've matured a little bit more. So now we're watching Wettingale out in front. Who do you guys expect to make him the transfer spot?
I'm guessing the guy in first right now. I don't think they're running him down. Wettingale, I don't think they're coming for him.
Yeah, Wettingale's been pretty quick all week. I don't know why he's in the LCQ. So obviously he had some issues in the pre-final. So I expect him to run away. I think Franzoni is in this one, so he's definitely coming up to the front. He started way in the back, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can make it up to the front.
Yeah, we've seen Wettingale out front all weekend long. Now he's starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Like you guys were saying, I don't know if he was involved. I think he may have been involved in a couple incidents or had an issue when it came time for the pre-final before we went into the LCQs. Is there anyone else looking down here that you're surprised to see in this event? I mean, obviously it's been a tight field all weekend long. We've seen some big names who obviously fall back into the LCQ. Who do you guys else is shocked to see in this one?
He got it.
Yeah, I think, as we said, Victor Franzoni, Wettingale, those are the bigger names that we didn't expect in this one, and everyone else has just been so close, running around the bubble. I think, it's a bit of a flip of the coin who's going to make it and who isn't.
Yeah, Adam Maxwell's up 9.
Yeah, Maxwell's up 9. Let's see how some big movers are. We got some big fallers down. Hopeng Zhang has fallen down 8. Looks like some others down here. Braden Johnson is down 9 spots. Justin White currently up 13. And then Mateus Garcia is also up to the 6th spot. He is up 9 positions. So we're watching on now to see what else is going on. Got 3 or 4 karts. I think we're battling over the 4th spot. That is Penizzoni, Carell, and then also Mateus Garcia in the 6th spot. Now, I was talking to the kiddos earlier. They said, I asked them, when you guys were running nose to tail, if you're in a fast pack, do you try to get to the front of that, or do you try to wait it out, get up to the front, and then try to make your move towards the end? 8 laps isn't a lot, obviously.
No, I think you have to get your move on and have to get to the front immediately, because otherwise you're just a sitting duck. And if they get a break, the top 4 gets a break, then then you're just lost. So I would say there's a big advantage to just getting your move on and getting up in the front immediately.
Yeah, I think in 8 laps, no one's trying to try to push you, try to get away. I think you're just going by yourself. There's no friends out there.
Yeah, it's an actual sprint race at that point. And we were talking about, too, obviously we haven't been back to this track in a national race in a little bit of time. Obviously, your home track, do you think you have an advantage coming into this one?
I don't really believe in home track advantage. You know, I think it's pretty easy to learn the track, especially for a 3-time world champion. I think he knows the track by now. You know.
I think that's Gabriel Cole just walking away from the kart.
Yeah,
so
he
must have had an incident.
had a problem through a change, something. He is now out of the kart, so he is unfortunately not going to make it into the feature. What about you, an outsider coming in? Do you think there's a such thing as home field advantage?
Obviously, otherwise Paul wouldn't be up front. So.
Do you think that's Ryan's advantage right now?
It has to be, yeah.
It has to be. I mean, Ryan's been running here way longer than I have. You know, when I was born, Ryan's already probably won a national title or two.
I think Ryan's had like 20 years of experience around this place, so yeah, he knows the ins and outs a little bit better than we do.
I think that may be a little factor. We're looking on now. Wettengale out in front. He's opened up a 1.3-second advantage, obviously, and that's been about 4 laps. Just got halfway this time by. So back to what we were saying. You guys said you don't really work together. It's kind of like a sprint race. You got to go all out. When you're in a pack of, let's say, 4 or 5 for a transfer spot, do you think there's a stronger possibility for a cat bird seat situation where a couple guys in front of you get pushbacks or some incident in order to take over, or do you still just plow right through?
Yeah, but you don't want to rely on that, so you have to work your way forward for sure and get as far forward as possible. These guys are in 3rd and 4th. It's starting to dice out, which is a stupid thing to do, really, because that's the place you want to be in when, like, to work together with other drivers, because Justin White's coming on. He's started last on that last, I think. So
yeah,
he's up 16 places.
Spots.
Yeah. So he's definitely coming on. So you want to work together and move forward instead of starting to fight with what Karel and Gerke are doing.
So you're saying in that situation you win a race, you would just keep going?
Yeah, that's the situation. You want to work together with the other guy, actually. And
do you think he would?
I'm not sure. He's still young. He's not that smart.
I'm not a big working together guy.
You're not a bit. You're solo man when you're out there.
Yeah, you know, I
think you got that from Ryan.
Yeah, I mean that's what Ryan's been telling me. You know, you don't push anyone out there. You just move forward. That's the best way to win races.
That's what Ryan tells you. But then when you're behind him, he wants you to push him and work together with him.
It's a little hypocritical.
Yeah,
don't you
very,
think?
very much.
I'm going to get Ryan up here and take my spot over and let you 3 go at it. So we got 3 laps to go now, about to be 2 laps to go at the line. Looking down through the field right now, Victor Frenzoli, who obviously he was up in a good transfer spot, running the 4th spot when he was doing his heat race, fell back. He currently is in the 6th spot. He can see the 2 out in front. I think he's probably hoping for those 2 guys to battle back and forth, but with 2 laps to go, there's not enough time. What do you think is his best situation mindset right now? Just keep pushing forward and hope for a pushback?
Yeah, you want to get as close as possible to the guys in front, and hopefully they have a penalty and you move up into the final transfer spot. That's all you can hope for, really.
Cross your fingers, say a prayer to God, you know. Even if you don't believe in him.
Pray to a higher being.
Yeah,
right,
whichever God you've got.
2 laps to go. Looking here at Justin White. It looks like Justin White is actually losing 5/10 of Victor Frenzoli, who is up into P6. He's up 14 positions, the second biggest mover. Justin White obviously is up 16 spots. He is watching 3rd and 4th, like you were talking about early. Yeah. Timothy Carl and then Jacob Gerke going back and forth. Maybe that's starting to slow him down. That's where we're seeing the 5/10 from, because usually guys are all within about a half, probably about within a couple tenths or half a second of each other.
I think White's got an outside shot here. I think we're going to go into the last lap right now, and maybe he's got a shot into the tight hairpin or the last corner even. It's 2 to go, so he's definitely got a shot.
Yeah, it must be a problem with timing, because ours showing 1 to go, they're showing 2 to go. They're making their way out of turn 3. Something else I want to ask you guys about. The talk of the weekend has been the starts. There's a difference between the outside line and inside line. I don't know if we've gotten your opinion down in the interviews. I can't remember. We've done a lot of them. But do you guys think that there's an easier advantage between the outside and inside, or do you think if you're on the outside, you can still make it down easily?
If you're starting up the front, yeah, you can go around and swing wide and stay there up front, but it's a lot safer to be on the inside, because you can swing wide a little bit, push wide a little bit, and still get it done. Justin White's just making a move now for a final transfer spot, so I think he'll be in.
Yeah, Justin White is now getting around Jacob Gerke and see if he can hold on to it. But right behind him, I said that too soon.
Franzoni's there.
Franzoni is right there, and there goes White. He is actually going to seal the deal now, take the spot, and here comes Franzoni. Maybe he can make it a 2 for 1. Like we said before, we messed up on our timing and scoring. There's only white flag is out now, so still got a lap to go. We'll keep an eye on that one. Going back to what I said about, let's watch this inside line. There goes Franzoni. He is now up into the 5th spot. Let's see, he's got 1 lap to try to get around Justin White. Both of them have been big movers. There goes, I'm trying to see what that cart number is, 314.
White's defending, so it's going to be interesting.
Timothy Carr, yeah, they're racing it out. Here it goes out of turn 5, heading into 6 and 7.
Yeah, these guys started on the last road together, and they've now, one of them's going to make it and one of them isn't.
Yeah, or maybe both.
Maybe Gerke, yeah.
Yeah, or something might happen here.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, up the inside. There went Franzoni, and now he's going to go side by side with Gerke. Let's see if he can run him down into turn 10. Obviously, you got a little bit less of a run coming out of 9 there. Out of turn 10, he's going to be on the back bumper.
Gonna have to do something in the last corner.
What would you do?
Go straight, send it, and hope for the best.
Like
That's
that. Yeah. Up the inside, there it goes.
That's a very good
Victor
move.
Frenzoli is going to make it somehow in the last 2 laps, makes the last transfer spot. Victor Frenzoli moves up 2 positions. How about that?
That shows what his talent is.
Yeah.
He kept his head down and went for it.
Oh, he knows it as well.
Oh, yeah, he's happy.
Yeah. Good for him.
Congratulations to him. Tyler Wettengale ran away from the field, had a 1.4-second advantage. Jack Chamara finishes up in P2, Timothy Carr 3, and then also Victor Frenzoli rounds it out in the 4th spot. He is going to be ecstatic.
He is stoked.
I think that's going to be the first time anyone's ever happy to start at the back of the field.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to thank you two for coming up here. Any last comments or jabs you guys will make at each other at the field before we leave?
You know, just
get good kit.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, we'll see you guys on the start. We're going to send it to commercial break. Thank you guys for joining us. When we come back, I believe we're going to get going with our feature. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep racing on.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national